to continue with chapter 12, but first we'll do a little bit of a review. Type of leasehold. What is an estate in land?
Real property.
The definition for estate in land, it describes the amount of kind of interest that one has in real property. All right. We have two categories of estates: freehold, which describes ownership, and leasehold, which describes less than freehold. So where you get to occupy someone else's property for a limited period of time, as defined in the lease. Now, what type of leasehold estate is for a fixed period of time, has a definite end date in it?
For years.
An estate for years. And a type of leasehold that's for an indefinite period of time.
Forever. Estate forever.
That's what it's called. A leasehold estate's for an indefinite period of time. You can stay there as long as the landlord allows it. It's a tenancy at will. Okay. So you could stay there at the landlord's will. Okay, so now the type of leasehold estate that automatically renews for similar succeeding periods of time.
Period to period.
Period or periodic estate. Okay. And a type of tenancy where somebody had a valid lease expired, they didn't move out, and they're not paying rent. What type of rights do they have to be there? What do we call that?
Tenancy at sufferance.
Tenancy at sufferance.
Yeah.
They're causing the landlord to suffer because they don't have a lease, they're not paying rent, and they didn't move out, right? All right, so how much notice is needed to terminate an estate at will? An estate at will?
Month.
Done.
1 month. Depends on how long.
3
their
months.
original lease is.
3 months for the will.
An
1
estate,
month for rental.
yep, an estate at will that's for an indefinite period of time. Either party must give 3 months notice to terminate. What about an estate for years?
No requirement.
None, because there's an expiration date in the lease. You got to, if you're not renewing, then you got to be out by the expiration date. And then from period to period,
Month to month.
For a monthly, 1 week for weekly, and 3 months for a year.
In 30 days, right?
so if it's a week to week, 1 week's notice; month to month, 1 month's notice. If it's for a period of years, then 3 months notice is needed. All right. And what about for tenancy at sufferance?
They get evicted.
Until the landlord goes to court and get them.
How much notice? Okay, the question is, how much notice do you need to give the tenant to end their tenancy?
None.
None. Because a tenant at sufferance, they don't even belong there and they're not paying rent. You don't need to give them any notice. They need to get out of there. All right. They're not paying rent. You know, anybody who's not paying rent, you don't need to give any notice to before starting that eviction process. All right. When do window guards need to be installed?
When the seal is above 6 feet on the first floor.
Okay, so when the sill's above 6 feet on the first floor, when it's 6 feet from the ground, and
when there's children under 10.
Children under 10 are living there or going to be there regularly, and the tenant requests it.
Tenant requested.
Then who installs it? The landlord.
Yeah.
All right. What do we call a tenant who has not left after their rights had expired?
Tenant in suffering.
Holdover.
A holdover. They're a holdover tenants. They are held over after their leasehold rights had expired. And what do we call a transfer of property by lease?
Demise,
Demise. And what do we call a transfer by will upon death?
devise,
Demise, correct. And what is a land contract? It's a type of seller financing where the owner does not give the deed to the buyer until they paid off the full amount owed. And who can prepare option contracts, option agreements?
attorneys only.
Only attorneys. And what kind of, what do we call contracts where one person has an option to act?
Unilateral.
It's a unilateral contract. And a contract where both parties are required to do something?
Bilateral.
Bilateral.
A contract with a minor would be
Voidable.
voidable by the minor, right? An amount of money agreed to in advance to serve as compensation if one of the parties breaches a contract.
Liquidation damage.
Liquidation.
Liquidated damages. And in contract negotiations, when is an offer considered accepted?
Valid,
When is an offer considered accepted?
or when it's fully executed.
In contract negotiations, I made an offer to you, you didn't accept it, you made a counter offer. When
There's a meeting
when
of
is
the
the
mind.
offer considered accepted?
There's a meeting of the minds.
Okay, so we come to we come to a meeting of the minds. When only after the offer's been accepted, but then we come to agreement on all the other terms. But in negotiations, when we're going back and forth, as far as the price goes, think about it. This really isn't that difficult. Think about it for a second.
When the seller accepts it,
When you verbally accept.
When the person who made the last offer has been notified that it's been
right?
accepted, okay? Wasn't looking for any kind of fancy answer on this, okay? Just upon notification. So anybody who has been, when you're making negotiations back and forth, once you tell the other party that you accept the offer, once you notify them, and that could be verbal, you notified them, then the offer is considered accepted, right? So what needs to be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees?
Opinion 26.
The opinion 26 notice, and what's that?
Right.
Right to a lawyer.
Your right to hire who?
A lawyer.
An attorney.
Your right to hire an attorney and have an attorney review that contract, make changes to it, or cancel it. What's the document we need to give to owner at time of listing
CIS.
pertaining to discrimination?
CIS.
Pertaining
The
to
memorandum. The memorandum.
Attorney General's
General memorandum.
about the New Jersey law against discrimination and the federal laws, correct? And if a property was built prior to 1978, what disclosures do we need to give to, well, all parties?
Lead.
What are the things that we
Lead.
need to give to a buyer or renter?
Lead.
Lead
Lead
disclosure.
disclosure, what else?
Radon.
No. There's only one disclosure that needs to be given, it's lead, but what else do we need to give pertaining to lead?
The pamphlet.
The pamphlet
And the period.
and a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection or waive that opportunity. So what is the, you guys keep saying CIS, what is the CIS?
Consumer
Information Statement.
And what is its purpose?
to specify what your agency's
Agency relationship.
Relationship with the,
It's a disclosure of agency relationships. That's it. Okay. So think about that for a second, because a lot of times you guys love going to that as a first go-to answer for a lot of questions. I notice. Okay. I know there's a lot of forms and stuff, but think about it for a second before you say it. Think about, what is it? You know, ask yourself a question about the question. Ask yourself a question about the answers. All right. It'll serve you justice when you go to take exams, you know, instead of just trying to guess at it or run through the answers really quick. Ask a question, then you could be certain. Ask a question about the question. What is the question asking of me? Well, you know, if you can't understand what the question's asking of you, then don't even look at the answers yet, right? Understand what the question is before you're giving the answer. And then when you got answer options, ask yourself questions about the answer options. What does this mean? What does this word mean? And then you could tell if it's the answer or not, okay? If you're just like, I know that word and that word and that word, you know. So try to make an informed answer. Let's see, a lawsuit forcing one party to do what the contract required of them to do.
Unilateral?
no, it begins with a C. I can't think of the word. Oh.
It's with an S.
Is it statute of frauds?
Evidence?
Statute of frauds is a law. No, this is a lawsuit called a suit for specific performance. You're suing them to perform specifically as defined in the contract that they agreed that they would. So it requires them to do something as required in the contract. It's called a suit for specific performance. And a strict deadline that must be met in contracts.
Time of essence.
Time is of the essence. Time is of the essence. And when substituting one contract for another.
Specific performance is your previous.
Yeah, it was
answer?
previous. Yeah.
Okay.
What was
Novation?
substituting one contract for another is novation, correct?
Innovation.
Mhm. And what are the 4 essential elements of a valid contract?
Competent.
Competent parties,
Offer and
Of,
acceptance.
offer acceptance, consideration,
consideration,
and legality of object.
and legality of the object or purpose of the contract. And what are the 3 forms of consideration?
Money, value.
So what do we refer to money and mortgage loans? They got a word for that.
Legal tender,
Legal tender,
And
exchange of value, and love, I think, love and affection.
love and affection. Exchange is something of value, and love and affection. And what is the law that states that written contracts take precedence over verbal agreements? If one person has a contract in writing, the court will take that one in favor instead of the one that's verbal, where nobody has evidence. Big hint there.
it's police or
Parole evidence.
Parole evidence rule.
Evidence rule, the parole evidence rule. And what is the law that requires that all real estate contracts for sale must be in writing?
Statute of fraud.
Statute of frauds.
Statute of frauds. And the statute of frauds also talks about leases. They have to be in writing if they're longer than how long?
3 years,
3 years.
3 years.
And they can be recorded if they're longer than
2 years.
2 years.
Mhm. And a contract that's expressed by one's actions rather than their words.
Implied.
An implied contract. Okay. All right, let's continue on. Need a little study there still, right? Or a lot. I didn't go back to the other chapters. Got to keep reviewing. We're learning more and more, so you got to keep reviewing all these the terminology that you already know, because we're going to keep learning more and more. So don't fall behind. All right, so we left off on page 207 in chapter 12. We're on slide 20. Let me pull up slide 20. All right. So slide 20 here, chapter 12. Security deposits was the last thing we went over. What's the maximum security deposit we're allowed to charge by law?
1.5 times.
Month and a half.
Of the
1.5
rent.
months?
What about for commercial property?
None.
No
None.
maximum, no maximum set by law. Can we charge pet security?
Yes.
No.
No. No.
Yeah.
Depends if
we
Oh,
can.
yes.
they did it
Depends on if they're,
When,
1.5, then
they're,
no, but
yeah.
if it doesn't, we can.
Provided that it doesn't go over the month and a half security maximum. We're allowed to, right? Right, Vic. Okay,
right.
so can landlords keep the security deposits from the tenants?
no.
No.
Only
No.
in trust fund.
Only if
To
they've
be in-
Only if what?
got some, only if there's some damages and they've gone to court to,
Only for damages. They don't got to go to court for it. Only for damages. The security deposit is there to be kept for damages. And if the landlord's going to keep money for damages, they get to keep it all, or how does that work?
just the amount that they need to fix the damages.
So do they got to give the tenant something that lets them know about that?
Bills
Yeah,
in
they
30
have
days.
to
Yeah.
itemize the
Itemize.
damages, and they have to
They got to give them an itemized list of damages
List
and its
of all
cost.
the damages.
That's it.
notify the tenant.
Yep. So they give them that itemized list. When? By when?
Within 30 days.
Within
Within
30
30
days.
days. Correct. Within 30 days of them leaving, right? 30 days of their lease expiration. They have to return the security deposit minus deductions for damages, and they need to give that to them in an itemized list along with its costs and what the damages were. Can you charge late fees or penalties to tenants who are late on the rent?
Yes, if it's stated in the contract.
Well, you can, yes.
Yes.
But who can you not charge late fees or penalties for a period of time?
senior citizens receiving social security.
Veterans, anybody with the military, anybody who's dependent on government checks, based like
Social Security recipients.
Social Security and those who are getting retirement checks from the government, right? Old age railroad pensions and such. They are given how long free from late fees or penalties?
5 days.
grace year.
Okay. All right, so possession of leased premises, that's where we're at here, at the bottom of the page here. Now leases are both a contract and a conveyance. It's a contract in that it defines the tenant's rights to occupy someone else's property for a limited period of time as defined in the lease. And it's a conveyance in that the owner's handing over the property to the tenant. So leases, well, let's talk about improvements first. The tenant cannot make improvements. They can't even paint their apartment without the landlord's permission. And most leases stipulate this as well. Any improvements that a tenant does make, though, they become part of the real estate, and the owner, the landlord, owns it. So a tenant cannot remove any improvements that they had made to an apartment unless they get the landlord's permission to. Now, maintenance of the premises, is the tenant required to do any repairs? No, they're not unless specified in the lease. So, But leases carry an implied warranty of habitability with them. What does that mean? It means that the property is fit for human habitation. It's not going to cause a threat to anybody's health or safety. So tenants must return the property in the same condition that it was received in, with allowances for ordinary wear and tear. Now, the carpet being worn out by the front door is one thing. A grape juice stain in the center of the carpet, that's damages, right? So normal wear and tear would be the carpet a little worn out by the front door. You can't charge a tenant for damages for that. That's normal. But a grape juice stain in the center of the carpet, that is not, right? Landlords are responsible for repairs unless they specify otherwise in the lease. And the Department of Community Affairs. Okay, the DCA, the Department, let me see, I don't know if I want to get to this just yet. Yeah, so in the book on page 208, under maintenance of premises, third paragraph, I want you to highlight, New Jersey does recognize a tenant's right to repair and deduct. That's for damages. So if the landlord's not making repairs in a reasonable amount of time, the tenant does have a right to make repairs, have repairs done themselves, and deduct that amount from their rent. However, keep in mind the tenant has an obligation to try to minimize the landlord's expenses. They can't just go to their buddy and say, hey, you know, you could do the repair and just give me a crazy bill and we'll just charge it off to the landlord. Nope. They have a requirement. The landlord can say, screw you, I'm taking you to court. You know, you need to pay the full rent. You can't just deduct some crazy amount here. I know how much that costs. The tenants should have gotten at least 3 estimates from different companies to try to get the best price. Now, highlight the last sentence in that same paragraph that says, if the rent is withheld, it should be put in an escrow account, and such measures should not be undertaken without consulting an attorney first. So the tenant has the right to either get the repairs done themselves if the landlord's not doing them and deduct it from the rent, but they got to try to minimize that landlord's expenses. But the tenant also has the right to withhold the rent until the landlord makes the repairs. But with this, a lot of tenants, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, okay? Because they don't really know the law on it. So a lot of people think they know the law when they read this that says, oh, I don't got to pay the rent until you fix it. And then when it's fixed, they try to just resume paying the rent from that day forward. No, that's not how it works. You were withholding the rent all that time. You have to pay the landlord all that back rent now. So you don't just resume paying rent from the day that the repairs are done. You have to pay the landlord back all the back rent from the time that you were withholding the rent as well. This is why they say you should hold this money in a special, the tenant should hold the money in an escrow account or have that money set aside somewhere so that when the landlord does make the repairs, they can pay them. The whole purpose of this law is that you're basically saying to the landlord, I'm not paying you the rent. You'll get it once you make the repairs. But it is basically, I'm going to hold it and you're going to get it once the repairs are done. But I'm going to make you suffer until it's done to try to force you to do it. That's the purpose of this law. That's how it works. But a lot of tenants misinterpret it. They go, oh, I don't got to pay rent. Okay, cool. I don't pay rent until he fixes it, and I'll just resume paying rent from that day forward. And then they get shocked when they're evicted. Because they go, the landlord takes them to court. You owe me that rent. No, you didn't fix it. Only from this point forward. And then the judge educates them and then says, well, do you have that money to pay them now? If they do, then you got to pay them. If not, well, then you're evicted. Okay. So this is interesting. Where the landlord furnishes heat between October 1 and May 1.
Quick question, is there a law because of the COVID, a different stipulation? Because I know they passed something.
Well, right now, nobody can be evicted in residential, not commercial, but residential properties due to the COVID thing, okay? That's some laws that have been passed, okay? So some landlords are ticked off because they still got to pay their mortgage, you know, They still got to pay their insurance. They still got to pay some utilities, but the tenant doesn't have to pay the rent right now, and the landlord can't do anything about it. But once they lift this, though, tenants got to realize they're going to have to not just pay the rent, they're going to have to pay all the back rent. We're going to see a lot of evictions happening if people did not do that, if they don't got that money set aside. All right. So where the landlord furnishes heat between October 1 and May 1, all rooms must be heated to at least 68 degrees from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. and at least 65 degrees at night. Well, you'll be warm under the covers. Okay, this ain't freezing. Okay, if it's included, if it's included in the, all right, so if it's not if the heat is included in the rent, then that needs to be, the landlord cannot shut off the heat if you're not paying the rent. They still need to keep that heat going too, all right? So this is the basic rule on it. I don't know if it's on exam. I remember way back when, in 2004 or 2003, when I took my exam, that was a question on exams. I don't know if it is today. I haven't, all these students I teach, none of them have come back to me and told me whether they've seen this as a question on exams or not. So I don't know if it still is, but, so I'll just have you put an asterisk next to that sentence there, you know, because I'm not sure if it's on exam, all right? All right, destruction of premises, assignment and subleasing, again, we already went over this stuff. Termination of a lease, we already went over that, but here's the bullet points for it now in the book. Even though I already went over it, now we're just getting to the bullet points. Put a highlighted box around these bullet points here on page 209. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullet points. And this is basically telling you how much notice is needed to terminate the lease, or to not to terminate the lease, but to have the tenant leave at the end of the lease term. Okay, so this is the advance notice that must be given by either the landlord or the tenant who wants to end the relationship and don't want to continue leasing. Okay, so if it's in the state for years, no further notice is required because you have an expiration date in the lease. Tenancy at will, it's 3 months. And periodic estate is varying period, week to week, 1 week's notice, month to month, 1 month's notice, and year to year, 3 months notice. All right, that's where it actually says it. Okay, so truth in renting. Truth in renting. I have a little notation here. I think it's going to be on another slide show, another slide too. Talks about the DCA, Department of Community Affairs, inspects buildings with 3+ units, not counting the unit that the owner lives in. And hold on a second. Let me just make sure it's on another slide here. Yeah. Okay. And let's see, if tenant withholds rents, it should be placed in an escrow account to motivate the landlord to perform the repairs. Okay, so now we're talking about the truth in renting law. The truth in renting. Well, the state inspects buildings with 3 or more units, not counting the unit that the landlord lives in, to make sure that they're fit for human habitation and there's no code violations and all that stuff. We refer to this in the industry as a green card inspection. It's the state inspection is what it's called, but it's the lingo, the industry lingo, is we refer to it as a green card inspection. You should know that terminology for when you're working in the business, but they're not going to refer to that on exam as green card, I don't believe. They'll refer to it as a state exam. So on the state exam, or on the state exam, they'll refer to it as the state inspection, not the green card inspection. Okay. Now, it's required for any building with 3 or more units, not counting the unit that the landlord lives in. So if it's a 3-family house and the landlord lives in one of the units, it does not require this state inspection. If there are 3 units and the landlord's not living in any of them, it requires it. If it's a 4-family house, it doesn't matter if the landlord's living in it or not. You have 3 or more units that are being rented there, so therefore it requires the state inspection. So the DCA, that's the Department of Community Affairs, they're the ones who do the inspection in this for the state. And this must be done at least once every 5 years for buildings with 3 or more units. Hotels and motels can be inspected at least once every 3 years, and they could do that spot inspection. They don't need to give any notice in advance to do that inspection. All right, so anytime we're selling a building that's 3 or more units, we need to get, we need to make sure that we're not just getting the city inspection for this. Instead, we're getting a state inspection. All right, so that's the difference there. Do we just need the local city CO inspection and fire inspection, or do we have state inspectors coming in to inspect the building? Well, it depends. You have 3 or more units, not counting the unit the landlord lives in. All right. Okay, when utilities are included in the rent payment, landlords may not turn off the services. That was on the previous page, actually. This is a little bit out of order. When the heat is included in the rent, these need to be the temperatures between October 1 and May 1. They have to be heated to at least 68 degrees at night, between 6 and 11, and at least 65 degrees at night. And they cannot turn off water or any other services if they're included in the rental payment, like gas, etc. All right. So some of the legal principles of a lease is assignment, which was on a previous page, and subleasing, right? If you assign or sublet and the landlord allows it, okay, for assigning your rights to someone else, does the tenant ever give up their primary responsibility to have to pay the rent?
No.
No. Even if you're subleasing and they're allowing that, the primary renter from the landlord still is never relieved of their obligation. They still have to pay the rent, even if the person they're subleasing to doesn't pay it. So the destruction of the premises, tenant's responsible once again. Termination of the lease before the end of the lease period is considered breach of contract. Even though we need to know those termination periods, those are not termination periods for terminating a lease. Those are how much notice needs to be given that the lease is not going to be renewed and the tenant has to go. All right, that we were going over. All right, those were not termination, early termination time periods, because anybody who terminates a lease early is considered in breach of contract, right? So before we get into fixtures, now let's go over this part, the truth in renting disclosure, because it's a little bit out of order here. Okay, so truth in renting on the bottom of 209, and it goes over into 210. So the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs publishes annual updated statements on the rights and duties of residential landlords, and in the form of a booklet. It's for residential landlords and tenants. It publishes what their rights, duties, and obligations are in this booklet. Now, they no longer print this booklet, but they still publish it. Okay, it's available in PDF form, and the landlord can print it out, or the real estate agent can print it out. Now, the law requires that any residential property requiring that green card inspection with 3 or more units, not counting the unit the landlord lives in, including ones in mobile home parks, are required to get this annually published statement. When they sign the lease, they're required to give it to the tenant. All right. This booklet explains their rights and obligations. So we have 2 links here for this booklet. for renting and the Truth in Renting booklet and some additional fair housing rules. Now let me click on it, open up browser.
Is there enough to just give them the link instead of printing it out?
I suggest that you print it out, because what if they say, oh, well, I didn't have internet. This is, this is a burden on me. You discriminated against me. I'm too poor. I don't have internet. You know what? Avoid the drama. Just print out a couple pages of it, give it to them. It's a couple pages of paper that then you could fold it and it makes a booklet that's like twice the amount of pages, So just print it out and give it to them,
This doesn't apply to single tenant, right? Like one condo
No,
tenant.
no.
Only 3+.
In buildings with 3 or more units, not counting the unit that the landlord lives in. Okay, a condominium, unless you own the whole condominium complex, and you're renting it out, no, it's considered one unit, right? So this is just a resource. The first link in that slideshow is just the resource. It takes you here to New Jersey's additional resources for renting. It has information in English and Spanish, fair housing laws, predatory lending, anti-discrimination. They give you the resource for 211 for asking questions to the state. If you need help for anything, you're not sure where to get your assistance from, you could call them up and they'll help you out there. Okay, I think 411 will also do that, but 211 is a special lead for housing, I believe. All right. So they give you some information here on this website. Now, if we go back to the slideshow, I also have another link here. This one is for the Truth in Renting booklet. And here, I just opened up the Truth in Renting booklet in the browser. It's published regularly. I would actually write this link in the lease though, still. I would print out the booklet. I would give them the link in the lease itself so they can't say that they never received it. And I would have them actually initial next to the link in the lease so that they can't say, oh, I didn't see it, So it talks, okay, you see nj.gov, DCA, Department of Community Affairs, divisions, codes. And it talks about all the tenants' rights and obligations. It's got resources there for tenants for help with paying utilities if they have issues or problems paying the rent, if they need legal help, if they have issues with the landlord. Look, they got issues that deal with rent control, rent increases, all kinds of questions are answered here. Inability of landlord, habitability. So basically, if the place is uninhabitable, what the landlord can and can't do. Window guards. They got questions and answers about all that stuff. Subsidized crime insurance. If it's in a flood zone, what can they do under certain circumstances and other conditions? They go over. You go over evictions and how all kinds of resources to educate the consumer on that. Okay, they got some resources here for senior citizens and disabled people. If you're a renter and the property is getting foreclosed on, what are your rights? They got resources for contacts, anti-discrimination services, legal help, etc. That's all in this long booklet. Let me see. How many pages are in this booklet? If you print it out though, it's actually like you turn the piece of paper sideways, like you take it like this, and this would actually be 1, 2, 3, 4 pages. When you print it and you fold it, it becomes the booklet like this. So then now it's like front page, inside page, outside page, out, and so one piece of paper would be 4 pages on it, so that's the way that booklet would print out, or how you should set it up anyway. But look, it's about a 48-page booklet. Okay, so maybe divide that by 4. So there you go. Anyway, who do we give this Truth in Renting booklet to?
Renter.
What renter? I got to give it to my commercial tenants,
No.
No.
give it to residential tenants, all residential tenants.
No, if the unit
Plus unit.
Person that's renting the unit.
No, only for 3+ units, 3 family and over.
Only
Does it
required
have a
for
time
3 or more
specific?
units, right here. Only required for 3 or more units.
Does it have to be specific times? Does it have to be more than
When you sign
certain
the lease, give it to them when you sign the lease. And then it also needs to be published in a common area like the hallway, or if you have a bulletin board somewhere on the building or complex or what have you, of rules and regulations and stuff, you should have that booklet in that public area as well. When you take this, when your building passes this green card inspection, the state inspection that they call the green card inspection, the green card. The reason why they call it a green card inspection, why the industry got that lingo, is because after the state passes you for the inspection, they give you a satisfactory passing certificate on a piece of paper that's green. That's why they call it the green card. You have the green card, and you're supposed to publish that green card there in a hallway somewhere or in a public area, okay? All right. So now let's back up a little bit because on this one we also talk about the trade fixtures. Okay, so what we're going to do is on page 210 at the top of the page, you have the links here for the direct links to this Truth in Renting booklet in both English and Spanish. All right. I want you to write at the top of the page, Truth in Renting booklet. I'm gonna, it's a bit, okay? So let me dictate it for you first and then I'll repeat it as many times as needed. The Truth in Renting booklet is only required for tenants and buildings requiring the green card inspection with 3+ units, not counting the unit landlord lives in. Here, actually, I think I even have that written on one of these slides. Required for any building with 3+ units, not counting unit landlord lives in. So this second bullet point pretty much right at the top of the page. Truth in Renting booklet required only for buildings with 3+ units, not counting unit landlord lives in. Truth in Renting booklets. You need to know when it's required. Only for buildings with 3+ units, not counting unit landlord lives in. So let me know when you guys are done writing that. Truth in Renting booklet, only required for tenants in buildings with 3+ units, not counting the unit that the landlord lives in.
done?
Done.
All right, everybody done on that? Everybody got that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the next paragraph says Truth in Renting. Just highlight Truth in Renting. And I put a bracket around it. It basically it explains what the Truth in Renting booklet is. It explains the tenant's rights and responsibilities as well as the landlord's rights, responsibilities, and obligations. It's published annually. Basically, it's updated annually with all new resources. New Jersey rental laws, about the New Jersey rental laws and regulations. Look, even though you're not required to give it to tenants in, 1-family houses or 2-family, which we're going to go over who you're not required to give it to in a second. the laws still apply to them. Okay, so it says you're not required to give it regulations, exceptions under which the landlord is not required to distribute the statement are for transient tenants with terms of less than 1 month, or those in single family or 2-family houses, or 3-family if the landlord lives in one of the units. Okay, so basically it's required for 3 or more, any property, 3 or more units, not counting the unit that the landlord lives in. All right, it's an easier way to say it. Okay, we have a requirement to disclose, disclosure by owners and property managers are required to disclose the names of the owners or property managers to the tenants and their contact information for emergency contact purposes, right? And this also has to be on file with the local government, you know, in case something happens at that building, they could reach out to the owner, like there's a fire there or something. Federal crime insurance, well, if there's a, let me back up there, that the information of the property managers or owners has to be on file in case there is something happens at the property that the government can reach out to them. Like if there's a fire there in the building, or they find out that the police are just broke into the house and did a raid because the tenant turned it into a meth lab. All right, you may have some issues there then, because sometimes the government will tear down that house if it's a meth lab because of the toxic chemicals that are in there. They pose dangers still, and depending on the level of the issue, it may not be able to be cleaned up. So it's not out of the realm of reality that that you could get a police department that tears down your house because there was a meth lab there, because of the chemicals that they use to make it. All right, federal crime insurance is also available from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, Urban Affairs, HUD. And it's available in high crime areas to people. I don't know exactly what that would cover. I guess they're just pretty much paying for it for people, but crime insurance ain't that expensive. You know, you can get, for your personal belongings and such, you can get, it's basically a homeowner's insurance, right? If you're a renter, you could get renter's insurance that'll cover $40,000 to $60,000 worth of belongings for under $100 a year, you know, so I guess the government is even giving money for that, you know, to make that cheaper. Okay, so disclosures of the owners of property managers, that's what that's about. So we've got the federal crime insurance thing here. Now, Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA, we'll need to know this for exams, okay? So let's highlight the title, the Americans with Disabilities Act. It's the ADA, or Americans with Disabilities Act. All right. Now, this law was created to prevent discrimination in the workplace against people with disabilities. Now, Title III of the ADA prohibits discrimination in commercial buildings, requiring them to be handicap accessible. All new construction has to be handicap accessible. It's easier to make it handicap accessible when you're building it from scratch rather than modifying an existing structure. But these laws do apply to existing structures too. Now, for existing structures, it's recommended that they undertake reasonably achievable accommodations to provide full and equal access to the facilities and services of that commercial property. Now, reasonable accommodation means at little cost without massive expense or remodeling or retrofitting. So that's what they mean by reasonably achievable accommodations. So it may be useful to also consult with ADA experts and architectural designers about how they can make modifications, what the cost would be, any recommendations, because the law requires that who comply with ADA standards?
The landlord, the owners.
Of what?
Commercial property.
Only commercial properties. It's only required for commercial properties. You need to know that. What is the ADA? Americans with Disabilities Act. What does the ADA cover? It requires that commercial properties be handicap accessible. What is the ADA's recommendation pertaining to existing structures? Reasonably achievable accommodations. That's what you need to know for exam. So some reasonably achievable accommodation examples they have here are lowering wall-mounted payphones, if you could find them. Water fountains, you don't have to necessarily lower a water fountain so that somebody in a wheelchair can have access to it. They do recognize workarounds, like installing a cup dispenser next to the water fountain. It gives you the same result that the person who will have access to the water, right? Special parking spaces have to be set aside where appropriate. Changing the direction in which doors open so it's easier for a person in a wheelchair to get in and out. Or changing the handles on doors to push bars instead of the handles, what a person can't grab, right? Adding ramping, changing handles to push bars, installing auditory signals and braille buttons in elevators. These are all samples of reasonably achievable accommodations that can be done with relatively low cost and little retrofitting. If a building requires major retrofitting in order to make it handicap accessible, then the owner or landlord or the tenant does not have to make those modifications. It's unreasonable or at great costs, right? All right, so let's see what to highlight. Go down to the third paragraph under the Americans with Disabilities Act and highlight in that first line, Title III of the ADA prohibits discrimination in commercial properties. And then in the following paragraph, we're going to highlight, to protect owners of existing structures from the massive expense of expensive remodeling, the ADA recommends reasonably achievable accommodations to provide access to the facilities and services. And then underline reasonably achievable accommodations. Because that's the kind of terminology that they use.
What page is this on?
210.
Oh, okay. I was ahead of myself.
It's under the section of Americans with Disabilities Act. Third paragraph, you're highlighting once again, Title III of the ADA prohibits discrimination in commercial buildings. Need to know. And then the first sentence in the next paragraph about existing structures requiring reasonably achievable accommodations to provide access to the facilities and services. So the ADA prevents discrimination against who?
American with disability.
People with disabilities, okay? It's not just for Americans, it's anybody with disabilities. All right. Now, on the next page, 211, underneath the bullet points, highlight handicap parking spaces for people with disabilities can be set aside where appropriate, depending on what your local zoning rules are and where the building is and all that. This could vary greatly from town to town. If you need to require this, ramping and all that other stuff, okay. Right now, my school's on a second floor. So I'm upstairs above a warehouse right now until I relocate. And so do I have to make this reasonably, do I have to make this handicap accessible? Well, no, because I got this one narrow stairwell going all the way up. No room to put a ramp in and too steep for a ramp. putting in an elevator would require major retrofit to the building and at a great expense, so I wouldn't have to do that. So therefore, a lot of the other things associated with it, I'm relieved of, because I don't have to do those things because of all the massive changes that it would require. All right, so with rental referral agencies, remember this one from way back when, chapter 3 maybe, chapter 2, I think it was.
Yeah.
Rental referral agencies, how often do they need to check to see if a property is still available? Because you can't advertise a property, do the false advertising unless the property actually is.
Every 3 days.
3 days.
If it's listed
If it's listed
every day,
every
every
3 days,
day,
if you
3 days,
advertise it every day.
every 3.
Yeah, and I just give Best Rent NJ here. I'm not trying to market them. You know, if I had another agency, I'd put that there. You know, it's just, there's like, they're the only one I know the name of off the top of my head. I know there's a couple of other ones as well, but anyway, that's a specialization. That's a niche, whatever. All right. Rent control laws are set by every municipality or by each municipality, and not all municipalities have rent control laws. Rent control laws are one of those double-edged swords, though, and I'll explain why in a moment. They're laws that are put in place to prevent slumlords from taking advantage of tenants or bad landlords from taking advantage of tenants by charging them crazy late fees if they want to get them out, or you know, doing all kinds of extreme things to get them out if they want to get someone else in there, and all kinds of other issues, or if they don't want to do repairs. It controls raising the rents, charging late fees, evictions, etc. But rent control laws are that double-edged sword because if you guys are out looking for properties for investors or new investors or somebody who wants to be a landlord, and you find them a good property, it's priced good. Wow, those rents are under market. The rents in the area are much higher than this. You could always raise the rents. Be careful what you say. You better first check to see if there's rent control in that town. If there's rent control in that town, they may not be able to raise the rents. Or if they do raise the rents, they may be restricted in how much they can and how often they can. So this may be the reason why the seller is selling to begin with. Rent control is one of those situations where a well-intentioned law is put in black and white. And when something is put in black and white, there's no in between. So some property owners may have issues on maintaining their properties, especially on older properties. I mean, you get an investor, a landlord, they want to keep their property in good condition. They want to maintain their property. They want to have good tenants and get good rents, right? They may not be trying to price gouge their tenants, though, and they just want a nice property. But these well-intentioned rent control laws to try to prevent the slumlords and bad landlords may be disenfranchising the good ones as well, who are just trying to maintain their property. Older buildings may require more repairs, but if they can't raise the rents accordingly, then they may not be collecting enough money in rent just to maintain the building, let alone to earn a living on it. So it's a double-edged sword in that regard, that they're kind of getting forced into becoming a slumlord. If you can't collect enough money to maintain the building, what are you going to do? Keep it at a loss? So then they may at some point try to dump it. So be careful as a real estate agent when you're seeing a building that's priced well and the rents are kind of low, because there may be a reason for it. Don't say, oh, you could always raise the rents, because they may not be able to. All right. There may be other issues. You got to check if there's rent control in that town first. Okay. So you see how sometimes laws, somebody should make a law against those bad landlords. Well, they did. But now there's no in between. This is the law, you follow it or you don't. Can't raise the rents. Oh, what about people with older buildings that are charging low rents to begin with? They can't raise the rents now, or they can only raise it a minimal amount. Then there's a problem here. A lot of times these buildings start crumbling and falling apart. And so in towns with rent controls, only if it's a new construction is it worth investing in them. Otherwise, those older buildings, it's more of a headache than it's worth getting involved in the rent control towns. So, and you wonder why some towns becoming, just for lack of a better word, a shithole, right? Because rent control laws, even though they're well-meaning, you could see how it could prevent the landlord from maintaining their buildings. All right. So eviction in a condominium conversion. Who cannot be evicted from a condo conversion? We also had this in that earlier chapter 2 or 3 as well. Who cannot be evicted from a condo conversion? Those persons 62 or older. If their income's less than
disability.
$50,000, those, yes, 62 and older, or persons with disabilities whose income is less than 3 times their per county capita average, or in any case, no more than $50,000 a year, and they lived there for at least 2 years before the conversion began, then they cannot be evicted as tenants. Landlord has to allow them to remain as tenants for up to 40 more years if they meet all of these criteria. And then you can't evict them till they're 102, right? 62 plus 40 is 102. I keep saying this story just so you remember how old it is. Is it people 65 or 62? 62, because that's 102.
What if the person is 70 years old and they make enough over 50?
Then they can be evicted. It's on. You have to meet all
They
these.
have disability.
You got to meet all these criteria, all of them. If you're disabled and you're making more than $50,000 a year, you can be evicted. If you're 62 and older, and you make over $50,000 a year, or have been there for less than 2 years, you can be evicted, so that the owner can convert it to condos and sell the units instead of keeping them as rentals. You have to meet all 3 of these criteria. You have to meet all the following requirements. Live there for at least 2 years before the conversion began. Be 62 or older, or disabled, certain disabled persons. And your income's less than 3 times the county's per capita income, or in any case, no more than $50,000 a year. If you meet all of those.
What if they tell you they're making 1 year more than 50, and then next year they're making less, but they don't record it? They don't tell you.
Well, you got to go. You got to go by whatever is reported on taxes. Okay.
So the landlord can ask for a tax return every year if they.
Well, how could you know what their income is? Find out to figure out if there's a tenant that you want to rent to. You could ask. You could try to get their debt. You could try to calculate their debt to income ratio, finding out what their income and their expenses are. Okay. How do you find out what their income or expenses are?
Return, right?
Or their pay stubs.
Mm-hmm.
You have a renter's application. You could contact their employers. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can. The tenant's going to be secretive with you about stuff you're going to need to rent to them. Yeah, they're kind of sketchy. But this is for buildings where you already got the tenants there. The tenant wants to make an issue with the state that they don't want to get evicted. They need to prove to the state that they're not making $50,000 or more a year. Think the state has access to those records?
Yes.
Yes.
Eviction. All right. Let's start off with this one, constructive eviction. This is different than actual eviction, which is an action taken by the landlord that we're going to go over. Let's start off with constructive eviction. This is an action taken by the tenants to legally terminate a lease early. if the landlord fails to provide basic services or make essential repairs when there are uninhabitable conditions. The roof is leaking, there's mold, toxic mold there. There's issues that pose a hazard to the health or safety of the people that are there. And the landlord's failing to make basic repairs. For the heat system, the heating system's not working. Okay, when a landlord fails to make basic repairs, okay, the tenant first has to notify the landlord that there's a problem. And if they fail to fix it, if they don't fix it, the tenant can vacate, moving out, then stop paying rent, then notify the landlord that they're terminating the lease early due to constructive eviction. So you have to vacate, move out, then stop paying rent. You don't stop paying rent before you move out, okay? It has to be done in a certain order. And then the tenant can notify the landlord they're terminating the lease early due to constructive eviction. I have a note here. Always seek legal advice before taking any action or before you guys give advice to tenants. Always let them know, but make sure you check with an attorney first because I don't want to give you the wrong advice. Don't do anything until you check with an attorney first, okay? But you have an option of something called constructive eviction. Just check with an attorney first. I stress check with an attorney first, okay? Now, the landlord, if that's the case, then the landlord has to return all the security deposits to the tenant. And they cannot hold it hostage. They have to return it because this is a way for the tenant to legally terminate their lease early. Let me see if I got I got an example of this. Hold on. I had a tenant. I had a landlord that I got him he had an old building in Edison that this guy's a landlord. He had an old building and a one-family house that's actually grandfathered and zoned that it can be used as a two-family house because the basement was finished out and there was an external door going to the basement with a little stairwell going to the basement. And it was grandfathered because it was used as a two-family before Edison had zoning laws that would not allow that to be considered a rental of a two-family. All right. So this house was grandfathered in that it could still be used as a two-family house. And so he wanted me to get him a renter. I was like, okay. So I listed the property, the property was empty. I got one person to rent the first and second floor of this Cape Cod style house. And the basement was set up as a separate rental. So I got somebody else. This was a young girl, a single new mom. She had a newborn baby and she was going to be living there in the basement unit apartment. It was in her price range. She liked it. So she ended up moving in there. Now, a couple months later, I get a call from her. She's like, Victor, I don't know what to do. She's like, listen, the landlord's really good at communication, but he doesn't like talking on the phone. He likes to communicate through text or email, and he's really good at communicating that way. However, I'm having a problem, and he's not answering me. He's totally ignoring me. I know he's getting my messages. What do I do? Well, I said, well, what is the problem? And she said, well, I first noticed this when I was bathing my baby in the tub, okay? When you bathe the baby in the tub, you don't just put the baby in a tub. They got those little plastic tubs that you put inside the sink or inside the tub and you wash them in that, right? So she's like, I was bathing my baby in the tub. She had a little plastic tub inside the tub. And she's like, every time the tenants upstairs go to the bathroom and flush the toilet, it comes out in my tub. Oh, that's disgusting. Would you agree that could be an uninhabitable condition?
Yes.
Yes.
I would say so. That's disgusting. And if he's not answering me, I don't know about you guys, I would be pissed off.
I would be out.
Not just me, but this is a baby and a newborn, and the guy is just like totally ignoring her. And she knows he's getting the messages. She sent a bunch of them. So I was like, well, can you document, can you prove that you sent these messages to him, that he received them? And she's like, yeah, I could, I have all that. I could print it out from my cell phone. I could print it out from my email. Yeah, I can. I was like, okay, then this is what you should do. I said, I'm going to give you some advice here, but this is legal advice. So do not do anything until you first talk to an attorney. I'm going to give you the phone number of an attorney to call. Just make sure that you contact him before you take any action, because this is legal advice, and I don't want to get you in trouble and have you do things in the wrong order. Okay. So I told her, so this is the steps that you got to take. Do you have anybody that you could temporarily move in with? And she's like, yeah, I got a girlfriend I can move in with for a little while. I was like, okay, so move out of that apartment, get all your stuff, move out. And then after you move out, then and only then stop paying rent. Don't stop paying rent until after you move out. I stressed that to her. So I said, but before you do this, I was like, go down to the city. In Edison, it's the health department that manages the rentals. So I said, go down to the health department and file a complaint with them. And then move your stuff out, and then stop paying rent, and then notify the landlord you're terminating the lease early due to constructive eviction. And then that's a legal way for you to get out of the lease, and he has to return to you all your security deposits. He can't keep it hostage. All right. And so she was, I gave her the number of an attorney that would listen to her and give her advice. I said, just tell him I called. You know, she called him up, and he said, yeah, that I gave her the right advice to do things in the right order. So she did it. She went down to the health department, and they were like, oh, yeah, well, she was like, they were looking up the address, and they saw the name. They were like the girl said, one of the girls in the back said to another that they're like, oh, this is Chester. It's Chester's property. And they're like, oh, they're like, that guy, he doesn't do anything until we force him to, you know? So basically he's a slumlord. Okay. So basically this guy, he has this property. This is the house, right? And the house is, you got the ground level here. Here's the basement apartment down here. He had this little doorway set up here on the side of the house that you walk into this doorway, and then there's stairs here that lead down to the basement. All right. And that's the entrance to get down there. All right. And then you got people living up here. So every time that they flush the toilet, let's say this is the main sewer pipe. Every time they flush the toilet, then it goes out here. Then from this point, this is the street, and this is the city's property beyond this point. So every time they flushed the toilet, it came down. What happened was his main sewer pipe collapsed, like right there on his property, not on the city's area. So the homeowner is responsible for any tree roots or whatever it is that caused this pipe to collapse. Okay. I know he didn't have a tree there, but he used to. So they still have those tree roots down there that still could be digging at it. But I don't know what happened, but the old pipes, sometimes made out of clay, they just fall apart and crumble over the years. Okay. So either way, that sewer pipe collapsed. So every time they flushed the toilet, the water would basically rush down the pipe, hit this blockage, and then back up to the lowest point, which would be the tub in the basement. So that's why she was getting that stuff backing up into her basement. That's disgusting. And this is a problem that can be easy enough fixed. You get somebody that comes in, they dig the hole in the ground, they cut out this pipe here, and they replace this area of pipe. It would have cost the guy probably about $2,500 to get done. He didn't want to spend that kind of money. So he was trying to hold off on it as long as he could. Obviously, for somebody who's living here, you can't hold off on this. This is disgusting. Would you want to live like that? So this is definitely a condition that I would say falls in the category of uninhabitable, right? So because of that, that was constructive eviction. And so this is an action taken by the tenant to legally terminate the lease early, that she did it. And that's one example. Other examples of constructive eviction could be failure to maintain heating systems, or constructive eviction can also be an illegal action taken by the landlord. When it's done by a tenant, it's because there's a problem with the construction there. But this could also be an illegal action taken by the tenant, or taken by the landlord. Let me see if I can find rental topics. Constructive eviction. You could get a landlord that refuses to make repairs because they want a tenant out, and basically forcing that tenant to evict themselves out of your property because they're refusing to do work. All right. Now, that wasn't the case in this case. The guy was just cheap. Now, but you could get landlords that want tenants out, so they know there's a problem. They're refusing to fix it because they want a tenant out. That wasn't this guy's case, because this guy actually ended up calling me and demanding, check this out, check out the balls on this guy. He called me up demanding that I return the commission to him because the tenant that I got him there for a 1-year lease did not remain there for the full 1-year lease. So he wanted the commission back. Now, he didn't know that I knew that I was communicating with her and I knew what was going on. So I was like, well, hold on a second. First of all, I was like, I was talking to this girl, just so that you know. I've been talking to this girl and she's been telling me everything that's going on here. I was like, and shame on you. I mean, she's there with a newborn baby, and they got urine and feces backing up in this tub. How do you imagine you trying to shower and that's happening? I was like, that's freaking disgusting. And she's been contacting you and you've been ignoring her. I was like, that's disgusting. You know, you're a bad landlord for that. He's like, well, I want my commission back and I'm going to sue you unless you give. I was like, first of all, let's stop right there. When did I earn my commission? I earned my commission once I produced a ready, willing, and able tenant. We got the city inspections. You gave her the keys. She gave you the money. I earned my commission. Now it's a landlord-tenant issue, buddy, right? So he tried, well, I'm going to sue. You know, he keeps forcing the sue thing, thinking he's going to intimidate me because this guy was also a lawyer. Go figure, you know. So even he should have known even better, you know. But he's trying to, you know, people sometimes they hope that you're ignorant and that you're going to be scared. I knew when I earned my commission, and it's a landlord-tenant issue now, buddy. Right? I produced my ready, willing, and able tenant. Got the city inspections. You got the money. She got the keys. Landlord-tenant issue. Now you're going to demand the commissions back, or you're going to sue me? I said, first of all, you know what? Don't contact me anymore with any more of your properties. I said, to me, you're a scumbag of a human being. You are a slumlord, and I don't want to deal with your BS anymore. And he's like, I'm going to, I clicked, hung up on him. You know, I knew he was going to start talking about suing again, you know. He was yelling about suing, so I hung up on him. Never heard from him again. Why? Because I knew I was in the right. He knew that he didn't have a chance in hell. He was just trying to throw his weight around and intimidate and scare me with that, the lawsuit stuff. So no, it helps to know your business, right? So anyway, here's a little story here. It talks about constructive eviction rules for landlords and tenants. This article is an article that I read from an attorney's law site I found in New Jersey that talks about how landlords use constructive eviction to try to intimidate or scare tenants by not doing the work to try to get them out of the house when there's damages. Well, now, sometimes it's because maybe the landlord doesn't have the money to do the damages, so they rather to do the repairs, so they rather not do the repairs. Other, you know, like if there's a major storm or something like that did a lot of damage to the property. I can understand that, but still, you're renting to a tenant. You know, where does that leave the tenant? You got to do the repairs or let them out of that lease. But you got to try to do the repairs, claim it on your insurance. You know, get the work done. All right. So we're still here. You can see that. Okay. There's another article I have pertaining to constructive eviction on realtor.com or the public's website. A rental gone very, very wrong. Okay. So most renters hear about the regular eviction when tenants do damages, right? They violate the terms of their lease. But a common way for a landlord to attempt to force tenants out would be by failing to provide heat in the winter. As an example, that would be constructive eviction. A tenant can't live that way. So a landlord can try to force a tenant to basically evict themselves and want to leave, which that's violating the tenant's rights though, isn't it? They have the right to have to have heat, all right? So a landlord can't use constructive eviction as a way of intimidation to get the tenant out. All right, I got a bunch of other rental things here. Landlord abuses. Yeah. Landlords cannot just enter your unit. We didn't get into this stuff at all, but these are issues. Look, there's News 12 News. Oh my God, the story's gone. I got to do screen prints of these stories or print them out into PDFs so I could keep them when I see them. All right. The landlord was going through the landlord, even though they got the key and they have to have the key to your unit, you can't change the key without giving the landlord a copy of it. They need it for emergencies. Look at this. A maintenance worker caught going through the woman's underwear drawer. Okay. You know, you got the property manager or whatever. Here's another one. The Section 8 landlord demanded sex from renters. I think we already went over that one in one of the discrimination chapter 4. But you know, landlords, even though they got the keys, they can't just enter that apartment anytime they want. The tenant has the right. You know, when they signed that lease, the landlord is turning over their rights to occupy those premises to the tenant. So the landlord's not allowed just to enter the tenant's property now without their permission. They can only do that in cases of emergency or when they schedule it with the tenant and the tenant's okay with it. You know, I mean, I've come across situations before where you had tenants, you know, they're taking a shower, they come out of the shower and the landlord's there in their apartment. You know, what the hell is going on? You know, they're not allowed to enter that apartment, even though they got the keys. That's called the police. That's breaking and entry. It's illegally entering someone else's apartment. All right. But then again, you also have nightmare tenants. Here's some cases. Let me see. HOA, landlord rights and responsibilities. Okay. The tenant's right to court process. You know, the tenant cannot just be evicted. We're going to get into in a little while now. There are certain circumstances where a tenant can be evicted. You can't just evict a tenant because you don't want them there. You need a reason to evict a tenant. A landlord has to renew a tenant's lease unless they have just cause not to. And look, even tenants' rights in foreclosed property, the tenant still has a right. They have a lease there, and the bank or the new owner to the property has to honor that lease. So we're going to go over some of these. I just have a resource here. Here's some reasons. The only grounds for eviction in New Jersey, it states the law here. And there's a lot of reasons here, everything from human trafficking to not paying the rent because of a rent increase to what have you. And there's certain guidelines. If a tenant is going to be evicted by a landlord, the landlord has to give that tenant a notification that they're going to advance notice that they want them out. Except for what reason? Except for what cause? What's the only cause that a landlord doesn't need to give a notice to a tenant to start eviction on them?
Tenancy at sufferance.
What
They don't pay rent.
They don't pay rent, non-payment of rent. Okay, they're not paying rent. then whether they got a lease or they don't, if they're not paying rent, the landlord doesn't need to give them a reason. They just can evict them, right? Here, let's see, serial tenants. Let's see what's going on here.
So why should you not be an Amazon store owner?
I don't know.
Well, here's a new.
Hold on one second. I don't want that.
And another.
Skip the ad. Skip the ad. Sorry about that. Serial squatters cost homeowners thousands of dollars.
I like to call them serial squatters. That's what they do. There's a North Texas couple out there tonight playing a very aggravating game of cat and mouse with other people's homes. They move in and then refuse to move out, owing homeowners tens of thousands of dollars.
Our consumer justice investigator, Kristen Severance, joining us right now.
I've dealt with a tenant like this before. There's tenants out there that they know their rights, you know, especially if you get one of these that are a young single mother, especially around the holiday seasons. Oh, you're not going to kick us out on the street. I mean, my baby, we got nowhere to go. And they plead their case like that to a court. And of course, a judge isn't going to want to put them out on the street. So they give them more and more time to be there. And they play this for as long as they can. They set court dates to get them out. And when they set those court dates, then the tenant will they stretch out those court dates, they cancel it. I couldn't make it on that date, so they try to get it rescheduled. And they stretch out this time, which is just more and more time that they get to live there, and they play the system.
You have spent months working on this story.
Yeah, I'm going to introduce you to Heather and William Schwab. Court records show that they've been getting evicted since 2005. They were kicked out of 8 homes just in the last 2 years. And we found they keep moving into nicer and more expensive places.
I spent 2 hours with them.
Christine Reddick was trying to find the perfect family to rent her late father's home. She thought Heather and William Eric Schwab were it.
And that's how important this was. We did one of these for hours. It's not like, here's your keys, come on in.
She says everything on their application checked out, from salary to rental history.
How much was rent a month? It was over 2.
Right away, the rent check bounced and the excuses started.
Can't talk. Eric's grandmother died. CPS is coming over. I got fired at my job. You can only go so far with a story. I was born at night, not last night.
Christine started the eviction process.
There's a process, and the weird thing is it protects them or buys them more time.
The Schwabs moved in July and were kicked out 5 months later.
They were stuck.
And listen, this may not be in New Jersey, but look, New Jersey is a tenant rights state. So tenants do have all the rights. So that I could see New Jersey being just as similar as this.
Everywhere. They smoked in the house. My pool was now a Mountain Dew green.
They still owe her more than $7,000. Christine, a realtor, said they lied on their application.
Nobody in their right mind would lease to somebody with all those evictions.
And this is a realtor who was renting her own house to these people.
She had no idea the Schwabs had been doing this for years. Court records show they were evicted at least 14 times before moving into Christine's home.
Wow.
Former landlords say they use fake information to get in and work the system to stay as long as possible without paying. And they bring several kids and pets along with them.
What I don't understand is how?
Records show the Schwabs were evicted 2 more times before moving into Dustin and Arlene Harrison's home in Carrollton.
They made it a big deal, like, hey, it's Thanksgiving, we just need to get in real quick, and just seem like good guys, good people, to be honest.
The Schwabs claim they were military veterans, just like the Harrisons, and small business owners.
They own their own collection agency.
The first check was no good.
But they're already in.
They claim that they own their own collection agency. Look at that. The scammers are born every day. There's all kinds out there, guys, and they could look honest. They could talk the game. They could have the paperwork, and still they could be, like this. You got to do background checks for these tenants. You got to look up eviction records. See if any of these landlords did not rush the process and they actually did a background search for court eviction records. They would have caught this.
But that's a part of their thing.
Dustin said he kept covering rent, giving them more time.
I'm just a good old East Texas boy. I'll help you out.
Then the Harrisons started getting foreclosure notices.
We were paying a mortgage on a home that they were just squatting in.
The Harrisons tried to evict the Schwabs themselves, but quickly learned
These people know more than we do. So I contacted a lawyer.
I like to call them serial squatters. And that's what they do.
the Harrisons hired attorney Mark Gerling. Gerling knew the Schwabs. He had just evicted them from a home in Louisville.
They know eviction law in some cases, as well as many attorneys.
The Schwabs were kicked out of the Harrisons' home 7 months after moving in.
The animals peed everywhere. It was really gross.
It was horrible.
And thanks to the Schwabs, their credit was now horrible too.
I don't know if we should tell you credit score, but we were 780, 530.
The Schwabs left the Harrisons' home and moved into a house a mile away.
And even worse, they could be costing these homeowners their home, because when they're not paying the rent, how is the homeowner who is renting this house to them now paying their own mortgage? They can't. If they don't have all this extra money just sitting around, they can't continue just paying rent for somebody else. And they could, get their credit destroyed like these poor people, or even worse, have their homes lost. I've had situations before where I had a guy, he bought a house as an investor to fix it and flip it. And it was a 2-family house. Actually, he bought it to fix it and not flip it, but to fix it and to rent it out and to have a rental property. His first rental property, yay! He started out with 2 shitty tenants who neither one of them paid him rent, and they were both destroying the house. He got one tenant out. The other tenant, they ended up not being able to pay the utilities either. So what they did is the landlord kept the utilities on in the other unit just to make sure that the pipes don't freeze and stuff like that. They went and they rewired the house so that the electrical goes to their unit, so that the gas gets rerouted to their unit. They're not always that lazy. When you get scammers out there and people like this that are, if criminals like this took that effort to get a damn job, they would be pretty successful in life if they put as much effort into actually working than scamming people and screwing people over.
They were evicted. They moved 0.9 miles from that home and were evicted again.
These people are chronically just victimizing, and no one's holding them accountable.
We found the Schwabs had moved into a gated community in Frisco. They were living in this $450,000 home, got evicted, and moved 0.3 miles away to another home in the same development. We tracked down Heather outside of court on a bad check charge. I'd like to talk to you about all your evictions. We found at least 20 over the last 17 years. First, she claimed ignorance.
What are you talking about?
Well, you and your husband, you don't pay rent, and you keep going into more expensive homes when you owe thousands of dollars in back rent.
No idea what you're talking about.
Then she said it was another Heather Schwab.
Well, I know there's another Heather Schwab, in fact, in the same court I am. So
no, it's definitely you. We've been investigating this for months.
For months? I cannot help you.
But you're the one who did it.
Ma'am, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Here, let's go over all of these landlords.
Well,
Christine Reddick, Matthew Laubert.
I've got an appointment.
Do you plan on paying any of this rent?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Heather.
Now, excuse me.
About a month after Heather and I talked, the Schwabs were getting evicted again.
I'm just still in shock.
Chrissy Merrill said Heather and William owe them at least $4,000.
I think it's criminal to move into a house knowing you have no intentions of paying rent.
Their attorney is Jeff Sprigg.
The Schwabs like to game the system.
Sprigg, too, had just evicted the Schwabs.
They know what to look for. They know who their victims are going to be.
In court fighting the eviction, William Schwab said they were too poor to pay, and they only made $3,500 a month. Sprigg showed the judge their W-2, which shows they made more than $15,000 a month. Days after that court appearance, they were evicted in the beginning of October.
The whole house is missing smoke detectors, trash.
They make $15,000 a month, and they're going through all this so that they don't have to pay rent and they could keep that extra money. Why judges don't order the money taken from their bank accounts?
I think this is dog poop.
They moved from the Merrills to a $473,000 4-bedroom located just 10 homes away. If you could say something to the Schwabs, what would you say?
How do you sleep at night?
So the homeowner in their new place is currently trying to evict them. That homeowner hired attorney Jeff Sprigg, who told us that the Schwabs will sometimes target homes that are for sale. They say they're going to buy the place and pay rent until closing. That way they don't have to go through any background check or fill out a rental
I'm
application.
going to echo what every one of you are probably feeling right now. And that is we have zero vested interest in these properties and blood is boiling. How do they get away with this?
Everybody wants to know, right? How do they keep doing this? Well, everyone that we talked to told us it's civil, not criminal. We talked to a lawmaker trying to change that. We'll explain how he wants to stop these serial squatters. We'll have that part of that story tomorrow.
You'd think there'd be something to stop them, but apparently at the moment there's not.
Right, and they don't care about civil. They don't care about judgments or.
Cannot wait for tomorrow night.
Oh my
Follow us.
gosh.
Thank
Yes.
You bet.
Wow.
That's crazy. But that's an example how sometimes tenants know how to game the system, and the landlord ends up holding the foot in the bill for it, and sometimes they lose their homes. The example,
So is it possible that they can get the money back? They ever?
well, like I said, it's civil. It's a civil matter. They would have to sue them, chase after them. Well, you got to know where they live now. You got to keep chasing after them, find out where the hell they're living now, serve them with court papers, have a court case with them, get a judgment against them. And it's one thing getting a judgment. That's a piece of paper that says you owe me money. It's another thing getting them to pay it.
But if they're making that much money, why don't they deduct it from their pay?
They're crooks.
And how do you stop?
They're
How do you stop people doing that?
well, change the laws, make it illegal.
Sign a petition, get your Congress people to create.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
and in states, New Jersey's one of them. New Jersey's one of these states where it's especially when it comes to residential real estate, it's tenants' rights. The tenants have all the rights. All right.
What about condominium?
Well, same thing. Doesn't matter where they're living if they're not paying it. Tenants still have all the rights. For eviction. If they're living in a condo, the only thing a condo can do is cut off their access to the pool or the tennis court. Or access. That's about it.
So one way to verify is their tax return. Is that valid enough?
Tax returns, pay stubs.
But that's not even enough because in this case showed that
References, employer, contacting the employer, contacting previous landlords, or you could have a service do that for you too. And you know what? Eviction. These people have been evicted multiple times. If you checked court records, you could do a tenant screening check, a tenant background check.
Where do you do that?
There's services that you could purchase this from, the tenant screening services. And look, even some of the credit reporting agencies have tenant screening services that you could sign up for. Now, each tenant, they would pay a fee. You pass that fee on to the tenant to run their credit, as well as do the criminal background check, it would do a criminal background check and also check the courts for previous evictions. It would cross-check them on sex offender lists and all kinds of stuff like that. Although in New Jersey, our legislators here are trying to currently pass a law that would prevent a landlord from taking into consideration people that are on sex offenders list and not renting to them. All right. And the same thing for
That's kind of messed up. What if you're in a childhood family neighborhood and they come in? That's a problem.
Well, you got to argue the politicians that you're voting into office time and time again here in New Jersey. They also tried passing a law. It got knocked down the first time, but I don't see that they don't try introducing again. They're talking about introducing legislation to also not to make it illegal for checking into. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. This wasn't for renters. This was for employers to check the criminal history of people, which is kind of ridiculous. Certain jobs you would want to know if the people that you're hiring are criminals or not, doing background checks. I mixed up the topics there. That's not for the rent.
Do you have like a link that you can provide, like a good tenant screening?
Well, there's a landlord screening services, tenant screening services. There's There's a bunch of links that I do have.
Any of them are accurate?
I don't
They're-
have them here in this browser. I
No,
have
but
them.
any of them that pop up, they're good.
I'm sorry.
Any of them that pop up that are decent,
Well, I have a list of them. I just go to.
reliable. The key is to finding the reliable one that can give you more accurate information, because I have property that I'm looking to rent.
Okay, they all check the history on it. They all check the public records, you know. But if you're a landlord and you have properties that you regularly rent, there's one from Experian, I think it is. They have a tenant screening service. Wait, is it Experian? No, I think it may be TransUnion. I got to take a look at my links. I could, if you send me an email and request it, I could send it. I could send you the list of those, a bunch of landlord screening tenant services or background check services. But there's one from one of the, it's either Experian or TransUnion, I believe, where you could set up your property. You could set up a profile page for your property, and the score that you want your tenant to have. It's called a tenant grading system instead of a background search. So basically they would do the credit check. They would check the current employment and verify the employment. They would check the criminal records, eviction history, sex offenders lists, all that. And you could put how much weight you want in different topics, what kind of credit scores you're looking for, what kind of debt to income ratio you're looking at. That you prefer, and then they will put all that stuff together, and then they would give that tenant a grade from A to F, you know, and then the landlord can decide from there if they want to rent to them. All right, so that's one that's called a tenant scoring system instead of a tenant screening or tenant background check. It's a tenant scoring system. Now, that's becoming popular. There's a couple services out there, but you could set one up for each property that you own. And then this way you would have a link. And if you have a vacancy and you got a tenant, you just send that tenant the link. They register, they create the profile, they pay the tenant screening service directly, so you don't even have to do it. And then it's verified, and then they send the report card or the final report to the landlord once it's done, once that tenant screening is done.
So
don't
give them the link to go to.
Hold on, Renata, don't send to me here. Send me an email, Victor@Career Path Academy, and ask for that. And I mean, it's such a big list of them that I have. I could give you just a couple of top ones too, but send me an email asking for it, and then I'll send it to you there. Okay. If everybody here wants it, then just hang tight, and I'll add it to the to our links list. Okay. I don't know if it's on there already. I don't think it is, but it's called Tenant Screening Services. Let's see, your tenant background checks. And you could also subscribe to things like MrLandlord.com, and they have lists like that as well, or services like that as well. Yeah, I don't have the tenant screening link here. Let me see if I got Mr. Landlord. No. All right. Yeah, I'll add it to that to our class links list. Okay. Let me just make a little notation about it. Tenant screening list. Because typically real estate agents just check credit scores. They have credit checking services, but it's good to do background checks and things like that. And when you judge a tenant, you don't judge them by their credit score alone. You should actually, what makes more of a difference, even more than the credit score, because somebody got to have still have a decent credit score. You got to look at their income versus their income versus their debts to get a good picture of their ability to pay to start with, and then the background checks and all that other stuff is additional. Now,
And they're pretty accurate as far as the information.
Yeah, they check public records. You know, so whatever's in the public record, they could check. Yep. And then they also contact the employers and the references that are listed on the application.
Who contacts the employers and
the service that you're paying?
Oh, really? They do actually contact?
Yes, that's what you're paying for. Then did you guys know that there's like these Airbnb services out there where people can rent their properties?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Now you got to be careful when doing Airbnb services like that. There's always a risk involved for the landlords that want to do them. But did you guys know this? Here's something new. I just wanted to bring it up. I could understand how this could be interesting and a neat idea, but at the same token, it could also be a huge risk. There is a new service out there called Swimply, where people actually Airbnb the pool in their backyard. They rent out their pool to other people who don't have pools. Let's take a look at this really quick, and then we'll move on
Hi, it's Sam Barker here from the
Yeah,
Motley
good for you,
Fool.
Sam.
Is that even legal?
What, for you to rent out your pool? Apparently.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like 100 degrees and it's humid. Sounds like the perfect weather for some water. But for some people, a backyard oasis isn't an option.
I use it less nowadays than I used to.
Michael White put his pool in 15 years ago. He says he's gotten some great use out of it, but now he's hoping to turn his paradise into profit.
It's a resource that I have sitting here that I never really considered taking advantage of fiscally because, like, how do you do that?
It's called Swimply. The underlying idea to swim, well, simply. The brand new website launched just weeks ago and the app came out today.
I've told a couple of friends about it. They're like, what is that? And I'm like, it's like Airbnb for pools. And they're like,
when I heard this, all I thought about was the lawsuits that are coming. Somebody gets hurt, they get paralyzed, they trip and fall. What the hell? There's going to be a lawsuit involved. What if, and they're renting this, what about them getting changed? Where are they getting changed? They don't have access to the house. What if they got to go to the bathroom? Now you're going to have people going to a bathroom in your pool or your backyard?
oh, get it. Okay.
Swimply allows you to post your backyard pool online for complete strangers to rent by the hour. White says he hasn't had a visitor just yet,
I think it's probably because it's just so new that nobody's heard of it.
but he thinks soon it'll make a splash.
I'll give anything a chance and see how it happens. There's clearly an opportunity for a lot of people to get into it. I think this is the first one. You know, this is the Airbnb.
Or take another look at it. I mean, I see so many potential problems. What about the creeper that's got the home with the pool? What's he gonna be staring at the chicks with the bikinis there in the backyard? I mean, that would be uncomfortable doing this, renting someone else's pool and going to their house that I don't know just to use their pool. Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of possible negatives to this, but then again, I could see that people don't care and people do things like that. May take advantage of this.
There's already several in the Houston area, and Swimply says dozens more come online nationwide every day. And when it comes to safety and liability, Swimply says they have almost every pool inspected before it's posted. Renters sign a built-in waiver that won't hold parties liable for accidents, and they hope to soon add the option of insurance. White says his pool and hot tub comes with floats, a barbecue pit, even a workout bench. He knows it's not the nicest available, but his ace in the hole is closeness to downtown hotspots.
They had like a tennis court, a basketball court, a jumpy house, and it was like, and I'm like, yeah, but you're in Katy.
Standing for Houston, Janelle Blita, KHOU 11 News. Hey, now there's.
All right, that's you know what? Hey, the people who come up with the idea for the app, it's kind of like an Uber, right? You're using other people's property to make money, other people's services to make money. It's a good idea for the application makers, but for the homeowners, I see a lot of risk involved. I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze on that one, but I could see people taking advantage of it, and you can see that there's a lot of people adding to it because I'm seeing a lot of news stories on this too. Here's another one pertaining to that. I had three on here, 3 links.
If you're not using Ride for project
I had 3 links on this and just want to try to find the ones that are talking about the details of it a little bit more. Is this the same one? Let's find out.
It feels like 100 degrees and it's humid.
Nah, that's the same story. Looks like I clicked on. Yeah.
Hey, Wilfred, well said. Look, talk about timing. This company launched 2 years ago, but has grown over 2,000% this year. Look,
So people are taking advantage of it.
largely due to COVID. It's pretty simple, like VRBO or Airbnb. Swimply is a site that helps you rent a private home pool or rent out your own home pool. With so many public pools closed across the country, people are desperate and willing to pay by the hour to get out of the heat. For owners, they can make much needed cash, which some are now using to pay their mortgages. At first, there was some safety concern, but that is no more.
The CDC declared from day one that pools are safe. They're outdoor, and the chlorine does mitigate the virus. So now our pools are coming back online, and especially now people need the money.
Now, the price per hour can range anywhere from $15 to $300, depending on the location and the pool amenities. Most people do not offer bathroom access. Swimply handles the bookings and payment and takes a 15% service fee for that. Swimply raised just over $1 million in funding at the start, according to Weinberger, and had another round ready right before COVID hit. That then fell through, but now he says they are already profitable without that venture capital. So again, great timing if it's 100 degrees as it is today here in the DC
places
area.
like Texas.
I love this story, Dana. My first quick question is: are you using Swimply now to have a pool as your backdrop, or are we at Shea Olic right now?
No, we are not Shea
I don't know
Olic. We
what kind of
wish
idiocy
Shea
this guy's
Olic
talking
had a
about.
pool. Trust.
Anyway, there you go. There's just another idea about real estate. Keep you up on the hot topics, right? Okay, so continuing on with the book. Eviction is an action that's taken by the tenant, the constructive eviction, that's contrary to actual eviction. Actual eviction or suit for possession goes by several names. Actual eviction is an action taken by the landlord. So eviction is the legal process of removing a tenant by revoking the tenant's rights, because tenants have rights, and you gave them those rights when you signed a lease to them. So even if they're not paying their rent, they still have rights, and you got to take them to court and have the court revoke those rights. You can't go in there, grab them by their hair and pull them out in the street. Can't shut off services on them. You can't change locks on them by locking them out. You can't use force and intimidation to get rid of them, okay? It has to go through the legal process of eviction. Now, if a tenant breaches the terms of their lease, the landlord still has to go through the eviction process, all right? The landlord files for what's known as a summary or dispossess proceeding to try to dispossess the property from them to get it back, to regain possession. But a notice has to be given to the tenant before they could file for eviction. That's for any issue except for non-payment of rent. Non-payment of rent is the only time when no notice is required. All right. So if we, some of the causes for eviction, no payment for rent, then no notice is required. Every other issue requires proper notice to be served by the landlord. So service of process. So if a tenant is doing something wrong, like tenant's disorderly conduct, for example, you have to serve the tenant proper notice. Basically, here's your notice. Your disorderly conduct. The law requires X amount of time. If that time goes by, and let me try to find. Okay, tenant's disorderly conduct is 3 days notice in New Jersey. So if what they got to do is they got to serve them with proper notice. Here's your proper notice. You're in violation of disorderly conduct on the terms of the lease. Here's your notice. You come back 3 days later if they're still disorderly, or if you had any more disorderly complaints about them, then and only then can the landlord then file for eviction. Okay, so that's how you serve proper notice. Whatever the tenant is doing wrong, you serve them notice, wait whatever the required timeline is for various reasons. And then if they're still doing it, or if they're having fixed or repaired whatever it was that they did, then the landlord can move forward with eviction. When you go to courts, if anybody's ever gone to landlord-tenant court and just observed what's going on, listening to cases and such, it's good to do if you're not involved in it. You know, you go there and you just observe what's going on in the courtroom. You could get a gist of the processes and how they work, you could see one of the things that judges will usually ask in the other than the case of non-payment of rent, they start off by asking, was proper notice served? You're going to hear that time and time again. Was proper notice served? If it was for non-payment of rent. That's the first thing the judges start off with. Was proper notice served? How was it served? Okay, and then they move forward with the case. But if proper notice wasn't served, or they look at the judge like he's got three heads, they know that proper notice hadn't been served, and then the judge would kick the case out and tell the landlord to go do things the right way, the way the law requires them to do it. So any eviction for any purpose other than non-payment of rent, the landlord has to serve the tenant with proper notice. Okay, so on the right side, on page 213, here's for causes for eviction. This entire list here, pretty much the whole page of 213, is the reasons or causes and timelines that proper notice has to be served. And what I wrote above this list was just a little definition to me what it is. I wrote landlord's guide for giving tenant notice to quit before they could file for eviction. So this is basically the rules for landlords in New Jersey. I call it the landlord's guide. So if you're going to write it there on page 213 above causes for eviction, I wrote the landlord's guide for giving tenant notice to quit before they can file for eviction. So this is serving proper notice. So non-payment of rent, you could see no notice required. Disorderly conduct, 3 days notice. Destruction or damage to the premises due to tenant's gross negligence, 3 days notice. Tenant's continued violation of landlord's regulations, provided they were included in the lease or in some other document that the tenant accepted and signed, 1 month's notice required after a second notice to cease. So for all kinds of different reasons on this list, these are reasons that a tenant can evict a landlord can evict tenants for, but proper notice had to have been served first. Have any of you guys ever seen a show, it used to be on TV, it was a hit on Spike TV, called World's Worst Tenants? They're actually going to renew that show on television, but then something happened. There was a fight with one of the cast members and the crew, and so a lawsuit came about, and that put it off for a while. But unfortunately, they never came back on TV. But it was such a popular show because it was about real cases between landlords and tenants. Basically, landlords would hire these tenant landlord specialists. What they did is they were the mediators on issues. So if they needed to evict a tenant, they would go down, serve proper notice to them, come back and see what the issue is. They tried to mitigate problems, and it was quite entertaining because it was mainly extreme issues. This whole show is about extreme cases that they came across, and they're out there pretty good. You can look it up. You could see some of those old shows on YouTube. World's Worst Tenants, it was called. Yes.
You said a landlord's guide for giving tenant notice to quit before filing for eviction was the last part?
Correct. Just like it says right here on the slide. You see, any notice of violation leaves required landlord to serve proper notice before filing eviction. Okay, so actually no, it's not like it. So landlord's guide to give notice, tenant notice to quit before they can file for eviction. That's landlord's guide for giving tenant notice to quit before they can file for eviction. Okay, it's a pretty good guide right here. You know, so if you're a landlord, if you're going to get in property management, you may need to know this. All right. So let's do some highlighting here. On the top of page 212, the second paragraph, last line, highlight advance fees of more than $25. Regulations require deposits of funds in an escrow account. Anytime that a tenant gives a landlord or property manager money to hold the unit for them for whatever reason, any advanced fees of more than $25 has to be held in an escrow account, unless they're using it for the background checks, you know. Rent control, we already went over that. Eviction, go to eviction. In the second paragraph, highlight everything from the second line down. It basically talks about in condominium conversions who cannot be evicted. So where it says when property is being converted to a condominium, everything from that point to the end of the paragraph, highlight. Okay, you got that? Now, under constructive eviction, just below that, on the first line, towards the end of the line, just highlight the word constructive eviction, or you could highlight the title, constructive eviction. There we go. Just highlight the title, constructive eviction. Okay, and then we're gonna go to the third line and we're gonna highlight the premises become uninhabitable. A tenant may claim constructive eviction, move out, and cease paying rent. The tenant must vacate the property before claiming constructive eviction, and then highlight licensees should always recommend that the tenant consult an attorney first. Okay. So there you go. You got highlighted the premises become uninhabitable. The tenant may claim constructive eviction, move out, cease paying rent. The tenant must vacate the property before claiming constructive eviction. Licensee should always recommend that the tenant consult an attorney first. And that's different from the following thing, which I'm just going to have you highlight the title, suit for possession or actual eviction, which goes by the name suit for possession or summary proceeding. This is actual eviction, okay? Or a dispossessed proceeding. Summary proceeding is sometimes also referred to as a dispossessed proceeding. You do not need to know, you do not need to study these timelines for causes for eviction. All you need to know is that proper notice needs to be served, except before filing for eviction, except for one reason. That being?
Not paying rent.
Not paying rent. Okay. So now we're going to go over lease types. Okay. The different types of leases. We have, what we're talking about here when we're talking about types of leases, these aren't leasehold estates. These are the actual written leases themselves, which discusses payment and what's included. You could have a gross lease. So the leasehold estates describe what you're getting and what's the term of those leases, right? This is the types of leases that's pertaining to what do we call leases when pertaining to the payment and what's included, okay? So a gross lease, this is typical for residential properties. It could be found in commercial properties, but not as common. It's more common in residential properties where a tenant pays a fixed rent and the landlord's responsible for all the maintenance of the property, repairs, the insurance and the taxes on the property, etc. All the other expenses. So the tenant pays a fixed rent and the landlord's responsible for all the other property's expenses, okay? That would be a gross lease, okay? Now, a net lease, the tenant pays rent and some or all of the property's expenses, whatever was agreed on in their lease, okay? But it could be the tenant pays their rent plus some of the other expenses on the property, all the way up to all the expenses. Now, usually if the tenant's responsible for the rent and all the expenses on the property, this is commonly referred to as a triple net lease. But I don't know if they're going to use that terminology on exam. They may just call them all net leases because they are net leases. But the lingo sometimes you hear in the real estate industry is a net lease, the tenant pays their rent and some of the property expenses. If they pay their rent and most of the property expenses, they refer to it sometimes as a net. Or if the tenant's responsible for the rent and all other property expenses except for debt services, the mortgage payments the tenant's not responsible for, that would be referred to as triple net. Okay. Now, included in these expenses would be a charge called CAM charges. CAM is an abbreviation for Common Area Maintenance Charge. And so the tenant has to pay their rent, plus they share in the expenses. So for instance, my office space, I'm renting 5% of the total area of the building that I'm in. So I have a type of, I have a net lease where, actually I would call it a net lease. You know, it's almost a triple net, but not quite. I'm responsible for my rent and just about all other property expenses. So I pay CAM charges. I pay 5% of the landscaping fee for maintenance of the common area charges. I pay 5% of snow removal. If the landlord wants to pave the parking lot, which they did recently, I had to pay for 5% of the paving fee to pay for that parking lot.
Is that something like HOA?
No, this is, well, I mean, HOA fee goes to cover those common area charges. Yeah, so I guess kind of, sort of. However, this also includes property taxes. I pay 5% of the landlord's property taxes. So therefore, everything, all the income to the landlord is net. That's why they call it a net lease. The landlord, all the expenses are paid for them. So it's net income to the landlord. What they collect is net income because the tenant pays for the rent, they pay for all the property maintenance, repairs, even the property taxes. It pays to be a landlord for a commercial property, doesn't it? If that's the case, you got no expenses, you could pass them all on to the tenant. And there's an added bonus
That
to
only
it.
applies to commercial, not residential.
Yeah, it only applies to commercial. You're not going to see any tenant agree to this in residential. I mean, I wouldn't rent from you and agree to pay your property taxes too. That's crazy. Okay, a landlord would include those expenses in the rent. Okay, so it would be a gross lease. Okay, all the expenses are included in there. Okay, now the added bonus of having a net lease for a commercial landlord is all net income to them. And there is one additional added bonus to that. You want to know what it is?
What?
Everybody calls you Lord. I know, it's cheesy. It's a cheesy joke. Obviously, got one chuckle out of 22 people in class. Makes me wonder if you guys are paying attention at all.
I laughed. I was just on mute.
That was a cute joke. I like.
All right, so, but CAM is a common area maintenance charge, okay? So here, for example, let me clear this off. We'll clear this canvas here and start off with a clean slate. And let me just give you a little bit of an example. I'll pull up my calculator. So if we have a landlord that's renting a 2,000 square foot space, right? 2,000 square foot space, right? And they're renting it for, let's say they're renting this pretty cheap. They're renting it at $15 per square foot. And let's say that they're estimating a CAM charge of $5 per square foot for CAM charges, okay? So if we were to add that up and total it out, that's actually $20 per square foot, right? So it's 2,000 square feet, okay, times $20, okay? So 2,000 square feet times $20, that's $40,000. Now, they're not paying $40,000 per month. This is $40,000 annually. So you got to divide that by 12. And the tenant's monthly charge, excuse me, all from spam. Okay, so the tenants, so the rental monthly charge is $3,333.33. Wow. That's interesting, coming up to an exact number like that. Anyway, so that would be the monthly rent. Now, if the actual CAM charges here come up to more than the $5 per square foot, well, the tenant has to pay the difference. The tenant will get paid the actual CAM charge, whatever it ends up being, okay? So they will have to pay actual charges.
Is it the landlord or the tenant? The landlord, you said?
The tenant pays the charges.
Yeah, but the additional also?
Yeah, because, well, this is just an estimate of CAM charges. If I said if it's $5 that they quoted up front, you know, is the CAM charges, that's an estimate. The tenant actually pays the actual fees, whatever the actual fees are for landscaping or for snow removal or for repairs or whatever. The tenant pays the actual charges. This is just an estimate. So this is an estimate, right, of the charges. They end up paying whatever the actual charges are. They have to pay those actual fees, okay? If the taxes go up, guess what happens to CAM? Goes up, all right? But that's how you calculate what the rent is, because a lot of times when you see with the listings, they'll say, okay, we have a 2,000 square foot building, okay, square foot building, and it is going for $15 per square foot, all right? And then that's the rent. And then it's going to be plus CAM. Now, sometimes they may estimate the CAM charge, or sometimes they'll just say it's whatever the CAM charge actually ends up being. Then if I was a tenant, I'd be like, well, how much do you pay on taxes? How much is this? How much is that? You know, I want an estimate. So sometimes they'll estimate that and tell you, oh, well, it's estimated at $5 per square foot, the CAM charge, okay?
Taxes go up.
Now, if that charge is more, then the tenant pays more. Would they pay whatever the actual fee is? So I'm renting 5% of the total area of a building. So let's just say that the landlord is paying $35,000 a year for this commercial space's taxes, right? If I'm renting 5% of the building, well, then I'm going to times that by 5%, okay? So if the taxes are $35,000 a year, $35,000 a year, times it by 5% of the area, that's $17,500 that I will be paying in taxes. Oh, $35,000 times 5%. Sorry, that's way off. I knew that number was too big. I gotta get rid of a zero. That's $1,750 annually that I pay. So divide that charge by 12 months, and I'm paying $145.83 a month in property taxes, in addition to my rent, in addition to the landlord's insurance for the building. That's not my rent. That's not my business insurance. That's the landlord's insurance for the building. I pay 5% of the charge for the high pressure water line for the sprinkler systems. I pay 5% of all the charges. Okay.
I have a question. If there is a tax increase, who is responsible to?
I said the tenant
break down, you know, to ask for, is it Is
So
the
the landlord,
landlord who has to give you, or the tenant has to ask?
the landlord does the billing. The landlord will give you a monthly rental bill, and they'll give you a breakdown of all the charges. And if you got a good landlord and they do what they're supposed to do, they also give you a copy of the bill that the landlord gets. So you know that they're not just making numbers up.
That's what I was looking for, to
So
see
the,
if that, who's
the landlord,
responsible for
yeah, the
that.
landlord gives an itemized bill to the tenant. I get that. I get that every month. I get an itemized bill. And the landlord also sends the copies of all the bills to me. So this way I can verify that that information is correct. All right. So anyway, that's net plus CAM charges. Okay. So what do we need to know? Gross lease is common for what kind of leases? Residential. And a gross lease, the tenant pays a fixed charge and the landlord's responsible for all other property expenses. A net lease is common in commercial leases. The tenant pays a rent plus all other property charges or whatever charges were agreed to. And those common charges for maintaining the common areas, what do we call them? CAM charges, common area maintenance charge.
Now, the net lease can also be...
I don't think the CAM charge, the CAM is listed anywhere here in the book though. I don't see that listed here for us to highlight and put it. So just put this in your notes or somewhere here in the book here, perhaps next to underneath. Here, let's do some highlighting and let me give you some explanations. Okay. First of all, at the top of the page on page 214, next to types of leases, I want you to write payment and what's included, just like I have here on the slideshow in front of you. Payment and what's included. And then underneath the gross lease, I want you to highlight a gross lease, the tenant's obligations to pay a fixed rent, and the landlord pays all taxes, insurance, and payments and repairs. And then go to the last line of it and highlight most often is used in residential leases. Then under net lease, right next to the title, common for commercial properties, commercial or industrial or both. Common, just write commercial. Common for commercial properties.
Put that word, Victor, I'm sorry.
Next to net lease, common for commercial properties.
Can net also be part of residential?
If you could get away with it, but it's not common.
Okay.
Whatever you put in a lease, if a tenant agrees to it, I mean, everything's negotiable, but net is not common in residential. It's more common in commercial. Okay, so highlight the first sentence under net lease. Yeah, go ahead.
So once the lease is signed, you can't change it?
Not unless the other party agrees to it.
Oh, so changes can be made if both parties agree. Correct.
But if landlord's trying to make a change like this in the lease and they want me to sign it, I'm going to be like, no. You crazy? I'm going to start looking for another place at the end of this lease term then. But I'm not going to sign and agree to it now because you want to change it mid-term that I have to pay for more stuff. Hey, I ain't agreeing to that. You're crazy. All right. So we're going to highlight that first sentence. It says the net lease provides that in addition to the rent, the tenant pays some or all of the property charges. And then also highlight the last line on that paragraph that says a triple net lease, the tenant pays taxes, insurance, and all other expenses except for debt services. That would be a mortgage. Tenants do not make your mortgage payment.
What did you say to highlight before that?
The first sentence and the last sentence under net lease.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And underneath that paragraph for net lease, you're going to write CAM, C-A-M, Common Area Maintenance Charge. So I'll write that definition there. CAM is the Common Area Maintenance Charge. And that's typically associated with the net lease. Now, a percentage lease highlights the first paragraph under percentage lease. A percentage lease provides that the rent be based on a percentage of the gross income received by the tenant doing business on the leased property. This type of lease is most commonly found in shopping malls. So with a percentage lease, you guys ever go to like Woodbridge, Menlo, Paramus, any of those malls? And you see that they got a little boutique store that opened up, and it looks like they're doing killer business one day, and the next day they're gone. You ever wonder why they were doing so good? They were always busy. Well, because with a percentage lease, the tenant pays a small fixed rent plus a percentage of their gross income above a certain amount. Or the landlord can structure it in a way that the tenant pay a small fixed rent plus a percentage of a gross income above a certain amount, but they could have a requirement that the gross income has to be a certain minimum. So the landlord makes sure that they're making so much money. So some of those little boutique stores, although they may be doing killer business, they're not making enough, they're not bringing enough money selling the little widgets that they're selling that would satisfy the landlord's income requirements. So therefore, the landlord terminates their lease because it was one of the requirements of the lease that they earn so much money so the landlord can get a percentage of it. And then hopefully their landlord's hoping that they're going to be doing much better than that, and they'll still get a percentage of whatever that higher amount is, but they do put a minimum on what they want to get. Okay, so that's often how it works in shopping centers. Even on those little wheel carts that they have in the shopping centers, those are rented by people too. Okay, so the landlord could add that the tenant must gross a minimum in certain sales, and this varies as to the nature of the business and whatever's in the rental agreement. So it varies from business to business, from shopping center to shopping center, landlord to landlord. Okay, that's a percentage lease. Tenant pays a fixed rent and a percentage of their gross income. Boom. Next one, go down to other leases or variable leases, and right next to the title there, provisions added to long-term leases. So I know over here in this slide, I only have provisions added to leases, but it's provisions added typically to long-term leases. All right, so in this, there's nothing for us to really highlight, but we're just going to go over it anyway. Variable leases, this is in this paragraph. What is a variable lease? Well, it's when provisions are added to a long-term lease with built-in escalation charges. And those escalation charges can just be added in there, or the landlord can tie them to some sort of cost of living index or cozy index. Let's take a look. The landlord could write a lease and say that the rent is going to go up proportionate to whatever the cozy index stipulates, that's as published in the New York Times for the cost of living. A cozy is a cost of living index in the New York Times. And if they publish that, so when the lease comes up for the next year on a certain date, whatever that cost of living is at, then your rent would go up by that same amount. Or the landlord could have just pre-built in there, hey, the first year this is the rent. The next year the rent is going to get escalated to by 1%. The following year it's going to go up 2%. The following year it's going to go up 1.5%. You know, they could dictate how much it's going to go up in any year within a long-term schedule. Okay, so there's different ways that they could do that. So that's what we refer to as a variable lease. And that's for long-term leases. It's just provisions that are added to leases. It's not the lease itself, it's just provisions added to it. And we also have something called mineral leases. The mineral leases, they're often tied to oil, gas. You guys ever watch Alaskan Gold Rush, that show on TV? Those guys usually don't own the property. Most of them don't own the property that they're digging on to get the gold out of the ground. They're doing a mineral lease with the landlord. They're renting the land with a further provision that any gold or mineral that they're extracting out, the landlord shares in those profits. And they could have a further agreement, just like the percentage lease has, that stipulates that they need to get at least X amount of gold out of the ground for them to satisfy the landlord's wishes or desire for income. If they don't meet that requirement, then the landlord can terminate that lease and get some other explorer there who knows how to get the gold or the mineral out of the ground. This way, the landlord doesn't have somebody occupying their property trying to get gold out, but they really don't know what the hell they're doing. The landlord can get somebody in that way. Okay, so this is the way that they can structure some of those leases. That's why if you see the show on TV, that Alaskan Gold Rush, they often get nervous when the landlord, they say, oh, the landlord called, he's going to be popping in this week. And they stop all production and they do a count of all the gold that they have on hand right now, because they want to see where they stand, because they know how much gold they need to satisfy the landlord according to the terms of the lease. They want to see if they're at it, how close they are. Do they need to step up their production and start working overtime or what, you know? Okay, now a ground lease. Do not confuse with a land contract. What's a land contract? A land contract is seller financing, right? Well, a ground lease is usually a long-term lease, and it's a triple net lease, where a landlord will rent the land to a tenant who will then erect a building on it. And therefore, if they're going to erect a building on it, the tenant is responsible for maintaining that building and any expenses associated with it, like snow removal. If the taxes go up, you think the taxes are going to go up on a property that you that you improve and put a building on it? Yes, they will. So as the taxes go up, who's responsible for those expenses as well? The tenant. So it is not uncommon when you have ground leases to have them to be 50 to even 1,000 years. They're considered to be triple net leases. And here's an example of a famous ground lease: the Empire State Building and the Chrysler buildings in New York City. The people who erected those buildings did not own the land that they built it on. They just got long-term leases. Now, I'm sure because of the expenses involved, you better get a long enough lease that it'll be profitable. So with those types of buildings, 1,000-year lease would not be uncommon. The Empire State Building has changed owners, however, over the years. Okay, there has been many different owners in there. At one point, even the president owned the Empire State Building. He bought the Empire State Building, and he tried to negotiate with the owners, thinking that he could negotiate with the owners to buy the land. Because if you own that building, that iconic building, and the land that it's sitting on, wow, would you have a lot of value there. But he was unable to negotiate with it to get the ownership of the land from them. So he ended up selling it. There's actually documentaries about the history of the Empire State Building and all the owners and how the building came about. And it's quite an interesting documentary. But if you're in the real estate business, like you guys are getting into, now some of this stuff may be a little bit interesting to you when you start learning about ground leases and when they're talking about and some of this terminology that they're using, and you're learning now in class, you can understand a little bit. It doesn't like go over your head when they say things kind of quick and in passing. You kind of get it now, you know? So some of these documentaries are kind of interesting. So anything from the Empire State Building, the Chrysler Building, or even the MetLife Building, the former Pan Am Building. Remember we talked about that, where we have different owners that own this, everything below the surface, and then you have somebody who owns the ground, and then you have the air rights for the MetLife Building, right? So the history of that building is interesting as well. That one is actually a pretty good documentary. You can find that one on YouTube. All right. So with a ground lease on page 215, highlight the first sentence. It goes over what we just went over here. Okay. And then next to oil and gas leases, I want you to write mineral lease, because that's basically what it is. It's a mineral lease. And it could be for anything. It's not just oil or gas. It could be for diamonds. It could be for gold. It could be for talc. It could be for asbestos. These are all minerals. So you could have leases on someone's property just to get the minerals out of the ground. Now, the rest of this chapter talks about property management, but it does it in a pretty superficial manner. That there's not a whole lot of redeeming content in it. So we're going to kind of skim through it pretty quick and be done with this chapter pretty soon. All right, so let's first go over some things. Who works as a property manager? What kind of agent works as a property manager?
A general agent.
A general agent, correct. And what kind of, so how do most other agents work?
Specific agent.
Special. Remember I told you you're very special. Don't forget that you're very special. Don't forget you're special, okay? And then you won't forget that. So when I say how do most agents work, well, you're going to probably work as most agents, and you're very special, okay? So that way, specific. I'm not specific. I'm special, okay? All right, so you're a special agent. That's a way to try to remember how most agents work as special agents, whereas general agents can do more. Remember I said general, anytime you hear the word general, do this. They got a wider scope of authority. What could a general agent do that a special agent cannot? Can you guys recall?
Can act as a,
well, what can they do?
they have authority to authorize.
Legally bind.
They can legally bind. They can legally bind clients to a contract, whereas a special agent cannot. They can legally bind a client to a contract within the scope of their authority. And where is a property manager's scope of authority defined? In some sort of power of attorney. What do we call that? The property management agreement.
Manager agreement.
Yep. So the property manager's agreement is their scope of authority. Okay, so what is the primary function of a property manager? I have it written here on this slide, better definition than the book has. The primary function of a property manager is to maintain or increase the value of the property while generating income for the owner as their agent. You know, usually if I just ask you this question, I don't put this slide up first, I get a lot of answers. Oh, well, you got to maintain the property, snow removal, garbage removal, fix stuff that's broken, deal with the getting tenants, getting rid of tenants who aren't paying rent and all that stuff. Yeah. That's concentrating on the minutia, the small details. I'm talking, you got to look at a bigger picture. If you back up and take that 1,000-mile view, the overall view, what is it that you're really doing? You're trying to maintain or increase the property value. Sure, maintaining the property will maintain its value, or increasing its value, maybe even doing improvements on the property, right? So your job is to maintain or increase the value of that property while generating income. How do you generate income? Well, you get the tenants and make sure that they're paying and blah, 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 right? So that's all part of the primary function of a property manager, okay? But you got to look at the grander scheme of things. You don't concentrate on small little details. Well, as far as the owner is concerned, what do they care about? Hiring somebody to manage their property, to maintain its value and possibly even increase it and make me as much money as possible. That's what the landlord is. That's what your function is then as a property manager. Okay. So the property management agreement, that is your power of attorney when you're a property manager. It's a written agreement that creates the agency relationship between the owner and the property manager. It is their limited power of attorney which defines the scope of their authority on how they can legally bind their clients to contracts. Now, while most agents function as special, you're very special agents, property managers function as general agents. And what they could do differently than special agents is that they can legally bind their clients to a contract, but there is limitations on how they can legally bind their clients. It's within the scope of the authority that was granted to them by the property owner. And where's that scope of authority granted? In that limited power of attorney, which we call the property management agreement. Now, just like special agents, general agents functioning as property managers have fiduciary duties to their clients. What are your fiduciary duties? Cold.
Care, obedience,
obedience,
accounting, loyalty, and disclosure.
Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure. Hopefully you guys have been saying that over and over every day in your heads. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. When I wake up, when I go to bed, care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure, up until I take my exam. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure, right? Well, if you haven't, start. So here are some of the issues that property managers go over. So first, let's highlight in the book under the functions of a property manager. We're going to highlight the property manager is someone who preserves the value of an investment property while generating income as an agent for their owner. I would have you write in there where it says preserves, I would write in there above it or increases. Okay. So they preserve or increase the value of that property. Okay, turn the page. Page 216. We're going to highlight a property manager is usually considered a general agent, whereas most real estate brokers function as special agents. Okay. Now, like I told you, everything that's covered in here, this goes over, it goes over a lot of the things that a property manager does, but it really doesn't go, it glances over, it just explains, but it doesn't really go over it with any specificity that it actually teaches you anything. So I'm just going over here in the slide instead of reading all this to you. I'm just going over in a slide some of the functions that a property manager does. They're responsible, or they could be tasked with budgeting the expenses for operating expenses and capital expenditures for improvements or repairs, renting the property, setting the rental rates, okay? There is an interesting little factoid though somewhere in here that basically says that when the occupancy level exceeds 80 or 90%, the property manager should give serious consideration in, I think it's 90 or 95% actually. When the occupancy level reaches that high, the property manager should consider raising the rents. Because how do you know, what is your job as a function as a property manager? To get the most money you can for your client. Now, if you're almost fully rented, you may have your rental rate set too low that it's so easy to rent out. It's easy to get renters. You may be able to get renters that are willing to pay more, so raise the rents. So anytime you have an office manager or a apartment complex or a office rentals, if those occupancies are getting rented out quick, you may want to raise the rents. You may not be charging enough. Okay, so that's how you determine your rental rates. If the rentals are going, people are willing to pay whatever you put out there, charge more. If they're still willing to pay, or if that slows down, now you know you're getting to about the right number. I mean, your job is to get the most money possible for that landlord, right? So tenant selection and collecting rents could be a task that the property owner passes on to the property manager. Maintaining and improving that property, deciding whether they're going to hire employees or contract for services. If they hire employees, now that property owner has an employee, not the property management company. They're hiring that employee to work for the property. So therefore, they're an employee of the property owner, if the owner gave them the authority to do such things. Evaluating the insurance coverages that that property has to make sure that they're not underinsured or overinsured for the different kinds of insurances for different issues, okay? So even though the property manager may not be an expert in insurance, they should get one to come in to analyze that owner's policy. All right, if you guys are interested in getting involved in the property management field, here's some designation classes for property managers. Just some, there's many. But here's some of the bigger ones. The CPM is a certified property manager. You could also highlight that here in the book on page 218. The CPM, or certified property manager designation, was created by IREM, the Institute of Real Estate Management, in cooperation with BOMA, the Building Owner Managers Association. All right. And then you also have other resources in property management, like Community Associations Institute for managing condo communities and such like that. Here's some more information for landlords and some more designated classes for learning for certificates and stuff from NAR. So I got some link resources here for you for classes and for education for landlords through HUD. And that's the end of that slideshow. That concludes this chapter. Let's do the key terms to review, and then we're going to break for lunch. All right. They also give some of these useful websites here for BOMA, the Building Owner and Managers Association here, BCA, IREM, and links about the ADA, etc. All right. So key terms to review. Okay, some of the key terms to review here. Key terms one. Key terms to review one. Ready? Ready, Freddie?
Yes.
All right. Agreement transferring use of real estate for a period of time.
A lease.
It's a lease. 11 is A. Designation by the Institute of Real Estate Management, IREM.
Certified property manager.
3 is B, the certified property manager, the CPM. Correct. All right. Landlord's responsibility for decent conditions.
Implied warranty.
Implied warranty of inhabitability.
10 is C, implied warranty of habitability. A lease for a definite period of time.
A state of years.
6 is D, an estate for years. A lease under which a landlord pays taxes, insurance, and other expenses.
Gross lease.
A gross lease. 7 is E. A transfer of property by lease.
Demise.
5 is E. I'm sorry. 5 is F. Demise. A tenant is forced to move because the apartment becomes uninhabitable.
Constructive eviction.
Constructive eviction. 4 is G. A rental of land which the tenant erects their own building on it.
Ground lease.
Ground lease.
8 is H, the ground lease. 8 is H, the ground lease. Situation when a tenant remains after their rights have expired.
Holdover
tenancy.
9 is I, the holdover tenancy. Suit for possession, legal removal of a tenant.
Eviction.
Actual eviction.
Actual eviction. 1 is J, actual eviction. Tenant, another word for tenant.
Lessee.
Lessee.
12 is K, lessee. And transfer of primary responsibility for a lease to another party.
Assignment.
2 is L, assignments. All right. Anybody need any of them, or you got them all?
Got him.
Got him.
Key terms to review 2. Agreement giving tenancy to another. Original tenant still responsible.
Sublet.
Sublease, 7 is A. Another term for dispossess proceeding.
Summary proceeding.
Summary proceeding, 9 is B. A landlord's court action to evict a tenant.
Suit for possession.
8 is C, suit for possession. Lease in which a landlord shares in gross receipts of the tenant's business.
Percentage lease.
Or is D, percentage lease. A lease in which the tenant pays expenses like property taxes, insurance, and so forth.
Net lease.
3 is E, the net lease. A lease with regular rent payments and no stated ending date.
Periodic.
Periodic estate.
5 is F, the periodic estate. Landlord, another word for landlord.
Lesser.
Lessor, 1 is G. A person who looks after another's rental real estate.
Property manager.
6 is H, the property manager. The property manager's employment agreement.
Management agreement.
Management.
2 is I, the management agreement or property manager's agreement. State requirement that tenants be notified of their rights.
Truth in renting.
Truth in
J, truth in renting. Tenancy that may be terminated when the landlord wishes.
Tenancy at will.
tenancy.
11 is K, tenancy at will. And the tenants remaining after the lease term without the landlord's consent.
Tenancy.
Tenancy is
Tenancy at sufferance. 10 is L, tenancy at sufferance. All right. So let me throw the poll up there. Let me stop the recording for now. So this chapter is going to cover mortgages. The next 3 chapters will, 13, 14, and 15. Some of the information may go cross chapter. At the end of this chapter, we're going to go over describing provisions of the note and the mortgage and trust deeds, what they are, explain various methods of satisfying or transferring mortgages, including the process of foreclosure. And so let's get started in it. Well, let's start off with what is a mortgage. We're going to highlight a mortgage is a pledge of real property that serves as security for collateral for a loan. Okay. Now, there are 2 parts to a mortgage. The mortgage itself, which is a security instrument, and the note, which is a financing instrument. So let's start off with the note. The note or bond, we don't use bonds in New Jersey, but a bond does the same thing that a note does. It's the financing instrument. It lays out all the terms for the borrowing, the amount borrowed, the rate of interest, the repayment terms, which would make the borrower liable for the full amount owed even after foreclosure. So the note is what makes the borrower liable. It's the personal guarantee. If the lender doesn't get all their money back at an auction, it's the note that makes you liable for the full amount that you borrowed. All right. The mortgage is the promise where the borrower tells the lender, if you lend me your money, I promise to pay you back according to the terms in the financing instrument, which is the note, which dictates the rate, the amount borrowed, the monthly payment, the terms of repayment. In the event that you fail to make the payments, it is the mortgage is saying you can foreclose on me on the property that I put up as collateral for the loan, sell it at auction, and use the proceeds to pay off the debt. If the proceeds are not enough to pay off the debt, it's the note that makes you personally liable for that balance, that shortfall. The mortgagor is the borrower. So, who is the mortgagor?
The borrower.
The borrower. The mortgagor is the borrower. That's right. All right, so let's highlight in the book the note, then go to the end of the line and highlight is the financing instrument. Then in number 2, highlight the mortgage itself as the security instrument. Ooh. Okay. So, on the next page, 226, it says the mortgagor is the owner of the property. In other words, highlight, the mortgagor is the borrower. Okay, so the mortgage itself is a form of hypothecation. Hypothecation is pledging property as security for a loan without giving up that security. And it's not like a pawn shop where if I want money, I need money, I could put up something of value, the pawn shop will hold it, and it'll give me the money for a percentage of whatever the value is. But they're holding on to the security, the thing that's of value, okay? Whereas a mortgage, the owner's not giving up the security, they're living in it, right? But they're just pledging the property as security for the debt. That's what hypothecation is, okay? I doubt you're getting this word on exams, though, so don't worry about it. Now, trust deeds, So, trust deeds. In some areas of the country and in certain situations, lenders prefer to use a 3-party instrument known as a trust deed. We don't use them here, okay? It's a different way. We have when we do foreclosure here in New Jersey, New Jersey's a judicial foreclosure state. So we don't do trust deeds. We don't need that 3-party instrument that makes it a little bit easier to foreclose on. We have to go through the court system. All right. So let's go over this. The mortgagor is the borrower, they're the owner of the property. The mortgagee is the lender. The hypothecation is the pledging of property as security for a loan without actually giving up that property. The owner is actually going to be living in it. So trust deeds or deeds of trust conveys the real estate as security for the loan. A trustee, a neutral third party holding on to the deed that could give it back to the lender without going through the court systems doing the foreclosure. We don't do that here in New Jersey. Okay, but you can more promptly gain possession in that way. If you're not paying back the loan, the trustee would just give the ownership back to the lender. So here's some of the provisions in the note. A bond, remember, we don't use bonds here. Bond is the same thing as a note. It's the financing instrument. But here's some of the provisions in the note. It's executed by the borrower. It states the amount of debt borrowed, the time and method of repayment, the rate of interest that's being charged, needs to be signed by all parties who have an interest in the property, and it's what makes the borrower personally liable for the full debt. That's why you cannot have 2 people buy a house and only one of them is on the loan, okay? The lender's not going to lend the money. They want all the purchasers' credit run. They want all the financials for all the borrowers there. Okay. All right. If your Zoom is acting weird, try to download the Zoom app instead of using the browser extensions. Make sure it's updated to the latest version too. All right. Okay, provisions of the mortgage documents. All right, so it's executed by the owner, borrower of the property. It has to have a legal description that identifies the property that's pledged as security for the debt. It identifies who the lender and the borrower is. Should be signed by everybody. It identifies the obligations of the borrower and the rights of the lender. So what are the duties of the mortgagor? Who is the mortgagor?
Borrower.
So generally, we know that the basic duty of the mortgage or the borrower is to pay back the loan and according to the terms in the note, whatever the monthly payment is, right? But if they don't, they are considered to be in default and they can be foreclosed on. Generally, a lender will give a borrower 30 days to clear any defaults up. However, so if any of the duties are not carried out, the borrower is in default and the lender can foreclose. Before a lender forecloses, though, they'll generally give the borrower at least 30 days to cure up any defaults to get caught up. However, it's not just repayment of the loan. That's the one that we know. They are also responsible for paying all the real estate taxes. If you don't pay your real estate taxes, you can jeopardize the lender's position. So this is why you're considered to be in default if you do not pay your property taxes. The lender can foreclose on you. If you don't maintain the property insurance, you got to carry insurance on the property, which would pay off the lender in the event the property burns down or something, right? This way their collateral is insured. If you don't maintain that insurance policy, you're in default and the lender can foreclose once again. You have to obtain permission before doing any major repairs on your house from your lender. Did you know that? Did you know that if you don't get your lender's permission before doing any major repairs or remodels of your house or putting on additions or what have you, you're technically in default and the lender can foreclose on you? Why do you suppose that is?
Value of the property goes up or down?
Value goes down.
How about this? I got friends like this. I know you guys probably do too. You know anybody who's they started a construction project on their house and it seems like the never-ending construction project?
Yep.
Yes, or if they get an unlicensed person to do a project for you.
Or you do it yourself. Last thing you want to do when you come home from work is now work on your own house. You know, so these projects end up taking a lot longer than anticipated in your head when you started it, right? So we all got friends like this. Hell, it may be you, you know. I'll give you an example. I got a friend like this that he had this forever ongoing project, the rehab of his kitchen. And so his kitchen, his dining room, living room, like there was the framing up there. You could see the electrical wires behind the walls and everything. But he didn't finish that project. It was like the never ending, you know, the raw wood on the floors and stuff. He had this project going on and his house was like this for years. You know, one wife later, he finishes that project. See how long it takes him to finish it, right? But now he decided to do something else now. He wanted to, where the dining room is, he wanted to blow out that wall and put a nice sliding glass door in there, which he did. He put in a big glass window, the whole, you know, the one from floor to ceiling, big nice glass window with the sliding door in there. Just be careful, the first step's a doozy. He didn't install the deck. you open up the door, you walk out, it's a big fall, right? There's no deck there yet. Because of this, what happens if you gut your kitchen out? You know, you do a construction project, you want to remodel it, you gut your kitchen. What happens if he lost his job? And he can't make his mortgage payments. What happens?
Kitchen stays
Close.
The lender forecloses, right? Now, what are they getting? What are they getting if they foreclose? They're getting a house without a kitchen. Most people can't buy a house without a kitchen. The lenders won't give you a loan for a house without a kitchen. That would be a construction loan. So you'd have to buy either with cash or a construction loan. So they greatly devalued the property, didn't they? This is why the lender wants to make sure before you start any major construction projects, they want to see what your plans are, who the contractors are, and that you have the funds to complete the project available. Because they don't want you risking their collateral once again. It all comes down to their collateral. They want to make sure that you're maintaining the property. If you don't maintain your property, you know, the lender can foreclose on you. So, I mean, it's not like the lender is driving around your neighborhood, stalking you, checking, making sure, but What if they find out? What if the city contacts them because there's a lot of complaints that the owner's not maintaining the property? Well, they could foreclose. But generally, they'll give that borrower 30 days to cure that default. So, and also securing permission before adding a second loan on the house when you first buy it, before you get another a loan, you got to wait at least 30 days so that the primary mortgager, the primary lien holder, makes sure that they remain the primary, that they recorded their interest and they hold the first lien holder position. Because what determines the lien repayment order in the event of defaults, foreclosure? Who gets paid back first?
Taxes.
Who gets paid back first? Whoever recorded their interest in the public record first. Okay. Now taxes, that's only if they go unpaid, but other lien holders get paid back according to their priority, but the priority is determined by who recorded their interest. This is why the first lien holder wants to make sure you don't add any subsequent junior liens to the house before you before waiting at least 30 days to ensure that they're recorded as the first primary lien holder. Now, other clauses in the mortgage. There's an acceleration clause. So on the page 227, where it says provisions for default, I want you to write next to that title, first step in foreclosure. Next to provisions for default on page 227, write it just like it's here on this slide, first step in foreclosure, next to the title. And then I want you to highlight the acceleration clause assists the lender in foreclosure. Acceleration clause assists the lender in foreclosure. That's what you're highlighting in the book. Okay. Now, what does the acceleration clause do? Well, it says if the borrower defaults, the lender has the right to accelerate the maturity of the debt, to declare the entire debt due and owing immediately. The acceleration clause is the first step in foreclosure. I want you to write at the end of that line, what happens before this? Well, prior to enacting the acceleration clause, the lender would file a lis pendens in the public record. So right at the end of that paragraph, before this, a lis pendens is recorded.
Lis pendens?
Yep. Before this, a lis pendens is recorded. What is a lis pendens? You guys recall?
It's a notice where they get us if they haven't paid their taxes.
It's a public notice of possible future legal action. That legal action would be foreclosure. So lis pendens is a public notice of possible future legal action. When somebody falls behind 30, 60 days on their mortgage payments, before the lender goes through with foreclosure, they file a lis pendens in the public record. It puts the world on notice that there's a possible future legal action pending on this property. That legal action, foreclosure. Okay? And then when they actually start foreclosure process, that's when the lender's collection calls will stop. And even if you were to call the lender to try to make a payment, they wouldn't accept it because it could create an implied contract that there's some kind of agreement between the borrower and the lender to get caught up. So
is that after 60 days?
That's after whenever the lender decides that they want to start the foreclosure process.
Oh, okay.
There's no official timeline lenders have to go by. Okay, I've had people who hadn't made mortgage payments in over a year, and the lender hasn't started the foreclosure process yet. Okay, so the acceleration clause assists the lender in foreclosure. The lender may accelerate the debt and demand that entire amount due and owing immediately. But prior to doing that, they record a lis pendens in the public record. Okay? Okie dokie, Tori. All right, let's see. The defeasance clause. The defeasance clause is when you have paid off that loan. You've defeated that mortgage. Defeasance sounds like defeated. When you've paid off that loan, the defeasance clause states that the lender has no further claim on your property. You've defeated the mortgage. You paid it off. They have no more interest in the property. So the mortgagee, the lender, has no further claim on the property. And the defeasance clause states that when you pay off that loan, the lender is required to go back now and add another document to the public records called a satisfaction of lien, the satisfaction piece or satisfaction of mortgage that states that the mortgage had been paid off. When you pay off a loan, when you get a mortgage loan, it creates a lien on the property. A lien is a financial claim on the property that's added to the public records to the ownership documents. Now, they never remove the lien from the public records. It will be there forever. When you have a lien on your property, it's there forever. They just add another document at a later date stating that the lien had been satisfied. So now people search the public records. They can see, oh, he's got a lien. Oh, that lien was paid off. So that's good. And they cross each other out, right? So this is what they do when they do title searches. They could search the complete history of the property. See, there was a lien. That lien was paid off. Okay, so that's cleared. We don't got to worry about that. How many owners own the property? 2. 2 owners signed the deed when they sold it. Is that the same 2 owners? Yep, it is. Okay, we could cross that off. Okay, this is what they do when they do a title search to make sure that you have good title. We're gonna highlight defeasance clause ensures that when the debt is repaid, the mortgagee has no further claim on the property. That's under other clauses, the second paragraph there.
Would the mortgagee file for the satisfaction of lien, or is it the?
The mortgagee does, the lender does. They have to record that document because it's their lien, so they're the only one that can release that lien. And when they release the lien, it'll always be in the public records because they can't remove a document once you've added to the public records. They could just add another document saying that the lien had been satisfied, it had been paid off.
Okay.
So an estoppel certificate we're going to highlight is executed by the borrower and verifies the amount that remains to be repaid and the interest rate. Okay, so when the lender sells a loan, often when you go get a mortgage loan to buy a property, your lender often a month or 2 months or 3 or 4 months later often resells that loan. So any investor that's going to buy the loan that was originated by the lender, they want to verify the terms of that loan before they make an investment and purchase it. So to verify the contractual terms of the loan, they want the borrower to sign an estoppel certificate verifying the amount that they borrowed, the balance, the monthly payment, and the interest rate before they would purchase that loan. At the same token, they also want that lender who is owning the loan currently, that's selling it to the investor, to confirm the same. But they don't call it a estoppel certificate when the lender signs it. They call it a reduction certificate. So the reduction certificate does the same thing as an estoppel certificate, but it's signed by the lender verifying those same loan terms. Okay, so I want you to write underneath that paragraph, because they apparently don't have it here all together. The reduction certificate is the same thing as an estoppel, but signed by the lender. The reduction certificate is the same thing as an estoppel, but signed by the lender. Okay. The reduction certificate is the same thing as an estoppel, but signed by the lender. Estoppel certificate you usually get on exams. I don't think you'll get the reduction, but just so you know, it's the same thing as an estoppel certificate, except the lender signs it, verifying the same information. Okay. Now, here's some other clauses that maybe are actions that we're going to go over. The note is the negotiable instrument, assignment of the mortgage, satisfaction of debt, recording of the mortgages. We already went over that stuff. Usury, here we go. Now we're in the right place. Usury, let's highlight usury. Is charging an unreasonably high rate of interest is known as usury. You could write next to usury, it's illegal. It's an illegally high rate of interest. The purpose of it, if you would like to put it in like a bracket or something for yourself, is to prevent loan sharking. It only applies to private lenders, okay? So if you are a seller and you want to offer owner financing, seller financing to the buyer, usury laws apply to you. They do not apply to financial institutions that are in any way, or any lender that is in any way, shape, or form related to the federal government. Because, you know, the government doesn't have to follow their rules. They make the rules. They don't have to follow their own rules. So they carve out exceptions for themselves. So usury is charging an illegally high rate of interest. Usury laws only apply to private parties who lend. For example, offering seller financing. Usury laws prevent loan sharking. Okay, they do not apply to any lender or institution who's planning on selling their loan to Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, if their funds that they lend are insured by the, if the loans are insured by the FHA or guaranteed by the VA, if the depositor's money from the lending institution that's being used is insured by the FDIC or FSLIC, basically, or they intend to have these loans sold to any institution where they are. Basically, if you're related to the federal government in any way, shape, or form, usury laws do not apply. So here's a little factoid for you that you don't need to know for exams, but I think it's here in the book because people ask the question, so I added here. Sellers, if you're offering seller financing or giving your private lending, sellers can charge no more than 16% on their first mortgage, but they could charge as much as 30% when they're selling their own primary residence. Wow. So usury laws consider 30% acceptable. That's not the scary part. The scary part is that that does not apply to governments that limit. Now you may be thinking,
What?
Yeah. Now you may be thinking, well, that's crazy, these interest rates. Is it? I'm sure that if your parents bought a house in the 70s, they bought that house at double-digit interest rates. You guys don't know how good.
30%, so just so I understand, 16% is allowed for on the first mortgage, no more than 16%.
Yeah.
And then 30% is for what kind of people?
If it's your primary residence, if it's your primary residence that you're selling, you could give financing on it of up to 30%.
Oh, if you're selling, you can give financing only up to 30%.
You could be a seller and you could have an investment property. I'm going to give you seller financing on my investment property. I could charge you up to 16% on that. But if I'm selling my own primary residence that I lived in, I could sell that for you and I could give you, I could charge you financing of up to 30%. anything beyond that's considered usury. Okay. Now, usury laws, okay, the purpose of them is now you don't need to know that for exams, okay? This is just a little factoid I give you just because people ask, okay? Now, usury, you do need to know what usury is. That word will be on exams. It's charging an illegally high rate of interest. That's all you need to know. You don't need to know any of the other details I told you about it, okay? Now, an interesting little factoid, let me add another one here for you. I had somebody in a class tell me something once. They're like, and it's true in a couple different cultures, actually with religions. The person that told me about this, I believe, was Jewish. And then somebody who was Muslim, I think they told me that that applies to them too. That it's against their religion to pay interest. I laughed at him. I was like, yeah, you and me both. I was like, that's my kind of religion, where I don't pay any interest because it's against my religion. I said only if, right? I mean, where are you gonna get a loan
It's also illegal to collect interest also.
What's that?
It's also against the religions to collect from interest.
Well, that's the whole point. Charging interest, paying interest, or collecting interest, you know, because in medieval times, which religions go back before medieval times even, right? It was considered, and it still is in some religions, it's considered taking advantage of your fellow man, right? Usury laws is considered blasphemous, right? How could you, it's a blasphemy, it's a violation of the religion. How could you say, but yet in commercials today, we see a lot of these financial institutions or investment groups and stuff. It's a common tagline we hear these days where they say, don't work harder. Like when you're making investments, don't work harder. Make your money do the work for you. That's blasphemy. Money doesn't work, people do. So you must be taking advantage of somebody somehow, okay? That's the whole gist behind the religion of it, okay? And in the past, in medieval times, people were actually put to death for usury, okay? But that's neither here nor there. What do you need to know for exams? Usury is charging an illegally high rate of interest. So let's highlight that, and then we move on. Turn the page. And check this out. Let's give the other flip of the coin, the other side of the coin. Here's another reason to hate that institution called the IRS. That if you are a private lender, well, you're giving seller financing on your own home. If you don't charge enough interest, usury laws prevent you from loan sharking and charging too much. The IRS, however, can step in and say, if you don't charge enough interest, they can impute a higher interest and tax you accordingly so that they get their fair share. So the IRS it's called an imputed tax, okay? So, but this only applies to transactions that are $2.8 million or less. So it's not even targeting, like they're targeting rich people, they're targeting everybody else, $2.8 million and below. Lenders must charge, they say that lenders have to charge. If you're a private lender, you're giving seller financing, you must charge at least 9% or whatever the is equal to the applicable AFR. That's the applicable federal rate, which is currently lower. So it's whichever is lower. So right now, the applicable federal rate is whatever the lending institutions are charging. What is it called? The AFR is the applicable federal rate, okay? So the federal rate is how much it costs the lenders to borrow the money that they're lending to you, okay? So, and then they mark that money up depending on how much money they want to make on it, okay? So the Federal Reserve dictates what the applicable AFR is, the federal rate, okay? And the Federal Reserve, even though it sounds like it's part of the federal government, it has nothing to do with the government. It's a private organization that has their own, you could see the Federal Reserve building in Washington, D.C. It's a private organization that's run by all the bank owners that do lending and borrowing. They deal with that borrowing lending in the United States. Okay, they're all part of that Federal Reserve. Now, the government does have some influence over the Federal Reserve, because you could have our politicians, our president and stuff, they go in there and they try to negotiate with them to keep the rates down so that we could, so our economy can do better. But the AFR, those bank leaders, they want to make sure in the Federal Reserve that they're making as much money as they can. So they want to raise the rates. If the economy is doing good, they want to raise the rates. We call that inflation. They want to raise the rates so that they can, if people can pay more, they want to charge more so that they can earn more. Where the government's there, you know, like we could have the president that will try to negotiate with the Federal Reserve to try to keep the rates down, to try to balance out the economy. Now, the Fed is supposed to be doing that all on their own. But are they making the wisest decisions all the time? Well, sometimes you've heard in the news. Sometimes you got President Trump that's arguing, or whoever the president is at the given time. But I mean, you've heard it a lot in the news. I don't know, maybe the beginning of this year, or actually, no, it was more last year that you heard it. There was a lot of bickering between the president and the Federal Reserve. He's like, no, you're raising the interest rates too quick, you know? And they're like, no, we're not. The economy's doing good. It's projected. We could raise the rates. He's like, you're going to crush our economy if you raise it too quick. And so they raised the rate. And what happened? Then the economy took a little hiccup or stumble. And then they went back and then they lowered the interest rate. They're like, yeah, you're right. You know? So that's the Fed's job, is to try to find the even balance so it doesn't disturb the economy, but they still can make as much money as they can. All right. That's their goal there, to try to balance find a happy medium, the balance there. So nothing to know about imputed rates though for exams. Prepayment penalties, though, you do need to know for exam. So let's highlight in the book the last sentence under prepayment on page 228. Under New Jersey law, an institutional lender may not impose a prepayment fee or penalty if the mortgage is fully paid off earlier than was originally planned. Okay? And that's what I got here on the slide. If the loan is repaid before its due date, New Jersey does not allow prepayment penalties. Prepayment fees or penalties if the mortgage is paid off earlier are not allowed by institutional lenders. All right, that's all you need to know for exams. However, if you want to know some real life stuff, can lenders charge prepayment penalties? Well, they're not allowed by institutional lenders. That means those that are federally related loans. However, private lenders can charge prepayment penalties. But I don't want to confuse you with exams. For exams, you just study no prepayment penalties allowed in New Jersey. But often commercial loans are not by institutional lenders. You could get some there from private lenders. And if that's the case, I got a friend that was selling the building that I'm renting right now. He sold this building to the new owner and that I have for the school. And so my friend used to own it. And years ago, before he went to sell it, him and his brothers, they did a refinance on the property. And they did it through what was not an institutional lender, it was a private lender. So when he went to sell the property, he had to put off the sale. He had to put off the closing for a couple of months, because if he didn't, they would have had a $75,000 prepayment penalty on that property. Okay, it's an expensive property. So, but just to give you an example, it really does happen. But for exams, no prepayment penalties allowed. That's what you need to know. Just study that for exams, okay? Now, first and second mortgages. Let's see. We're going to be learning here about the subordination agreement. That's what this is all about. What is a subordination agreement? What is a subordinate? You guys know this word in everyday English language, subordinate. If you have a boss, they have their subordinates. That's their employees, right? What does a subordinate mean? It's anybody that's under you, right? That's subordinate. So a subordination agreement is where a primary position lien holder agrees to drop back in the lien repayment order behind another lien holder. Why would they do that? When you know that in case of foreclosure, whoever has the primary position gets paid back first. Well, this would happen sometimes if somebody's trying to get a home improvement loan, for example. That second home improvement loan is much smaller than the primary loan, right? The one that you use to buy the property. And it's only going to be used to increase the value of the property. So the primary lien holder does not see it as a threat for wiping them out. So they agree to drop back in the lien repayment order, allowing them to jump ahead given that smaller loan that would increase the value of the property anyway through the repairs that it's going to be going towards. So what's the process of a primary lien holder agreeing to drop back in the lien position? It's called a subordination agreement. Sometimes this is an exam question. Now, once again, I already told you guys, what is the satisfaction of mortgage? It's when you paid off the loan, and then the lien holder goes and they file a satisfaction piece or satisfaction of mortgage in the public records. They just add another document. Just says the lender has no further claim on the property. And what is the document that, or what is the clause in the mortgage that requires the lender to file a satisfaction of mortgage? A satisfaction of lien. What is that clause?
Defeasance.
The defeasance clause, when you've defeated the loan, correct. Okay, so under satisfaction of mortgage lien, page 228 at the bottom of the page, first paragraph, I want you to highlight that first sentence. When all mortgage loan payments have been made and the note paid in full, the mortgagee, the lender, is usually required to execute a release of mortgage called a satisfaction of mortgage. Tell you what, somebody should make sure that it gets done too. Because if you don't, and you just assume that they did their job. Can people sometimes make mistakes and forget to do stuff?
All the time.
Yeah.
What would that do for that home seller years later when they're trying to sell the home now, or that homeowner now when they're trying to sell the home years later? When they're trying to sell the home, they got their own new mortgage now. However, the mortgage from the previous owner had never shown in the public records that it's been paid off. Could that pose a potential problem for the current homeowner now trying to sell the property, where it shows that they still have a balance on their mortgage, but it also shows that the previous mortgage wasn't paid off?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that'd be a problem. I actually know somebody this happened to, and it ended up being a nightmare. You would figure that all you got to do is contact that first lien holder and have them file that satisfaction of lien, right? Simple solution.
No.
Right? It's a simple solution. But what happens if that lien holder went out of business?
Business sold.
Oh, now we got problems. Okay, I actually know somebody this happened to in New Jersey. This girl, she went to sell her house. She owned this property for ages. She had kids. Kids grew up in that house. They're adults now. You know, she goes to sell the house. This is just not too long ago. This is just a couple of years ago. She went to sell the house, and it shows that there's a previous lien on the home from the people she bought it from years ago, and that mortgage company went out of business. Okay. So she contacts her lawyer because, hey, the lawyer ordered her title insurance. So title insurance should be in charge of clearing this up or paying off any loans if there is. But either way, it should be their headache to handle. She paid for the insurance after all, right? So if you got insurance, shouldn't the insurance company handle that?
Absolutely.
That's their job, absolutely. But what if the attorney didn't actually buy the insurance?
Oh my God.
And it's the attorneys.
Which is what happened to her. Okay, so what are you going to do then?
I mean, if she could show proof that she was paying the insurance or She's paying into it.
Okay.
And sue the attorney.
Well, you buy the insurance at closing, okay? Okay, so that's what, so she contacted the attorney and asked him, hey, I paid you for, the insurance, the title insurance on this when I bought the house, and it's showing that it's not, that the lender never cleared it up. So she reached out to him so he could arrange to clear up whatever it was he was supposed to do, or have the lender or make a claim to the insurance. So she reached out to her attorney, that old attorney that she used when buying the house, right? And as it turns out, she found out later he actually never bought the insurance. She gave him the money for it, but he never bought it. All right. So your answer was, well, you need the evidence so that you can sue the attorney, right? But what if no other attorney, every attorney she reached out to refused to, that they didn't want to get involved in it? The reason why they didn't want to get involved in it is because her old attorney is now a New Jersey Supreme Court justice.
Ah.
Oh my God.
They're like, wait, you know what? We're not going to go suing a Supreme Court justice because we may have to plead a case in front of this guy at some point in the future. That could be bad for our careers, I mean, this girl, she didn't have, she got everything going against her. Well, anyway.
Report him to the Better Business Bureau?
That ain't going to help you none.
Oh, no.
Who manages attorneys' licenses? Or who can you make complaints against?
The Bar Association?
Bar Association, right? And look, if they got enough complaints, if you got enough formal complaints against an attorney, I think it's once they get like 3 complaints against them in the bar, their insurance skyrockets. So hit them where it hurts, in their wallet. Maybe they'll do something. Well, but only one problem to that. Do you know in order to file a complaint with the bar, it costs thousands of dollars that you need to spend to be able to file a complaint with them?
Yep.
So he's like, I'm not doing that. I don't get the money for that. I was like, she somehow managed to clear it up. That buyer, by the way, fell through. And thank God they didn't sue her for breach of contract or anything, but they could have, She ended up having to try to clear this up. And in the meantime, she got another buyer, went under contract, let them know what was going on. It took her over 2 years to clear this up on her own. I don't know how she ended up eventually doing it, but it took her 2 years to do it.
Good for her. My God.
That's messed up, though. The attorney, oh, I'm a Supreme Court justice now. He basically told her, that's your problem. She called him up. He was like, well, that's your problem. A Supreme Court justice, that's his attitude. These are the people judging our cases here in New Jersey, acting like criminals themselves. All right. Anyway, so the satisfaction of mortgage lien is what's filed by the lender once the loan had been paid off. They file that in the public records. Okay, so assuming a seller's mortgage loan, hey, just like assuming any contract, if you assume a contract, whoever had the original contract, do they ever give up their primary liability?
No.
No, they don't. So it's the same thing when you assume a loan. Okay, the primary borrower would never give up, the mortgagor would never give up their liability. When you assume a loan, you're basically, somebody else is just taking over your loan. Now, most mortgage loans have written in the paperwork itself that the loan is not assumable, that it cannot be assumed. However, even if it says that in the paperwork, if you approach a lender, they could allow it. It's their loan. But will they? Most cases probably not. But they got a clause that is in the note that would prevent the mortgage from being assumed or being assumable. That's in that stack of loan documents that the borrower signs. And it's called the alienation clause. I know the word alienation is not new to you guys. We know that the word alienation means transfer of property, right? So the alienation clause in a mortgage loan, in the note, basically says, let me see. If it's about financing and transferring of property, it basically says that when you transfer the ownership, that the loan has to be paid in full. It cannot be assumed. So this is also known as the resale or due on sale clause in the note. Upon transfer of ownership, whether you sell a property or give it away, the loan has to be paid off in full. This prevents the loan from being assumed or which is being taken over by the new owner, especially if it's at a lower interest rate. The lender would rather the person get a new loan at whatever the current prevailing rates are. So at the bottom of the next page, 229, under alienation clause, we will highlight when the real estate loan is made, the lender wishes to prevent some future purchaser of the property from being able to assume that loan. Then go to the next line and highlight alienation clause is also known as the resale or due on sale clause in the note. Actually, I'm even going to take a step further. After you highlight that, pull out your pen, and next to the title where it says alienation clause, write due on sale clause. Study that. What's the clause in the note that prevents the mortgage loan from being assumed? Alienation or due on sale clause.
Due on sale clause.
Okay? The alienation clause, also known as due on sale clause, because they could give you a question like this. The due on sale clause is also known as alienation clause, or the alienation clause is also known as due on sale clause. Or they could ask you what it is. What is the clause in the note that prevents the loan from being assumable? Okay? Alienation or due on sale clause. So you need to know this terminology. You will get this on exam, this one as well. Now let's see how foreclosure, the process of foreclosure works. Hold on one second. All right, so how does the foreclosure process work? It'd help if I got to the right page. On page 230, when the borrower defaults in any of the obligations of the mortgage, that may result in foreclosure. But the lender typically gives the borrower 30 days to cure any of the defaults, right? We already went over all the ways that a lender, borrower can default, the mortgagor can default. So foreclosure works like this in a nutshell. It's the legal process of a lien holder, the lender, taking ownership of the property through the court action, which the property has been pledged as security for the loan. So the lender can ask the court to order a foreclosure sale called a sheriff's sale. A lis pendens is recorded in the public records, and that's a public notice of possible future legal action against the property. Then a sheriff's sale is scheduled. Now, this sheriff's sale can be delayed twice by the homeowner, the mortgagor, and twice by the lender. So what's that a total, each time for 2 weeks? So what's that a total of that we can postpone a sheriff's sale for?
4 weeks? Or no, 2 per
1 month.
2
times for 2 weeks, that's 1 month. And the mortgagee, the lender, can do it 2 times for 2 weeks, that's another month. So a total of 2 months, right? So if we get people as real estate agents that come to us and we ask them when they come for a listing, and we ask them, is your property currently in distress? Are you going through bankruptcy, divorce, foreclosure? Is there a sheriff's sale scheduled? If they say yes, if they already have it scheduled, what's the date scheduled for? We know that we could postpone it for 2 months. Now, typically your average closing will take 45 to 60 days, which is 2 months. So we'll be in a time crunch. So we need to really price that property properly and try to get that sale going so that, and find out what's the outstanding amount to lien holders so that we could sell the property and possibly pay off the debts and save them from foreclosure. And then maybe even that homeowner can even get out of it walking away with a couple of bucks in their pocket still too. Sometimes we have people that get foreclosed on and they have a lot of equity in the house. For example, if somebody had paid off 90% of the value of their home, they only owed 10% of the home value still, right? But they lost their job, they can't continue making the mortgage payments. They could get foreclosed on still, even though they have the majority of the home paid off. They got 90% of the home paid off. So what could they do? Well, they could sell the house. If they just put the house on the market to sell it, they could sell the house at a hefty profit and pay off that 10% that's balanced that's still owed. But a lot of people, they don't want to move or whatever, or they put their head in the sand and they don't answer these calls or mailings from their lenders, and eventually they get foreclosed on. Or they reach out to us as real estate agents last minute, sometimes too late, to try to help them. Anyway, we can help them. We can bail people out of the sheriff's sales. I've done it before. So we can delay that sale. The bidders must pay cash at least 20% at auction, people who are buying homes at a sheriff's sale. The balance has to be paid within 10 days of that auction. After that 10 days, a sheriff's deed is delivered to the successful bidder. And up until that point happens, we can sell that property and close on it, even after there's been an auction. So for instance, if I have a seller that comes to me and it seems like it's too late, I put the property on the market. We delay those sheriff sales 2 times or 4 times, so for 2 months. And we still didn't close on it and the auction happened. We still have another 10 days that we could close on that property, pay off those lien holders, and still avoid that foreclosure on our client's record and possibly even get them some money still. Up until the 10 days of when that sheriff's deed is delivered. But after that point, there's no further right of redemption for a homeowner in New Jersey, okay? So that's how the foreclosure process works, or the sheriff's sale and foreclosure works. Okay, so if we go down to the 3rd paragraph under foreclosure, let's highlight the successful bidder must pay cash at least 20% at the auction and the rest within 10 days until the sheriff's deed is delivered to the buyer. Now, here's a little bit of information I added in here. There is...
Victor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Like, is it 10 days or 30 days?
10 days.
To repay the 80% of the...
When the auction is done, after the auction is done,
okay,
they have 10 days to pay off the balance, and that's when the sheriff's deed will be delivered.
Okay, because I went to a couple of foreclosure, in the sheriff office, and the people were paying 20% right away, but they were mentioned that that you have to pay the rest of the money within 30 days.
Within 10 days. That's when
okay.
If you don't,
maybe I misunderstood.
If you don't pay it within 10 days, it goes back on the auction block and they keep your 20% that they already have.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Listen, do not get involved in sheriff's sales just by listening to what people told you, unless you familiarize yourself with all the details. Consult with an attorney before bidding at any of these sheriff sales auctions, because if you don't know what you're doing, you could get screwed.
Oh, no, actually, I just went there with my friend who's who flips properties.
Yeah.
And he buys when before COVID, he was buying a lot of properties. So I just used to go with him.
Yeah. Well, make sure he knows what the hell he's doing too, because you could get people that went to these things before.
Oh, no, he bought more than 200 properties.
But they just been getting lucky.
Yes.
And not having issues, you know? You know, because listen, I had one girl in one of my classes that she went And she decided, hey, sheriff sales, it's a good place to get properties. You could get a good deal on them, buy the property, get it cheap, right? And then fix it and flip it, right? That was her idea, you know, watching a lot of HGTV, all right? So she goes in there, she buys a property at the sheriff's sale. And this was during the class she did this. And then she comes up to me and she's like, I got this paper. I bought this property at foreclosure through the sheriff's sale, and there's all kinds of other liens on there. There's tax liens, there's mechanics liens, and she's like, the property's not worth it, what I paid for it. If I have to pay all those liens, there's no way I could make money on this property.
That's true.
And I was like, well, you should have learned more about the property by doing a title search on it before you made bids on it. You know, even the sheriff's department sometimes gives you that list of outstanding liens if you ask for it, you know, and she didn't know. It's her first time doing this. I'm like, well, you know what? If you can't get, I mean, the taxes, those need to be paid. No matter what, they need to be paid, you know, because you could still get foreclosed on now from a tax lien sale, right? Even if you just bought a property at a sheriff's auction. Taxes always have to be paid. Now, as far as the mechanics lien, you may be able to negotiate something with them or try to get rid of that. Somehow you could talk to an attorney about that. But if you can't get rid of that to bring it down at least a bit for it to be worth it, I'm like, you know what? You may be better off, you know, considering this a valuable lesson, and even though it's an expensive one, and just give up that 20% that you put down at the auction and call it a day. Better let them take the property and sell it back at auction. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for paying all this. And she's like,
yes. Mm-hmm.
She's like, yeah, but I paid it in full. Oh my God. I was like, talk to an attorney. I really don't want to get involved in this. You're screwed. You know, that's what I'm thinking. You know, I'm like, you need an attorney. I felt bad for her. I'm like, unfortunately, you got to know what you're doing before you invest in these things. You could get royally screwed on this. So I told her, I was like, you really need to talk to an attorney ASAP. Okay. Yeah, she got screwed in a bad way. She'll have to try to get some of those liens forgiven, but not tax liens aren't going anywhere. Maybe the mechanics liens, maybe. One would think that they're wiped out by foreclosure sale anyway. They should have been wiped out. But I said, you need to talk to an attorney about wiping these out, because if not, in order to pay off everything, even after repairs, that house is not going to be worth what she has into it. Should be selling it at a loss. So you better know what you're doing when you go to the foreclosure sales, okay? But here's a little bit of information that I was going to say, is that there actually is nothing called a sheriff's deed. There is no deed called a sheriff's deed in existence, okay? It's just a deed that they write sheriff's deed at the top of it. But there's no such animal as a sheriff's deed. It's actually a bargain and sale deed. It's a bargain and sale deed, or sometimes referred to as a straight bargain and sale deed, where the owner or the person who's selling the property, who's in possession of the deed, just says, I have the legal right to sell the property. I'm not guaranteeing the quality of the title. And that's what a sheriff's deed does, as this girl found out. The sheriff's department wasn't guaranteeing that you were buying that property at auction, that you're getting it free and clear of any liens or encumbrances. The sheriff's department was just saying, by giving you this deed, we had the legal right to sell it. We're not guaranteeing you the quality of the title. For that, you got to do your own due diligence, do a title search. Okay? And if you don't do your own due diligence, getting inspections, you could run into problems, right? Okay, so other methods of repayment. Deed in lieu of foreclosure. Let's highlight in the book, an alternative to foreclosure is for the lender to accept a deed in lieu lieu. It means instead of, okay? A deed instead of foreclosure from the borrower. Now, what is a deed in lieu? Lieu. It is when the
Return the deed to the bank.
sometimes the bank would approach the homeowner, the borrower, and offer for them just to sign the ownership back over to the bank, to sign the deed, just give the deed back to the bank and they'll take it back, okay? This is known as friendly foreclosure because it's by agreement rather than civil actions through the court system. So therefore, no foreclosure is going to appear on your credit report. Now, the lender is taking a risk because foreclosure would have wiped out any other lien. So there's a possible disadvantage there to the lender, a risk that the lender's taken. If you have other liens on that property that they're not aware of and they just take back the ownership, foreclosure would have wiped out those liens, but if it goes through the courts, but if they just take back, you just sign the ownership back to them, they could be taking that property back with other liens on it. But there is a risk there to the mortgager too, that if the lender manages to resell that property within 90 days and they do it at a loss, any deficiency can be made into a judgment and collected from that person who signed the deed in lieu of foreclosure back over to them. Okay, so an alternative to foreclosure is
Deed in lieu.
a deed in lieu. That's where the borrower just signs the ownership, signs the deed, and gives it back to the bank. Okay, that's all you need to know for exam. That's it. You don't need to know about any of this 90-day stuff. People just ask me questions about this all the time, so I do some research and I get them the information. Okay, and then I add it into the class, making you a little bit.
Repeat that again. What's an exam?
All you need to know is an alternative to foreclosure other than short sale. Deed in lieu. That's where the borrower gives back the property to the lender by signing the deed back over to them. Okay. So we're going to highlight also there on the third line, the major disadvantages to the lender. You could get a question on exams, which I've seen on exams before too. That is, with a deed in lieu of foreclosure, who is being disadvantaged by a deed in lieu of foreclosure or something along those lines? Or who's taking the risk? The lender.
The lender.
Yeah. Even technically, the borrower is taking a risk too. The lender's taking the immediate risk. Because if they take that ownership and there's other liens attached to it, then they got to pay it off because they own the property now, right? And remember, liens attached to properties, not to the property owners. All right, so a short sale is another alternative form to foreclosure, but this is when when the owner owes more on the house than it's currently worth. So there's no way for them to sell the property and have enough money to pay off what they owe on it. So what we do is we negotiate with their lender to accept less than the full amount that's owed on it. The lender is voluntarily agreeing to be shortchanged on the sale. Thus the term short sale. They're getting shortchanged, they're getting shorted on the sale. That's why they call it a short sale. But it's voluntary. Why would a lender agree to do this? Because a short sale would save the bank more money than allowing it to go to foreclosure. Foreclosure goes through the courts, and foreclosure can be a long and expensive process for the lender. So if a seller is willing to work with them and just put the property on the market for sale and work with them to try to sell it, it could save them a lot of money from time, from damage from the property from sitting, property values going down, etc. The cost of the foreclosure itself, it could save the lender a lot of money rather than having to take that homeowner to court, wait all that time, go through the process of foreclosure, then finally getting them out, and still having to list it and sell it later. And especially if the property values went down, now they're even losing that much more money. So they rather the homeowner work with them to sell the property. So therefore the lender has a lot of say though in short sales, the price that they're willing to accept. So people ask me, well, how much less than the asking price is a lender willing to accept with a short sale? What did you price it at? Did you overprice it? Did you underprice it? Did you price it right? You know, it goes by market value, and it goes by what the lender knows what the current market value is on the home. They're not going to agree to get robbed, right? If they could make more money on the property by just foreclosing on you, getting the property back and selling it on their own, they're going to do that rather than doing through short sale. So that's why the short sale process takes a while, because the lender examines the numbers in all these different ways to see if it's better, which one is more profitable to them.
So the lender eats the difference?
They eat the loss. Well, it's a tax write-off. Yeah. It's a tax write-off for them. Yeah, it's a loss. And it's not always just a tax write-off. Remember, we had a lot of mortgage bailouts. Remember all the bailouts that we had? We had 2 mortgage bailouts. We had one under Obama, one under Bush, right? And remember, there was all these arguments. We learned from the first one that Bush did. We were like, dude, man, this money's getting wasted. You're throwing it out there and not putting restrictions on it. We got to put restrictions on it. So when Obama went to do the second bailout, which was even bigger, he was like, you had one side that was saying, no, wait a couple of days. We need to put some rules in place on how this money can be spent. And he was like, no. We need to get that money out there. We know some of that money is going to be wasted, but that's okay. It'll trickle down and it'll end up making the economy go up anyway. So basically, you didn't put rules in place of how that money can be used. So now we got terms like golden parachutes for CEOs and stuff, right? But instead of blaming these lawmakers that pushed for this and couldn't wait a couple of days to put some rules in place, you know, now the political parties blame each other. But, you know, it could have been a simple fix. So now you have some lenders that now they gave all this huge bailout monies to these lenders that are too big to fail. Remember that terminology? They're too big to fail. And so they got all these huge bailouts. Now the CEOs of these banks, these lending institutions that got this huge money, their pay, their bonuses in their employment agreements are based on the amount of money that that lender has sitting in their bank. Now, even though this money didn't come from profit, it came from bailouts, it doesn't say that in their employment agreements. And the politicians didn't put any rules that this money can't be used for bonuses or payouts because it was too big to fail. We need to get that money out. We know someone's going to go to waste, fraud, and abuse. All right. And so therefore they got these huge bonuses and then they retired, right? You guys were hearing that left and right. And especially when some of the politicians that were pushing through this, like one particular one, Maxine Waters, this big mouth that was pushing for it the biggest, her husband was one of those CEOs of the first bank that got one of those golden parachutes, you know, hypocrites in politics. Anyway, if you want to learn more about what happened when we had these mortgage meltdowns and the mortgage crash, there's a movie for you guys to watch. It's called The Big Short. You guys ever hear that? The Big Short? I got that movie in that class, in that Word document for our class here.
What's the name of it? Oh, you do have it in there?
Yep, it's in here. It's called The Big Short. Okay, So you see here, I got a bunch of movies, documentaries, TV shows that are real estate related. Here's the one. It's The Big Short. And this is about the mortgage market crash of 2006. Okay. Now it was crashing for a couple of years, but that's when it started, 2006. That's when the market started its decline. But then it really started going down over the next few years. Okay. It's called The Big Short. There's a lot of stars in there. You got here, who are some of those celebrities that you can see that are in that movie? You know, now this movie does a good job explaining what happened. However, you know, there's a little embellishment. They're trying to make it entertaining, and there are some entertaining parts to it, but it does a pretty good job framing what did happen overall, even though they didn't get into the details of the dirt of all the details about what led up to this over time. That would be getting too much into politics, and Hollywood doesn't want to do that because it could bite them in the rear end. So here's The Big Short. Here's some of the, who are some of the stars in this? Is this the right one? Yeah, this is it, The Big Short. You got a lot of comedians, major actors that are in it. This is the movie right here. Stars: Christian Bale, Steve Carell, Ryan Gosling, a lot of other major big players there too. Here. Anyway, here's a list of all the actors in there. Guess they're not listed in any order. Anyway, good movie to watch, real estate related. All right, so short sale is an alternative to foreclosure. Then we have deficiency judgment. What is a deficiency judgment? Well, if I owe you money and I don't pay you back the full amount that I owe you, if I owe you $100,000 and I only pay you back $50,000, I was deficient paying you $50,000, right? So now you could take me to court, get a court judgment against me for $50,000. A court judgment's just a piece of paper. It's a letter from a court saying, we had a judgment that said that, a judge said that you owe me money, $50,000. Okay, so that's what a deficiency judgment is, okay? So if you do a short sale and the lender agrees to that short sale, getting shortchanged, and there's only one loan on the property, then they can't chase after you for any deficiencies. However, if there are other liens, other junior liens on the property, those are generally recourse type loans, and they can, even though they may agree to release the lien so that they could do the short sale, they can get a court deficiency judgment against you and chase after you for that. This is why we as real estate agents would try to negotiate with any junior lien holders to give them some amount as a payoff out of this total sale. So we negotiate with the first lender to pay off some money towards the second or junior lien holders. And in order to get them to not only release the lien to do the short sale, but also to sign a satisfaction of lien so that they don't chase after that person who's agreeing to do the short sale. If that's the case, why bother do the short sale if they're only going to chase after you anyway? Let them foreclose on you and then file bankruptcy and screw them all, right? Those are the options. So generally, now the primary lien holder will give 10% of whatever's owed to the junior lien holders if they agree to this, okay? In the past, it was the primary lien holder, they would give like $1,000 and they'd be like, take it and like it. If not, we're gonna foreclose and we're gonna get the property and then you're gonna be wiped out anyway. All right, and then lastly, a bank-owned property, after it's been foreclosed on and it's owned free and clear by the lender, it's called an REO. REO stands for real estate owned. It's real estate owned by the bank. It's a bank-owned property that has no debts on it. It's a clean owned property. It's called REO. All right. So we'll highlight that on page 231 or 230. Yeah, 231. We're going to highlight on the second paragraph there, real estate owned REO, and just right above it, bank owned property. Okay. And that concludes chapter 13. And now we will do the key terms to review. All right, so the key terms to review for chapter 13. There's only one key term to review here for this chapter, and we're going to start with borrower. Who is the borrower?
Mortgagor.
The
Mortgagor.
mortgagor.
Yeah, they said it backwards. The mortgagor is the borrower. Borrower is mortgagor. Okay, so 12 is A. The borrower state. See, it does work though. You guys all remember that one. So I told you it's stupid stuff, but it's stupid ways to remember, but those things work. Borrower statement of how much remains on the mortgage debt.
Is the estoppel certificate?
Estoppel certificate. It is the estoppel. 7 is B. An agreement, I'm sorry, an arrangement by which the mortgage holder gives up priority.
Subordinate?
The subordination agreement.
Subordination agreement?
Yep, 20C. Charging higher interest than is allowed by law.
Usury.
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 Correct.
D.
Usury. 21 is D.
21, yeah.
Clause ensuring that after repayment, the lender has no claim on the property.
Defeasance clause?
5 is E, the defeasance clause.
Defeasance clause.
A clause stating that if the property sold, the debt is immediately payable.
Alienation clause.
2 is F. 2 is F, the alienation clause. Pledging of property as security without surrendering possession.
Hypothecation?
Yes, hypothecation. Sounds like an up here crusty word there. 9 is G. Clause stating that in case of default, the whole debt is immediately payable.
Acceleration
clause.
1 is H, the acceleration clause. A court order that the borrower pay money lost by the lender after foreclosure.
6.
6 is I, the
Deficiency judgment, yeah.
deficiency judgment, correct. All right. Document given to purchaser of foreclosed property. What's the document that's given to the purchaser of foreclosed?
Sheriff's sale?
No, not the sheriff's sale, the sheriff's deed. The sheriff's deed. 17 is J.
Oh, 17, yeah, okay.
Failure to live up to any part of a mortgage agreement.
Default.
You're in default now. 4 is K. Another word for lender.
Mortgagee.
11 is L.
L.
Mortgagee. Lender's statement of how much remains on a debt.
Reduction certificate.
14 is M, the reduction certificate. That's the lender's statement. The lender's statement that the debt has been paid in full.
Satisfaction of mortgage?
16 is N, the satisfaction of mortgage. Personal promise to repay a loan similar to a bond.
Mortgage.
Note.
The note. 13 is O. Personal promise to repay money similar to a note.
That's a mortgage.
Mortgage.
Bond.
Bonds, yeah.
Remember, a note and a bond are the same thing. They're the financing instrument. They just, okay, so they ask you, what's the personal promise to repay a loan similar to a bond? A note. What's a similar, what's a promise to pay, repay money similar to a note? A bond. So 3 was P. Proceeding to auction foreclosed real estate.
That's sheriff's sale.
18 is
Sheriff's.
sheriff's sale.
I had it backwards, yeah.
To seize and sell property pledged for a debt.
Short sale.
Foreclosure.
Foreclosure. Foreclosure. 8 is R. Written
Wait,
pledge.
what number are R?
8 is R.
Oh, okay.
8 is R, foreclosure. Written pledge of real
Yeah, I did have it.
security
Okay.
for a loan.
Mortgage.
Mortgage.
10 is S.
Mortgage, yeah.
Lender agrees to accept sale proceeds even if less than the debt.
Short sale.
Short sale.
19 is T, short sale. And property acquired by lenders.
REO.
REO.
15 is U, REO. That's the bank-owned property, owned by the bank. All right. All right. Chapter 14.
I only have 2 wrong. That's good.
All right, so chapter 14. Let me pull up that slideshow. There we go. All right, so financing 1, conventional FHA and VA loans. All right. So mortgage financing. Well, first of all, they're going to go over different types of financing, various payment plans, and different types of loans, etc. That's what they're going to go over in this chapter. So mortgage financing. Usually when people go to buy a house, they don't have all the cash to put down to buy the property. So they need to get some kind of a loan to purchase, right? So interests, why do lenders loan money? To get money. They make money by lending money, right? Well, how do they make money? Well, they charge you interests. Interest is the rent that you pay to use someone else's money. It's the charge or rent that you pay to use someone else's money. It's called interest, okay? Now, value, the word value means 100%. Value is always 100%. The word value means 100%. Okay, so whenever trying to determine value, you're always trying to determine 100%. Okay, this is the way you should think of these words in your head. That's the way I'm giving these definitions. So an LTV is a loan to value ratio. It says how much the lender is willing to loan you in relation to the value of the property. Now, a lender typically is not going to loan you the value 100%. They want you to have some money to put down. They want you to have some skin in the game. So if property values drop or something, you're not just going to walk away because you have some money involved out of your own pocket. You're less likely just to walk away from a deal if you have a financial interest in it, right? So how much the lender will loan you versus the appraised value of the home, not the offer price, because the offer price isn't really the value. An example is if you have an LTV ratio of 80%, that means that the lender will loan you 80% of the appraised value of the property. Pull up my whiteboard here.
I thought really was like 75%.
How much they'll loan you depends on the loan program. Depends on a lot of factors. Yeah.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm.
It depends on your risk. It's called risk-based lending that we do in real estate. Until they come up with some other method of lending, it's risk-based lending. What determines what the best interest rate that you get? What determines how much money you have to put down? It all depends on the risk to the lender. And it's not just your credit score. It's also your debt to income ratio, and other factors that they take into consideration. The value of the property, you know, how much money you put down, current market situations, okay, would determine the risk to the lender. Let me just try to find, I think I have something here. Geez, I got to go through some of these and delete some of these. All right, whatever. We'll do the new one. Okay, so LTV, if you see LTV, you guys are gonna get started in real estate offices, and mortgage reps are gonna be coming over you, giving you their flyer sheets and talking about the lending programs that they got, and they got an LTV. This program only has an LTV of 80%. What does that mean? How much money does the borrower have to put down?
20%.
20%.
Yeah, because if the LTV is 80%, you look at it this way, LTV, I'm gonna put the 80% down here. If they will loan you 80% of the appraised value, loan to value, okay? That's exactly what that means. So the L is for loan to the value, in relation to the value of the property. When they say value, they mean the appraised value. All right. They're not going to loan you just whatever ridiculous offer that you make. Remember, this property also has to serve as collateral for the loan. Right. So how much money you got to put down here? Well, if value means 100%, if you got to put 80 of it down, if they're going to lend you 80 of it, then that means that you got to pay 20% of it. So you got to have 20% down. What is the LTV on an FHA loan?
3.5%.
3.5.
Nope. That's the down payment amount.
Oh.
26.5.
I said that for a reason, because a lot of people usually mess that up at the beginning. Okay. So they require a 3.5% down payment.
Down payment,
okay.
but there's no.
So let's look at that. I just want to just put it out here. I'm not picking on nobody. If you put 3.5% down, that if you say the LTV is 3.5%, that means that they will loan you 3.5% of the appraised value, and that's you. I knew you knew what you meant, you know, but you know, on exams they ask you these questions in a word format. They're not drawing pictures like this or anything to try to figure it out. And if you just quickly say 3.5%, you got to be careful. What is the it on an FHA loan? What is that? 96.5?
Yeah.
96.5% is the LTV on an FHA loan. That would require you to put 3.5% down. Okay. I know I tricked you. I tricked you really quick on it, but that's the way to get you to remember. Okay. Then you don't make that mistake again. All right. So the LTV is how much that they'll lend you in relation to the amount that you're borrowing. Okay. Or how much you got to put down versus how much they're going to lend you. Okay. That's the loan to value ratio, how much they're lending in relation to the value of the property. Okay. Now, equity is the difference between the current value of the property and what is owed on it. All right, so equity can be built in different ways. Market values can increase. You can do home improvements that force the value up, or paying down the debt. Here, let's make it visual. So you could have the equity on your the equity EQUITY, equity on the property. Let's see. If you have a property that's worth 300, or you purchased it, you borrowed $300,000, okay, to purchase this property. Or no, here, how about, let's do it this way. You purchased the property for $300,000 and you put, let's just say you put $20,000 down. Your equity is equal to your down payment at the time that you purchased it. Right?
Yes.
Now, that's when you first buy the property. Your equity is equal to your down payment. Okay? Not unless you got that property at a steal, at a bargain, below market value, right? So your equity is equal to your down payment at the time you purchase the property. Now, how can you build equity? Well, let's just say that you had this property for a period of time now, and through your periodic mortgage payments, you paid off another $20,000 on the property. So now you have a total of how much equity?
$40,000.
$40,000, provided that the property is still worth $300,000, right? So now this would be your equity. What other way can we raise equity? Well, let's just say that we put $5,000, we spent $5,000 of improvements on the property. And those $5,000 of improvements raised the property value by $10,000. What's our equity now?
50,000.
50,000.
40, it's 45,000.
45 because you've only made 5,000 improvement. It's whatever you put into the house?
Yeah, you put $5,000 into the house and it raised the value by 5,000. So therefore you only have $5,000 of additional in there if you were to count it out, okay? If you want to keep track of the true equity on the property, what you got in there. But let's just say that you only owe, let's just stick with this. If you still owe 300,000 and you rate increased it by 10,000, then your equity is $50,000. But if for like taxation reasons and all that, you want to track the amount of money that you have in the property versus, you know, the amount of profit, your true profit that you're really getting out of it, okay? But as of right now, your equity is $50,000, and that's property, so that would be correct, okay? Now let's just see, you know, market values go like this. They're cyclical. They go up, they got their highs, they got their lows, right? Market values and real estate values go up. The real estate market's not constant, right? Now, where are we in this curve for the market value? Are you buying the home here or are you buying the home here? You know, if you're buying the home here and you ask me, well, what do you think? A property value is going to go going up or down? I don't know. I can't see if it's going, we're right here at this point in time. I can't tell you if we're going to go up from here, if we're going to go down. I can't be certain about that. All right. Now, if you're buying here, it's the same situation. I can't tell you because I don't know. Are we going to go down or are we going to go up still? But if you buy here, you bought good, right? Because by the time you sell up here, you're in the green, right? And if you bought here, well, by the time you sell, you're in the red. The key is you buy low, sell high. You don't buy high, sell low. That's losing money. Just like the stock market, right? But people get scared sometimes and they panic sell and they end up losing. They figure, oh, well, I'm minimizing my loss. Well, it's still a loss. But if you don't sell, you won't lose. If you hold on to it long enough, actually, I shouldn't have erased that picture. Because if you hold on to it long enough, look, here's Market values go up, they go down, they go up, they go down in the curve, right? Now, let's just say that you bought that property here. You bought it right here in this timeline, right? You're going to lose money here, or forget about this. Let's just say that you bought the property. You bought the property right here at this point in time right here, okay? So property values are going to go down, right? And if you see property values going down and you panic and you try to minimize your loss and you sell right there, you're still selling at a loss. There's that gap from here to here that you're losing. However, if you sell that property, you wait, you hold on to it long enough that it goes through the curve, and then you sell it when it's up here, well, look, you're selling it at a profit. You're selling it for more than you bought it for. But if you're selling it here, you're selling it for less than you bought it for, okay?
How long is that time frame? It depends.
Couldn't tell you how long to hold on to it for, but what I could tell you is historically, real estate is a good investment in the long run. In the short term, it's a gamble, right? It's not like stocks and bonds where you could buy stock in the morning and sell it in the afternoon at a profit. If you buy real estate in the morning and try to sell it next week, you're probably going to lose money. Unless you did something to force an increase of the value, like improvements, or you got it at a steal to begin with, you bought it below market value. In the short term, you'll probably lose out in real estate. In the long term, it's usually profitable. All right, so on the first page, 235, I'm going to have you highlight on the last line here. Interest is the rent the borrower pays the lender for the use of the lender's money. Turn to page 236. At the top of the page, we're going to highlight the amount of mortgage loan in relation to the value of the home, the loan to value or LTV ratio. And above that, I want you to write appraised value. And then also write value is equal to 100%. Now it says these LTV ratios have increased from 40% in 1920. How much money did you have to buy a house in 1920 if the LTV is 40%?
60% down.
You had to put 60% of the money down to buy a house in 1920s. Wow. To as much
That's
as
a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
To as much as 95 or 100% today. Now, payment periods have also lengthened from 5 years in the 20s to as much as 30 or 40 today. Wait. So in 1920s, if you wanted to buy a house, you had to have 60% of the cash to put down, and you had to pay off the amount that you borrowed within 5 years. Not a lot of people could buy homes in the 20s. Then again, what was going on in the 20s? We had the Great Depression, right? That was the times when people were living out in the street. People were in bread lines, you know. There was a lot of poverty. It was a bad, bad time, right? But basically saying that we have a lot of options now. Now, sometimes people in class, they're like, yeah, but how much were homes worth in the 20s? You know, it doesn't matter. It's all relevant to how much people were earning, you know. Even though homes were cheaper, you know, how much were they earning back then, you know? Okay, so payment plans. Oh, wait, before we go into payment plans. So interest rates are the charge for borrowing money. And to buffer the effects of unstable money markets, lenders have been able to offer many alternative forms of mortgages in recent years, such as adjustable rate mortgages. Seller financing also becomes popular in tight money mortgage markets where the lenders are not lending. So for years, the government has also had programs to help people buy into home ownership with low down payment mortgage loans through the FHA, the Federal Housing Administration, or the VA, the Veterans Department of Veterans Affairs. In addition to private lending, right, programs that become available. Let's see, payment plans, how do they work? Some payment plans, we have fixed rate loans. The word amortize, we're going to talk about fixed rate loans first. The word amortize means to kill off slowly over time. And that's exactly what it does. It kills off the debt slowly over time, agonizingly slow. 30 years is your average loan that people get, right? So what does amortize mean? To kill off. Remember that. Amortize means to kill off.
Yeah.
So if you have a fully amortized loan, define this term for me. Redefine this word for me, fully amortized. Define it to me in simple terms.
Paid in full.
Fully killed off, right?
Yep.
If it's fully amortized, the word amortize means kill off. It's fully killed off. That means you paid it off in full.
Paid it off.
So payment amount doesn't change. It remains constant over the life of the loan in a fixed rate loan. Payments get applied first to the interest that's owed and the balance towards the principal. So every time you make a monthly mortgage payment, how much of that monthly mortgage payment goes towards the principal, how much of it, which is the amount you borrowed. Principal is the amount of money you borrow versus the interest. What's the interest? It's the rent, right? Which one gets applied? Which one gets paid back first?
Interest.
Interest, correct. And then the balance towards the principal to pay off the debt. All right. So by the time the last payment is made, the loan has been fully amortized or fully killed off. The balance should be zero.
Yeah.
Okay. If you look to the next page, on page 237, do I have a graphic like this? I should take a picture of this. I got to put a graphic like this, a graphic bar chart here in my slideshow. Things I want to do, things I want to do. Okay. What slide number is this? Let me take a look real quick. Sorry. Slide 6. All right, so slide 6, chapter 15. Okay, so if you look to the chart on page 237, this is a 30-year fully amortized loan. The dark color part of the first bar. Let's just look at the first bar in this chart. The dark color dictates how much of your monthly mortgage payment goes towards the interest, and the light color at the very tippy top of that bar shows how much of it is going to pay off the principal, the amount borrowed. All right. So as you could see, the majority of your mortgage payment goes towards paying off your interest and a small amount towards paying off the principal for at least the first 15 years of that 30-year mortgage, right? Before it starts to flip the other way. How come they don't just make it an even applying throughout from the first year to the last year of the mortgage? How come they don't just make it an even amount? 50% of your monthly mortgage payment goes towards paying off the interest, 50% goes towards paying off the principal.
Because they're in business to make money.
Well, they'll get their money either way.
Yeah.
So why do they do it like this, where instead of, you know, at least the first half of the loan, the majority of your payment goes towards the interest, and then later in the loan it starts to flip, where the majority of the monthly payment goes towards the principal.
If you pay off early, they lose interest.
Risk?
Because you're borrowing money, so the interest is, they want their money back first.
They want to reduce their risk. Yeah, they want to.
They're still getting the same amount of money, okay?
But they just want to be paid first.
They want to be paid first. Why?
Reduce their
Because
risk.
if you default on your mortgage,
Okay, so what happens if you default on your mortgage? What happens if
go
you
to
sell the
foreclosure,
home?
all these.
I mean, how often?
Because the interest is the money that they earn. It's not the loan. Loan they can write it off, but they can't write off their interest if they lose the interest.
No, they're going to get paid either way. It's a matter of they want to get their money up front, because how long do people on average stay in homes these days? Do they stay in?
Oh, yeah, you did mention about 5 to 7 years.
5 to 7 years is the average. So the lender wants to stack up their interest, their money. They want to get as much of it back as they can, because they know you're not going to stay in it for the long haul, or you're not probably going to stay in it for the long haul. So they pack up, they load up the interest up front, that they want to get as much money as they possibly can up front. That's why they do it, period. We live in a more and more, we're not living in your grandparents' day where you had to live near the factory where we built stuff, and you had your good job where you were going to get your pension from and all that. These days, everybody, we don't make anything here in America anymore, right? Everybody wants to be a boss, right? We're in technology. We're in these types of different jobs that you can advance in, and you don't have to stay in the same place. So we're becoming more and more of a nomadic society where people are moving from here to there. You know, you could do your job from home. I'm teaching you from home right now, you know? So therefore, I mean, if I wanted to, I could move to Florida and I could teach you from Florida, the New Jersey licensing law, right? So therefore, I can live anywhere I want. So we tend to move more often. So therefore, people don't stay in the houses more often. The lenders want to get their money up front. That's basically it in a nutshell. Now, a straight loan. We got the payment plan loans here. Let's go under payment plans in the book. And I want you to highlight, and amortize means to kill off slowly over time. Then go down, skip the next sentence, and the following sentence highlight, regular payments are applied first to interest owed, and the balance is applied to the principal over the term, whatever the term is. Okay. These are also referred to as self-liquidating loans, because as you pay them down, you're paying them off. As you make payments, you're paying them off. Self-liquidating, but agonizingly slowly. All right, so then we have under the fixed rate loans here, we have the fully amortized one we just went over. The second bullet point is a straight loan. So if we read it, a straight payment plan calls for periodic payments of interest only. Highlight interest only. And then just below it, highlight where it's in bold, straight loan. Straight term loan or straight loan. What is a straight loan? It's an interest only loan. We have a lot of different types of loans out there. These different loans are to be used for different purposes. Not everybody who's buying a house is meant to use every loan that's out there. There's different loans that are created for different purposes. Sometimes people use the wrong loan product for their purpose, and then they want to blame everybody else for their problems. A straight loan, this is usually meant for builders. It's meant for short-term loans. It's interest only. So basically you will never, as you make your mortgage payments, you're never going to pay down what you owe because you're only paying the rent on the loan, on the money that you borrowed. You're not paying down the principal, the amount you borrowed. So it can be used for second mortgages, but often it's used by short-term people for fixing and flipping or for builders, okay? And then you pay off the loan when you sell the house. But in the meantime, while you're building up this this thing, you want to make the smallest payment possible. So you're just going to pay the interest, okay? It's an interest-only loan. So the next bullet point, second line towards the end of the line, I want you to highlight, final payment is larger amount than the others. This is called a balloon payment, and this type of loan is called a partially amortized loan. Well, let's look up the word partially amortized. If the word amortize means to kill off, partially amortized means you only partially killed it. You got to put another shot in that sucker with a bigger payment to fully kill it, right? That bigger payment is made at the end of the term, and that bigger payment that balloons in size is called a balloon payment. See where they get this terminology from? It's bigger in size, it balloons in size, it's larger than the rest, so therefore it is a balloon payment. Okay? Why would somebody get a partially amortized loan? Anybody? You get a partially amortized loan because the monthly mortgage payments will be smaller. Just knowing that your last payment that you're going to make is going to be larger than the rest. So save up. All right. Then we have biweekly mortgages. A lot of people misinterpret this as making two mortgage payments a month. It is not. It is a half payment every 2 weeks. The equivalent of 26 half payments per year, which is 13 months a year. But we know there's only 12 months in a year, so you have one extra payment. That one extra payment is applied entirely towards the principal, the amount that you borrowed. And by doing this, you can reduce the time on a 30-year fixed rate loan down to, you can knock 7 to 8 years off of it. You can knock it down to 22 or 23 years just by making one extra payment a year, per year, that you apply entirely towards the principal, because you're paying down the amount that you borrow. That's what the principal is.
Do they charge extra for it? I mean, do they charge higher interest rate?
For what? It's your loan. Whatever loan that you have right now. Hold on a second.
It's the same interest rate. Now, but you can't split it in half though.
What do you mean?
Mortgage.
No.
Like they say here.
Hold on a second. Don't go ahead. Don't go reading. Just listen to me. A biweekly mortgage. What is a biweekly mortgage? Okay. This is when the lender sets up the payments. Some people cannot save up the money and just on their own make one extra payment a year, applying it towards the principal. So instead, they set up their entire repayment plan to be, I will make a half a mortgage payment every 2 weeks. This will end out taking a little bit to save towards saving up to make that extra, to save up that one extra payment that will get applied totally towards the principal. Okay. This is a way that they could do that, and it's kind of transparent to them. They don't realize that they're actually paying a little bit extra because it's a little bit extra here, a little bit extra every month. But at the end of the year, it comes out to, hey, you made one extra payment
I have a question. Do the banks do that? They don't allow that anymore.
What do you mean? It's not up to them. You're making the payment. You can pay how much you want as long as you pay at least their minimum.
Yeah, because I tried that. The previous bank said, no, we don't accept it. It's not, we can't apply this payment properly.
Go online and do it.
That's their problem to figure out. No, they cannot. They can't.
Yeah, they lied to you.
They lied to you. They can't tell you that.
They said they sent me a letter saying we don't know how to play. You have to pay the full amount.
Then you report them to the Department of Banking and Insurance.
Yeah, they can't do that.
You file a complaint and you report them to the Department of Banking and Insurance.
You want to pay towards the principal, they have to take it.
They have to take it. You want to pay down your money, you want to pay down your loan, they have to take it. And remember, there's no prepayment penalties allowed in New Jersey either if you pay that loan off sooner. So they lied to you, okay?
Victor, is that for only home loan or for any other loan? Early payment, early payment.
We're only talking about real estate, so I don't want to get into car.
Yeah, I have a letter to prove
Just
it. So
make
I
sure
have
that's
a
all. Thank
letter that this lender would not allow it. I have a letter stating that.
Then,
because I tried doing that and they said no.
Like I said, contact the Department of Banking and Insurance then.
Uh-huh.
Okay. If you ask them if you could just convert it to biweekly mortgage your current loan, maybe your lender didn't want to convert the entire process. But if that's fine, refinance it into another loan and get it biweekly. But a lender generally will, but they'll charge you for it. Like if you have an existing loan that's not set up for biweekly, they may charge you $600 or $800 to set up this biweekly plan if you didn't set it up that way at the time you got it. But you know what? You don't need to set it up with them. You could just send them an extra payment and say, I want this amount applied towards the principal only. And you write that, you make sure you write it on the check. Because if you don't write it on the check, then they're going to apply it towards the interest. And they'll say, thank you for paying the interest up front, the rent up front. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, they got to accept it. Okay. Yeah, there's something wrong with that. It's either you ask them to restructure it differently and they said, no, we don't restructure it.
No, I didn't ask them to restructure. I literally sent out 2 separate payments, dividing the mortgage in half. And I sent in the beginning of the month and then in the middle of the month. And they said, no, we can't, we don't know how to apply that. We can't do that. This is against our policy. And
did you tell them where to apply it?
No, they got to take it. You sent in a half payment early, and then they sent the other half. You know what? They may have a little bit of an issue. That try to send one check to them with the extra.
Yeah, it's because you only sent half.
Yeah.
That's why. Yeah.
But it's okay. But it says here
you can ask them
payment.
You could ask that. This is when the loan is set up that way. So basically, the loan is set up that you have to make half payments every 2 weeks, okay? If you don't have it set up that way, you can't just send in a half payment to your lender and say, I'll send the other half in another time. You know,
that's why they did that.
They want the full amount, okay? You have to set it up. You have to set it up this way. Otherwise, the way that you do it is you make your full monthly mortgage payment, and then you could send in some extra with that, and you make sure that you write on there the excess is to be applied to principal only. Even if you make the payments online, they usually have it set up so that you could do that. But if you just want to, you're basically trying to set up a biweekly mortgage without having them set up, without setting it up with the bank, and they won't do that. You actually have to set it up, and then they'll charge you a fee to do that. That's what they're getting at. Okay. I see why what's going on there. Okay. So
yeah. All right. Well, now I understand.
Yeah, you could just send in your monthly mortgage payment and then send in a little bit extra on that same check, or in an additional separate check as well. Okay. And just say this is an extra to be applied towards my principal only. Then they have to accept that. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, even though you set up a biweekly mortgage, there's a better way to do this. This is for people who can't save up that little extra money, so it's kind of transparent for them. If you actually can save up, and at the beginning of the year, you make your mortgage payments as regular, but you make one extra payment right at the beginning of the year, with that entire amount being applied towards the principal, that'll save you even more money than like a biweekly mortgage, because you're paying down your principal that's that much less money that you have borrowed that they could charge you interest on throughout the rest of the year. Okay? You're actually robbing them of their interest. Who cares? That's their problem. They're making money. I don't shed a tear for them. I want to show you something in the math how-to study guide that I sent you. I did send it to you. It is in your shared Google Drive folder there. I want to show you something. It's in that shared Google Drive with the additional supplements. There's one that's called Math Problems. I'm going to pull it up real quick, and I'm going to show it to you on screen. Hold tight. La-ti-da, da-da-da. So here's let me see. I got this.
How can you figure
Hold on.
how many payments can you make to figure out how many years can you control to pay it off?
What do you mean? You can make as
Like
many.
how many extra payments can you make to, let's say, cut it in half? How do you figure that out?
As many as you could afford to make, you would want to pay down. You want to pay down your loan as soon as possible. You know, here I have a chart right here that'll show you how to do some of that math. Okay, this is the math how-to study guide that I sent you guys. It's in the shared Google Drive. It shows you, if you scroll down to, which is page 7 in it, it says comparing two mortgage loans, this is sometimes an exam question that you get on state exam. It says, here's the question. It would be worded like this. If you have a $300,000 loan at a 5% interest rate, how much would you save over the life of a loan on a 25-year loan versus a 30-year loan? All right. Well, I worked it out. I'm not going to go over the details how to work this out just yet, because we're going to go over that shortly. When we go over it, then I could come back and explain this. I don't want to start explaining this, and you don't know what a mortgage factor is yet, so you're going to be lost. So let's just jump down to the nitty-gritty of it. You would save $53,000, almost $53,500 on a 25-year loan versus a 30-year loan. Okay, that's 5 years difference. We're not even talking about making one extra payment a year towards the principal so that they could charge you less, and that's saving on interest payments. Saving on interest payments, 7 or 8 years of mortgage payments. This is just setting it up as a 25-year loan versus a 30-year loan out the gate. Okay. Which is less. So you would save way more than this even. And that's on a 30-year loan. This is doing a 25-year loan versus a 30-year loan. Look at this. At 5% interest rate on a 30-year loan, if you kept it for the full 30 years, by the time you paid off that loan, you would have paid $579,960 on that $300,000 loan. So if you figure that out by figuring out that full amount, that's your principal and interest, you subtract your principal and you're left with your interest. Okay, so anyway, well, we're going to do the math and learn how to do that. And then on that 25-year loan, you would have paid $526,500 if you kept it for full 25 years. Okay, so that $300,000, lenders are making a lot of money. Even on a 25-year loan, they're making $226,500 off you for borrowing $300,000, and that's only at 5% interest rate. I don't shed a tear for them. Too big to fail my ass. Right? All right, so we'll actually do these math problems and get into that. I'll keep this open. I'm just gonna minimize this for now because that's not what we're learning about right now. Okay. So adjustable rate mortgages. Well, before we get into the adjustable rate mortgages, so on the next bullet point here, you highlight biweekly mortgage involve half payments every 2 weeks instead of monthly. Then go down 2 lines, and at the end of the line, highlight the extra money is applied entirely towards the principal. Okay. Now we're going to learn about the anatomy of an adjustable rate mortgage, which we refer to as an ARM for short. Okay. An ARM is an adjustable rate mortgage. So let's look at the anatomy of how these things work. Well, an adjustable rate mortgage shifts the risk or reward of the changing interest rates from the lender to the borrower. Because now the borrower is taking the risk or earning the reward. If interest rates go up, the borrower pays more. If the interest rates go down, the borrower pays less. Okay? So what determines, what's the adjustment period? Let's talk about the adjustment period. A lot of people say, you don't want these loans. Those loans are always, the rates are always going up and down. You never know what you're going to be paying. Wrong. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's totally wrong. The rates are adjusted once a year, usually on the anniversary of the loan when it was written. Okay. So what determines whether the rates go up or down? Well, they're usually tied to some sort of an index, and that index is commonly the 1-year U.S. Treasury bill. So depending on the rate of the Treasury bill will dictate whether your rate is going to go up or down on your adjustable loan, or what other index your lender may be using. Now, margin. Margin is the difference between the cost of the money to the borrower to what they're lending to you. It's the markup. So they're going to make the difference. So for example, if it costs your lender 2% to get the money that they're going to lend to you, and they want to make 2% on it, how much do they need to charge?
4%?
They need to charge 4%. That's correct. All right. So sometimes people say, well, it's still a bad loan because those interest rates can shoot up on you like crazy. Nope, that's wrong. There's usually a cap tied to it, a cap that would limit the maximum that the interest rate can go up in any single adjustment period. That's the cap. And they have a lifetime cap on the loan too, which would limit the maximum that the interest rate can go up over the entire life of the loan as well. The way to remember this is here. I have a cap on my drink here, right? So let's put this here on the desk here, try to get it so that you can see the cap, okay? I'm gonna screw this so I can take it off. Okay, so you got a cap right here. The cap is the maximum that the interest rate can go up in any adjustment period. That's the maximum. What's above the cap? Look up. The ceiling. So that would limit the highest that it could go up in any single adjustment over the life of the loan. The cap limits it in any single adjustment period. The life of the loan is limited by the ceiling. Can't go up higher than the ceiling. All right, so the worst case scenario is always spelled out for you. When you get an adjustable rate mortgage, they spell it out on the paperwork. What the highest your mortgage payment would go up, provided that the interest rate goes up to its maximum that could ever go up on the life of the loan. They spell out to you, they work it out for you, and it's on that mortgage papers that you get when you get an adjustable rate mortgage. So people who say, oh, you don't want those loans, you never know what the payment could be. No, they actually spell it out for you. You do know what the payment can be. They work it out for you. Sorry, just answering something really quick. All right, so in the adjustable rate mortgage, okay, so on page 237, under adjustable rate mortgages, highlights adjustable rate mortgages shift the risk or reward of changing interest rates from the lender to the borrower.
Can you repeat that?
On page 237, under adjustable rate mortgages, you're highlighting adjustable rate mortgages shift the risk or reward of changing interest rates from the lender to the borrower. Okay. And then this is just going over the different, the anatomy that we just went over of the adjustable rate mortgage. This, under the ceiling, you're going to highlight a ceiling on the next page, 238. You're highlighting ceiling is sometimes called the lifetime cap. It's the highest that the interest rate can go up. Go down to negative amortization. This is where we're at right now. And you're going to highlight when the monthly payment isn't enough to cover the interest due. And then highlight negative amortization where it's in bold. On the right side of page 239. Okay, so negative amortization, that's when the monthly mortgage payment, so amortization means to kill off slowly over time. So if it's negative, that's the opposite of amortization. That means every month that you make a monthly mortgage payment, you owe more money. How is that possible? Well, when you're not paying the full rent, that shortfall is added to next month, right? So when you're not paying the full rent, it's basically they're adding the shortfall that you paid on the interest that you did not pay, the amount of interest that you didn't pay on the rent that you did not pay for the loan for that month, and they add it onto the existing principal. And then next month you're going to be paying interest on the interest that was not paid. That's a bad situation when you start paying interest on your interest because you didn't pay the full interest owed, right? So every month you make a mortgage payment, you owe even more money because you're not making enough of a mortgage payment. Your mortgage payment didn't cover the minimum. All right. Hybrid mortgages, okay. Hybrid mortgage, it's a combination of fixed rate and adjustable mortgage. That's it. You know, it may be fixed for the first couple of years and then it turns adjustable. That's it. All right, straight payment plans of interest only. We know that a straight loan is an interest only loan, okay? Interest, what is interest? It's the rent, the charge used to borrow and use someone else's money. So how do we calculate interest? Well, on the bottom of page 239, let's first highlight, go down to interest, and highlight a charge for the use of someone else's money is called interest. Then you turn, and then we turn the page. And on page 240, I want you to put a highlighted box around the calculations, which looks like this. This is the calculation that's up there. It's got step 1, 2, 3, 4. This is not in numbered steps though. All right, so I want you to put a highlighted box around these 4 numbered steps, and I want you to write on the side of it how interest is calculated. Okay, this is the formula for you. You guys are allowed to use calculators on exams, so knowing the formula is half the battle, right? So if you borrow $100,000 at a 7% interest rate, your annual interest is 100,000 times 7, that's $7,000 in annual interest. Divide that by 12 monthly payments. And then your first month's, it tells you how much of your first month's mortgage payment went towards interest payment. So,
Whole $81, eh? 97 cents?
Yep. Yep. Now, the way they do it is they say, well, the lender told you that your monthly mortgage payment is $665.31. They just gave you that figure, okay? You subtract the amount of interest that you paid in that first month mortgage payment from that mortgage payment, and $81.97, as you can see right here, this is that full problem, $81.97 went to pay down your mortgage loan. So now you take the full amount that you borrowed, that $100,000, and you subtract that amount that you paid down the principal, the amount you borrowed, and your balance next month is $99,918.03. So how much of next month's, what's your interest going to be towards next month's rent or next month's mortgage payment? Take $99,918.03, times it by 7, go back to step 1, times it by 7%, divide it by 12, that gives you the amount. Then you subtract it from the mortgage payment. That tells you how much of your monthly mortgage payment went towards the principal. Subtract that amount from the amount, the balance. And if you do that once for every month, this is called an amortization schedule. And lenders usually prepare that for you. Okay, they do it like, yeah.
I'm sorry, quick question. You said if we do the same thing, we're still dividing by 12? Or would it be 11 now?
12. There's 12 months in a year. Okay, you got to do that for each month.
Okay.
All right. So if the lenders do this, they'll do it for you for a 30-year mortgage is 360. There's 360 months in a 30-year mortgage. Okay. So if they do that 360 times, you have an amortization schedule for a 30-year mortgage. Okay. Now they could do that easy with an Excel file. You know, you could generate it in seconds for you. Okay. But that's how they calculate. And then this way you could see at any point, at any year, at any particular month throughout that the whole future of this loan, what the balance is going to be, how much you would have paid in interest. That's an amortization schedule. Okay. So there is an amortization schedule on page 241. No, that's not an amortization schedule. That's a mortgage factor chart. On page 240. On page 240. There we go.
240.
240. You could see the first 3 months and the last 3 months in an amortization schedule on page 240. Let me correct that here. So on page 240, you could see the first 3 months and the last 3 months of the mortgage amortization schedule on a fixed rate 30-year loan. How do I know it's 30-year loan other than the fact that it says it at the top of the page?
360 months.
It's 360 months. How do I know that's 30 years? Well, how many months in a year?
Divide by 12.
That's right. 360 divided by 12. It tells you how long the loan is, right? If you want to figure out what your, how much on your loan, you would have paid, let's say that you got a 25-year loan. Well, you figure out whatever your monthly mortgage payment is, and if it's a 30-year loan, you times that by 360. That'll tell you how much the total is that you would have paid by the time you pay off that loan. And then you take the amount that you borrow and you subtract it from that, what the original principal was, and you subtract it from that. And now you could see how much in total interest you would have paid over the life of the loan. That's that math problem right here on the, oh, that's not it. That's the math problem right here. So if you take your total monthly mortgage payment, here, this one's the 30-year. You take the total monthly mortgage payment, times it by the number of months, this is the 30-year, and that'll tell you what the total in principal and interest payments you paid over the life of that loan. And if you borrowed $300,000, you just subtract that amount that you borrowed, which we call the principal, and it'll give you the interests. It'll show you how much interest you paid over the life of the loan. Does that make you sick?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Wish I had the money to be a lender. I guess if I had them, that's kind of like the catch-22, which came first, the chicken or the egg, right? I mean, if you got the
So
money.
I have a question. So when you're trying to figure out your next payment
Mm-hmm.
for let's say the first figure it had given you, payment was 665.30, the interest was 583.
Yep, just start.
81.
Just start
And
it
then
again. Mm-hmm.
then you multiply the 99,918 times 7%.
To calculate the annual interest, and then you divide it by the number of months in a year, which is 12 months in a year. That'll give you the monthly mortgage, the monthly interest, and then you subtract that by the monthly mortgage payment, and it gives you the monthly principal amounts that you paid.
And minus the mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
So just $82.45 if you do the equation.
So those are the 4 steps. If you do them over and over and over again, I mean, you could probably, it's probably easier to create an Excel file and boom, it'll figure it out for you right off the bat, putting in the amounts. Okay. There's actually some software for that. You want to, if you want to figure it out on your own, there's a neat app that you could get for free. I found it. It's not in the Apple Play Store though, or the Google whatever the hell they call their store, which is the one that I got actually, but I don't know what the hell it's called. Google Play Store or Apple Store, whatever that, for their apps. Let me see. In my real estate apps, there's one that I found on one of these mortgage blogs. Somebody put a good one out there. It's called Carl's Mortgage Calculator, KARL''S. Carl's Mortgage Calculator. It's a neat app. You could figure out by payments, by periods, or annually. It'll calculate it instantly for you if you put an amount in there. You could put in your inputs, like here, let's put one in here.
Could we use that on the exam?
Nah, it's not going to help you on the exam anyway. If you put in $300,000 in here as the property value, and then the next thing is asking what the down payment amount is that you put down. Let's just say I put $20,000 down, okay? Or you could put in a percentage here. Let's just say that I put in 20% down. That would have been $60,000. Then if I put 20% down, $60,000, how much do I need to borrow now? 240. You see, that's the next line. It tells you 240.
40,000.
So if I put $60,000 down and I'm borrowing 300,000, if the property value is 300,000, I put 20% down,
240.
then my
240.
then a loan I need to qualify for is 240.
Yeah. 240.
And let's just say I'm at a 3.25% interest rate. So I put that in here, and I'm going to get a 30-year loan. All right. It tells me that my monthly payment is $1,044.50. And now you guys may be like, oh, it costs a lot more than that.
What was that? 1,000 what?
$1,044.50. If you're buying a $300,000 house and you put 60% down, so you're getting a loan for $240,000. So for a $240,000 loan at a 3.25% interest rate for 30 years, your monthly payment is $1,044.50. That's just for the loan. That's not calculating property taxes,
insurance and taxes, and if there's any HOAs.
Right. But this is just
so on.
This is just for you to be able to compare loans, though. This calculator is for you to be able to compare loans. Okay.
Yeah, it's a great one.
There's a separate mortgage calculator, and I don't know where the hell mine is. I had a mortgage calculator around here somewhere. I don't know what I did with it. I misplaced it. Got it floating around somewhere, probably buried under one of these books. We have books and paperwork in this makeshift. Oh, here in this makeshift office. Okay, there we go. Here's my mortgage calculator. Okay, this is one from Qualified Industries. It's got a hard-covered shell, which, by the way, we sell these, but you could get them online too. You shouldn't be able, though. They go through dealers, and the Qualifier Plus 3X. It's a great mortgage calculator. It actually works the way that you think, and it's good to have these instead of just apps for the cell phone. There's a lot of times when you're talking on the phone, it's hard to do this and this at the same time. Unless you're putting stuff on speaker, I guess, and you can manage that. But so you could actually plug in like all the figures. You know what the $300,000, and then you hit the price button. It's a 30-year. And then I hit the term button, and then I'm putting down 20, and then I hit the down payment button, 20%, and it knows that's 20%, not dollars. Let's say the taxes on the property are $9,000 a year, because that's the average in New Jersey. I'm going to hit the tax button. The insurance on the house, let's say it's $800 a year I'm paying, so I hit the insurance button. It's let's say it's 3.25% interest rate. I hit the interest button. Okay, based on that information that I put in, if I hit the payment button, it tells me it's $1,044, and my last number is, this calculator is old, my last number is messed up, $1,044 and I think 50 cents, or could be something a little bit different. Now, if I hit the payment button again, that's for principal and interest only. That's for the loan. If I hit the payment button again, now it tells me the PITI, the principal, interest, taxes, and insurance payment that I pay monthly would be $1,861, and I'm not sure if that's 15, 16, or 19 cents because my last number is screwed up. Okay, pretty cool, huh? It has all the formulas built into the calculator. I love these. I've always had one of these. I got a couple of them laying around. This one I should probably throw in the garbage, though, because that last number is messed up. It's on the brink, but I only had it in use for over 10 years, so it served me well. Okay, it comes with a little instruction packet. You could compare loans and do all kinds of stuff. It's got instructions in here. All right, so this is the Qualifier Plus 3X. All right, from Calculated Industries. I recommend it. I get mortgage reps all the time coming to me to buy these things too. All right. All right. So let's see. Next, what do we got up? So we did, how do you calculate it? What the amortization schedule is right here. So I know that this is a 30-year loan because it's got 360 months. Well, look at this. I know this is a fixed rate mortgage because the first payment and the last payment are the same. They never change. The only thing that changes is how much gets applied towards the interest and the principal, right? And I know this is a fully amortized loan because the last payment, what's the balance? 0.
Yeah.
All right. So that's what the mortgage factor chart is. All right. So tax cuts, and Tax Job Act, and blah, blah, blah. Let's see. What is this? We're not tax people, so I'm not going to have you guys worry about these tax deductions and tax limits and all that good stuff. That's for our tax man to do. But the the interest that you pay on your mortgage loan is tax deductible. It's tax deductible by the borrower in the year that it's paid. Okay? So a point. What is a point? Each point is equal to 1% of the loan amount, not the purchase price. A point is prepaid interest on the loan, and that prepaid interest is tax deductible by the borrower in the year that it's paid. So if you pay points up front when you're getting a mortgage loan, all those points are tax deductible in the year that you pay it. Now, this may be paid by either the buyer or the seller, but who can deduct it on their taxes? It's deductible even if you get the seller to pay the points for you. If they give a seller concession towards the buyer's points on their mortgage, the borrower still deducts it on their taxes no matter who paid it. Why? Because it's their loan. And who is the lender going to send that interest statement to at the end of the year?
Borrower.
The borrower, the person who owns that loan. You know, because they send you those tax statements at the end of the year that you then take to the tax guy to calculate in, right? So, all right. Now, a rate lock. A rate lock is lenders typically lock in the rates because rates are always jumping up and down throughout the day, let alone from day to day. They go up and down. Now, the lender will generally, when you put an application in for that loan, when you put a contract in and then you make the offer on the property, you let the lender know, they're going to lock in that rate for you once you got that contract in. So whatever the rate is on that particular day, that's what they're going to lock it in at for you, okay? You could get a 30-day, 45-day, or a 60-day rate lock extensions from the lender, but you would have to purchase them at an additional cost, okay? Typically, they'll give you a rate lock for that first 45 or 60 days, okay, to close on that property. But if you go beyond that period that the lender gives you the rate lock for, you could buy a longer, you could extend that rate lock, but it's going to cost you a couple $100 to do it, okay? So our job as a real estate agent would be to save our client money to make sure that that whole transaction moves along as smoothly and expeditiously as possible, because we could end up costing our clients hundreds of dollars here, hundreds of dollars there, hundreds of dollars in rate locks. You know, we want to make sure that we don't do that. All right, and make it a point to let your clients know what it is that you're doing, why you want them to put stuff in a timely manner, get that stuff into the lender, because we want to lock in those rates. We want to close before that rate lock expires, because if the rates go up and you have to pay extra to lock in that rate at the lower rate so that you can still get the loan at the lower rate, it's gonna cost you a couple $100. And I'm trying to save you money by getting everybody to do their job. You got to send all your paperwork that the lender requests to the lender in time. I'm going to make sure the attorneys are communicating with each other. I'm going to make sure that once we get that home inspection, I'm going to make sure that home inspector gets that report in an expeditious manner. You know, we want everybody doing their job and moving the transaction along. You don't just sit on your thumbs and, you know, hope that somebody's going to call you when you're ready to go get your check, okay? There's stuff we need to be aware of. Even though we're not doing it, we need to make sure that other people are doing their jobs. That's our job as a salesperson, is to make sure the transaction is still moving and it's not dying. That's not just stagnant and sitting there. We want to make sure that that transaction is moving along. Everybody's doing their work. Woo, we're working together, right? So this is how you calculate that interest that we just did a little while ago. How it is calculated. Why did I have that on 195? Because that's from the old book. How it is calculated. That was on page 195 in the old book. In the new book, it's on page 240. Wow. Okay, so let me make that adjustment here at the top. 40. Again. All right. 40 to 40. All right. And okay. Buy down. What is a buy down? All right. It is possible sometimes that that borrower may want to buy down. They want to get the rates even lower than the lender quoted them as the best rate. Is it possible for them to get a lower rate? Yeah, it is. But they'd have to pay for it in advance by prepaying points on the loan. They call it a buy down. Don't ever do that. Don't ever do that. If you talk to any lender that's your friend, that they're in the business, I got two friends that are actually underwriters for banks. I got one that's an underwriter for Wells Fargo, another one that's an underwriter for another bank, and I got tons of mortgage reps that are friends. And I used to be a mortgage rep myself too. I'm going to tell you right off the bat that do not pay up front to get a lower interest rate. It does not make sense to do that, okay? Get the lower interest rate you could naturally get. And don't keep refinancing loans. You know, oh, a lower interest rate came out, lower interest rate came out. Well, unless it's making at least 1 point lower on the interest rate, it's not gonna be worth it for you to refinance. Plus, remember, every time you refinance, if you're already a couple years in on a loan, every time you refinance, you're resetting the whole term of interest that you got to pay on that loan. Okay, you're losing out on money, and you may not even be aware of it. All right, so PITI. PITI stands for principal, interest, taxes, the property taxes, and insurance. And your entire monthly mortgage bill, if it includes taxes and insurance, this is your not your mortgage bill, but your entire monthly expense for housing. So PITI is the reserves that go towards the next year payment of bills. So your closing costs they factor in your coming year's property tax payment and insurance bill as well. And if you're buying in a condominium, you also have to add in any HOA condo fees as well. So PITI loan is also known as a budget loan. You need to know that for exams. You need to know what PITI stands for: principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. And you need to know that a PITI loan is also known as a budget loan. Why is it called the budget loan? Because you could better budget your expenses if you know what your total monthly expense for housing is and you include it in one payment, okay? That's why they call it a budget loan. All your monthly expenses for housing are included in the one loan, okay? Now, RESPA law, that's the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act. RESPA law limits the amount of reserves that a lender can charge a borrower, okay? They limit that amount. And if they go over the amount that they have in the reserves, then they have to do that accounting and pay out overages over $50 back to the borrower at least once a year. All right. What are reserves? We use that term here. Reserve is an amount of money built up for the coming year's future expenses like property taxes and insurance. Okay. So on page 242, under taxes and insurance reserves. The last line in the first paragraph, I want you to highlight principal, interest, taxes, and insurance reserves, pity. Okay. And then in the second paragraph, next to last line, I want you to highlight a pity loan is sometimes called a budget loan. But I'm going to read that paragraph to you. To be certain that these important bills are being met, the lender accumulates the borrowed. That's when you include your property taxes and insurance in your monthly mortgage payment. You don't have to, by the way. Property tax bills and insurance bill premiums are sent directly to the lender then, and they're going to pay them, and then they render accounting to the borrower. In most cases, a borrower is entitled to 2% interest on that money that's being held in the reserve account, because you could be keeping that money in your own bank account earning interest. So that's why the lender has to pay you. So when a mortgage loan is eventually paid off, any money remaining in the escrow account is returned to that would-be borrower. Highlight, a pity loan is sometimes called a budget loan. Now let me continue reading. RESPA, the Federal Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, limits the amount of taxes and insurance reserves that a lender may require. All right, let's do a little math now, shall we? Okay. So on page 241, go back to page 241. There is a chart here on page 241. On page 241, there's a chart. We call that the mortgage factor chart. Excuse me for a second. Slide 15. All right. The mortgage factor chart, I want you to write mortgage factor chart above the chart. And then above it, I want you to highlight, it says how to use this chart. I want you to highlight that, how to use this chart. I'm going to explain it to you right now, but you got these instructions right here. Highlight how to use this chart and then put a highlighted box around how to use that chart. And above the chart, I want you to write mortgage factor chart. So what is this chart? What is this chart here, this mortgage factor chart? The mortgage factor chart, if you have a mortgage loan, a 30-year mortgage loan at a 5% interest rate, this is how you read the chart. What you do is you take one of your index fingers and you put it on the rate on the chart and bring it down to where it says 5. That's the 5%. If it's a 30-year loan, go to the column for 30-year term. In this chart here, we have a 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30-year. Go to the 30-year all the way across. And what number do you guys get?
5.37.
5.37.
5.37.
5.37. So what is 5.37 signify? That's $5.37. For every $1,000 you borrow, your monthly mortgage payment will be $5.37 per $1,000 borrowed. That includes your not your taxes. That includes your principal and the interest, principal and interest on the loan. This is just for the loan. So if you borrowed $300,000, how much would you have paid? Or what's your payment? Here, let's zoom in on this.
Well, how many years is it?
Hold
Need
on.
to know how many years.
I told you 30.
30, and what's the percentage?
5.
5%?
Yep. So that would be a factor of 5.37.
Right.
So 5.37, the factor is $5.37. So if you borrowed, not the purchase price, you borrowed $5.37. This is per $1,000 borrowed. How many thousands in 300,000?
300.
You see here 300,000 divided by 1,000, that gives you 300. Or you could just make an X to the thousands, right? That gives you 300. So 300 times the factor, $5.37. Your monthly mortgage payment for principal and interest, you see I have PI here, would be $1,611.
Yeah.
Now, if I told you to find out how much your monthly mortgage, how much of that goes towards your paying down your principal in the first month, well, you take the loan amount of $300,000 and you times it by the interest rate of 5%. So that's right over here. 300,000 times 5% is 15,000, but that's an annual interest. We need to know what the monthly is. So you divide that by 12, and that gives you $1,250 monthly interest. So boom. So now we have the monthly PI, principal and interest, is $1,611, and we know that the monthly interest is $1,250. So you subtract the I from the PI, and you're left with the P, which is the principal of $361. So $361 went towards paying down the amount you owe, the amount you borrowed. This is your formula right here, guys. Forget about these numbers. This is the formula. You know, you guys can use a calculator. This math is simple. This is the formula you need to know. PI minus I equals the P. What does PI stand for?
Principal and interest.
And then, so therefore, if you subtract the interest, you're left with just the P, right?
Principal, yeah.
That's how you figure it out. Now, how do you figure out interest, though? You take the full loan amount and times it by the interest rate. And that gives you annual interest. But we're trying to calculate the monthly here, so you got to divide that by 12 to figure out the monthly interest. All right. So we're gonna do some more math problems like this. I got this one just figured out here, but here, what if and I moved it by mistake? Okay. So
Victor, I'm just a little confused here.
Yeah, okay.
We will be given the mortgage factor chart, or I mean, how do we, for example, we chose the rate 5% for 30 years, 5.37. So if there is a different number, how will we, do we need to calculate that number, or?
What do you mean if there's a different number?
I mean, for example, in the exam, the interest rate, they will say, let's say 6%, right? But if we need to use that factor chart, how will that have, I'm sorry, will it be in the exam given or no?
Yes. Yes.
The factor rate, right?
Now, if you're taking it online, they better, if they give you a problem like that, I hope they address that and gave you the factor chart, because when you go to their testing center, they give you a factor chart on a piece of paper that's usually either pinned to the wall or taped to the desk underneath the keyboard. Okay.
Okay.
But if you're doing it online, I hope they put it on the screen there. because otherwise
Okay.
it'd be SOL on that problem.
Yeah. So can you confirm with them or no?
Yeah, what you could do is either call them up on the phone or right there on the screen, send a message to them that it's missing the factor chart. You need a factor chart in order to figure the problem out.
Okay, got it.
Because
Thank you.
it's new to them to do it online. They may not have addressed thought of that issue for that factor problem where you need
Okay.
a chart.
But you cannot confirm with them, right? You cannot tell them if it's there or not, because since like a lot of students will be taking the exam online.
Well, they're doing it online. I'm not sure if there's a message button to talk to somebody or not, or if it's just
Okay.
I know you could mark questions and make a comment to the questions so that they could review it.
Okay.
Okay. So other than that, maybe pick up the phone and call them up and say, hey, listen, I'm taking the exam right now, but you're not really supposed to be on the phone or doing anything while you're taking the exam,
Got it.
But here,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Okay, let me take a look here. No problem. 15 and factor chart. I'm going to go to, we're actually going to do some math problems of this. So let's do a couple of these math problems on the whiteboard. So let's pull up the whiteboard. Let me clear the whiteboard off here. And let's do a couple of mortgage factor problems. Move this controller out of the way. There we go. All right. You guys ready to do some math? You excited?
Sure.
Yep.
Yay.
You excited? Got your calculators handy?
Yep.
Get your calculators handy. I know you got your cell phone close by and you got a calculator on that. No excuses. All right. So let's come up. Let's make up a math problem on the fly, shall we? Let me move this around a little bit. And here's the math problem that I'm going to make up. If you're borrowing $400,000, okay, this is the loan amount, and for 30-year term at 5% interest rate. I want you to tell me, first of all, what the monthly mortgage payment would be, the PI. All right, and then I want you to figure out and tell me how much of that will go towards the principal. I don't want you shouting the answer out. You could send it to me in a chat message. I didn't figure it out yet, but you could send it to me in a chat message. And then we'll work it out here and we'll see if you got it right. All right. Now, what's the first step here?
Go to the chart.
Look at the chart. What is the factor? What is the factor for a 30-year loan at a 5% interest rate?
5.37.
5.37.
Did everybody get that? 5.37 from the chart? Everybody know how we got that?
Yeah.
Anybody have a question about it, or has everybody got it?
Got it.
Okay. Don't be shy. Now's the time to ask. All right. So what's the next step that we do? If we know that it's $400,000 loan and the factor is 5.37, how do we figure out the monthly payment? how many thousands are there? This is the monthly mortgage payment per $1,000, right? If we have $400,000 loan, how many thousands are there?
400.
400. So take 400 times
5.37.
5.37. And you get 2148, right?
Yep.
What is 2148?
That's your principal and interest.
So that's your PI, right? See what I'm doing here? Next to each number, I'm writing what that is. Okay, this is the factor. And this is the number of thousands borrowed. Okay. So 400 times 5.37, it's 2148. So we have one there, 2148. Everybody get that?
Yes.
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 Let's see, what do we have here? 2148, 2148. Okay, I got a people. 2148. If you didn't get 2148, I see some people didn't though. If you didn't get 2148, it's because you used the wrong factor. I see somebody there that's close, but they didn't get it. So that's because you probably used the wrong factor. Make sure you use the factor of 5.37. So it's the number of thousands, 400 times 5.37, you get 2148. Now, the next step to figure out how much the principal is. Well, we already have our PI. Here's the formula for this. You got your PI, right? And how much is the PI? 2148. Then we take we need to calculate the interest, right? And we need to subtract that, and we'll be left with the principal, right? So how do we calculate the interest? You take the full loan amount, 400,000, times the interest rate of 5%, which, by the way, you guys know how to convert 5% to a whole number? Cross that out, and you go 2 decimal points to the left, right? So it's 0.05, okay? But we're going to let our calculator do it and have it just hit the percent button. So 400,000 times 5% or 0.05, that's
20,000.
20,000. What is 20,000?
20,000 is the interest per
Annual.
Annual interest.
That's annual. So let's write that next to here so you don't get lost in your numbers. That's the annual interest. Right? I'm spelling. All right, that's right. Don't worry about it. So what do we got to do? We got to divide this by 12 months. Divided by 12, and that gives us
1666.
16,1666.66666. Okay, so that's 1666. Okay, so this is the, what is this? This is the I, which is the monthly. So we're going to move that and stick that right there.
Are we rounding or just?
It is what it is. It's 1,666. So we'll just keep it right there at that. Okay. So 2148 minus 1666 is 482. Did everybody get that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's the answers. Was that hard?
No.
I want you guys to understand the formulas, okay? So basically, what are the formulas here? What are the formulas we needed to learn? First of all, we need to learn how to calculate, probably I shouldn't be writing this, typing this. I should be typing it rather than writing it. The first step we want to know is how to calculate the monthly interest, right? Or the monthly payment. How to calculate monthly payment, right? And how do you calculate that? Actually, I already have this formulas written down in another one. How do you calculate the monthly payment?
Take the loan amount times interest rate on the chart.
Correct, correct. So we take loan amount, all right, loan amount per
Mortgage factor chart rate.
per $1,000 borrowed. Loan amount per $1,000 borrowed times the mortgage factor. Use chart on page, what page is it?
241.
241.
On page 241 to figure it out, right? Okay, next. So what does this give us? So the loan amount times the mortgage factor gives us...
Gives you the principal and interest. Equals principal and interest.
Correct. Mortgage factor equals the PI. Principal and interest. Okay. Use the chart on page 241 to figure that out, okay? Now that we got the monthly mortgage payment, that's the monthly mortgage payment, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now that we got the monthly mortgage payment, the next question was, how do we calculate monthly principal paid, right? So what do we do?
Loan amount, take the loan amount again and multiply that interest that's given, which is 5%.
Well, to calculate the monthly principal paid, we got to take...
And then you divide by 12 months.
Okay, so what do we got to do? We got to look at steps on page, I'm going to say...
We have to look at what was given. The given was 5% interest rate for 30 years.
how do we calculate the monthly... Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing here.
It was given 5% interest, so...
Okay, so how do we calculate the monthly principal paid? So we subtract
the interest,
right? The interest from the principal, or I should say the monthly. Stress that. The monthly
mortgage payment,
right?
Mortgage payment minus the interest rate. Right? We're saying the same thing.
We did this right here, okay? We take the PI, the principal and interest. This is the monthly mortgage payment. Subtract the monthly interest, and you get the principal that you pay down. That's what I'm asking here. How do we calculate the monthly principal paid? Subtract the monthly interest, the I, from the PI, from the monthly mortgage payment.
Well, first you have to calculate it. So you have to first take the, that's the step, next step would be loan interest, multiply the interest, and then you get the print, then you get the interest rate, monthly interest.
Okay, so
And then you would subtract the, so there's a step before that.
okay, so how do we calculate that? We got to figure out.
We'll go back to step number 2 would be multiply the loan times interest that is given in the problem. And that equals the monthly interest. And then you go back and subtract from the principal.
Okay, so we already have that here. How do we calculate the monthly principal paid? We subtract the monthly interest
Oh, you have that.
from the monthly mortgage payment, PI equals the principal. That's how do we do it. So now what I'm going to do is then say, well, how do we calculate monthly interest? Right? You take the loan amount times interest rate equals annual interest, right? Annual, and then you take the annual interest and you divide it, what was that?
Divided by 12.
Hold on 1 second. All 246. There we go. Then you divide that by 12 months, right? And that equals the monthly interest. Okay, so that's how you calculate that. So there's the 3 questions that people have that in order how to figure out this whole problem, right? So those are the answers that you need for everything here. How do you calculate the monthly payment? You take the loan amount per thousand borrowed times the mortgage factor, P&I, principal and interest. Use chart on page 241 to find the factor. Okay. How do we calculate monthly principal paid? Subtract monthly interest from the monthly mortgage payment, PI, principal, equals the principal, okay? Monthly mortgage payment, I should put in here, PI is the principal and interest, right? Would equal the P, the principal. And then how do we calculate the monthly interest? Loan amount times the interest rate equals the annual interest. Take the annual interest divided by 12 months equals the monthly interest, right? And then that goes here. So you wanted me to just put that in a different order, right? There you go. However you like it.
That's it.
It's all good. It's all good. Here, snap a picture of that. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. I'm going to take a picture of that, and I'm going to put that into the slideshow too. Okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
You need to know these steps, okay? As well as the 4 steps on page 240 for how to calculate how much you paid down on the loan for the mortgage factor chart. They're not going to ask you how many months in. They'll ask you like for the first month's mortgage. After you made your first month's mortgage payment, what would your principal be, you know? So the steps on page 240 would be for that. I'm going to draw out the step-by-step directions and add that to a slide as well, all right? But for now, that's actually, that actually concludes it for the day. Look at that.
Aw, just thought we were getting started.
I mean, I could stay. I could keep teaching you, but